Hello and welcome. My name is Michelle Covine and I'm with the Simplilearn team. So here's our agenda. We'll be talking about business intelligence and why it's important and some BI tools. Then we'll talk about Tableau and why we use Tableau for business intelligence and do a quick overview of Tableau Installation. Then we'll show you how you can get started by connecting to data, and we'll do an overview of the Tableau workspace. We'll go a little bit deeper into the Tableau workspace as we look at worksheets and dashboards, and we show you how you can ask questions using visualizations. We'll look at hierarchy and drill down, calculated fields. We'll look at parameters and sets, and finally we'll show you how to build a donut chart and a 2D pie chart. So what is business intelligence? Companies use business intelligence technologies to collect, analyze, and present data in order to create actionable information. Today's businesses are always seeking insights about their customers, products, and services. So businesses are faced with many questions, such as how do I know my customers are happy? What would make my customers stay? And how can I increase awareness of my products and services? Business intelligence can help you answer those questions. When you have a question about what your customers are feeling, what your customers are doing, who the customers are, and what's the best channel to target them, business intelligence is a method of transforming your data into these insights and measurable metrics. Business intelligence tools are designed to make the data flow manageable. In the age of information, Tableau is one of many tools to help manage the data flow and turn data into actionable information. We also have Qlik and SAP and Oracle. You may have heard of some of these. Let's take a look at some of the benefits of Tableau as your business intelligence tool. So why would we use Tableau? It can be connected to 40 different data sources. The more data sources it can connect to, it means that you are more likely to get direct access to your data. It can build interactive dashboards with just a few clicks, which can help you quickly understand your data, and it lets you see your outliers. There's also simple analytics built right into Tableau, such as trends and forecasting, that can help you understand your data on a deeper level. Tableau has been a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for the last 6 years, and that includes 2018. Here we will take a look at an overview of the products offered by Tableau. So we have Tableau Desktop, which is where you do all of your development. This is where you connect to and build visualizations and dashboards. Today we'll be using Tableau Public, which is a free version of Tableau Desktop, but with some limitations, such as having no R integration, and it can only support up to 1 million rows of data. Also, any data published here is made public, so you can't use this for private company information. Then there's a new tool called Tableau Prep, where you can prepare your data by seeing it visually before you connect and build reports. There's also Tableau Online, which is a cloud-hosted version of Tableau Server, a place where you can publish your dashboards, and it enables you to share your dashboards in a secure way. Tableau Server has an option to be on-premises. So let's just do a quick comparison between building a visualization in Excel and building one in Tableau. Okay, so here we have an Excel file full of data that we will soon connect to and use for some of our demonstration purposes. And you can see that we have information about orders. If we wanted to find out the quantity sold and the sum of sales for each region, we could do that by creating a pivot table. So we'll make it, I selected my cells, we'll make it in a new worksheet, and here we have the beginnings of a pivot chart. And we can grab region and pull it into our columns, and then we'll grab sales and put it into values, and then we also want to look at quantity and put that into values, and it's automatically summing up sales and quantity, but you can choose if you want it to be sum or not. And then we'll take our values and put it on rows so that we can see sales and quantity one on top of the other. And that's the basics of a pivot chart. Now let's do a similar thing in Tableau. Okay, so we have our connection to the data, and Tableau automatically splits out the dimensions from the measures. We'll go into more depth on that later. But we can come and grab region and put it onto columns, and we get a similar thing, maybe a little nicer formatted. And then we can come and put quantity there. And if we want to add sales to it, we can double click on sales, and we'll have quantity and sales one on top of the other. We can put sales on top by dragging quantity down in that box. We also have this Show Me dialog box, which allows you to see what visualizations you could build using what's already on the screen or the things that you have selected. So right now, we could quickly switch it to bar charts, and now we can see quantity and sales across our region with bar charts. Or we could switch it to stacked bars, and we can see our quantity across the regions. If you close that, we can see our legend over here, and then our sales across the region. So in Tableau, we have a lot of really quick flexibility to turn just text into a visualization. So in summary, we can see a side-by-side of what we made using pivot tables in Excel and what we made in a similar amount of time in Tableau. Let's get started with the Tableau installation. As for requirements, you need Windows 7 or later, or you need your Mac operating system to be 10.11 or later. Here are some of the browsers you can use to install Tableau. We will be installing Tableau Public today, and to do that, you just Google Tableau Public Download and click on that first link, and then you put in your email address and click Download the app. So let's just look up Tableau Public Download, and it's this first one. You can click Download Now, and it takes you to the Tableau Public page where you can click Sign In and create an account free. This gives you a place to save the visualizations you make, but keep in mind anything you save on Tableau Public is public. And then you come here and you enter your email address and click Download the app, and it should give you an executable file that you will download. And once it's downloaded, you should be able to open Tableau Public. So let's go take a look at the Tableau Public opening page. So this is what Tableau Public looks like when you first open it. On your left, you have the different things you can connect to. This is more limited in Tableau Public than it is in Tableau Desktop. So if you invest in Tableau Desktop, you have many things you can connect to. You can also connect to data by clicking this drop-down Connect Data piece. That's especially useful when you've already started your visualization. Then we have this central portion called Open. This is where anything that you have opened up previously will show up. You can also click Open from Tableau Public, and when you have, my connection's timed out so I need to log in, but when you log in, it says no workbook found, try publishing first. This is where you'll see all of your published Tableau Public dashboards. Over here we have Discover, and it has some how-to videos, visualization of the day, which is where people who have made Tableau Public visualizations get recognized for their skill, and you get some pretty cool ideas when you look there. So let's get started by connecting to a data source. We'll click Microsoft Excel, and we'll choose our Excel file and open it up. And this is our data source page. This shows you the sheets on the Excel file and allows you to drag them in so that you can see the data show up. This gives you a preview of what your data will look like. You can see that Tableau is starting to classify our fields. So anything that has ABC on it shows that that's a column that has strings in it. We also have a globe, which was where Tableau has recognized these values to be geographical. So we have state, and it's recognized that it contains states. It bases it on the keywords that it stores to identify if it's geographical. And so it takes a look, and you've named it city, and it knows that city is geographical. We also have the calendar symbol, where it's recognized that it's a date field. And we also have row ID that shows up with the hashtag, and it recognizes that it's a number. So now that we have our data source pulled in, we can come here and hit Sheet, which is where you start to build your visualization. Let's take a look at all the different pieces of this before we go any further. We have the data that we're connected to up here. It's our orders sheet from the Sample Superstore Excel sheet. We have dimensions on top and measures on bottom. These are where we're going to get the fields to drag and drop. Here we have our cards. We'll look more in depth at our cards in a moment. And these are our shelves, the column shelf and the row shelf, where you can drag things in to make changes happen in the visualization center. We have our Show Me tabs, where you can see, we took a brief look at this earlier, but you can see all of the different visualizations you can build here. A neat thing about Show Me is that when you hover, it'll tell you what types of fields you need to build it. So for a symbol map, try 1 geographical field, 0 or more dimensions, or 0 to 2 measures. and that's how you can build a geographical symbol map. And when you're done with Show Me, you just close it. Let's take a look here at our sheets. So we have sheet 1 and sheet 2. A sheet is basically just one visualization at a time. Let's get rid of the extra sheet. We have a dashboard, which is where you can pull multiple sheets on to show multiple visualizations at one time. And then we have what's called a story, which allows you to show a sequence of visualizations so that you can tell a story. Perfect. Okay, so we saw that Tableau is categorizing our different fields, and it is also giving it a role. So we have dimensions on top and measures on bottom. Dimensions contain descriptive values, such as names, dates, and geographical data. You can use dimensions to reveal details in your data, that is, qualitative details. We also have measures, which contain numeric, quantitative values that you can measure. Measures can be aggregated, and when you drag a measure onto the view, Tableau will apply an aggregation to that measure. It's sum by default. So let's show this by building what we built before. We'll grab region, and we'll see its 4 distinct values as a dimension. And then we'll double click on quantity, and we can see the numbers here, the measures, and you can see here that it is the sum of quantity. And now we can also double click on sales, and we can see quantity and sales. To discuss a little bit more about dimensions and measures, you can see that in general measures are numbers and dimensions are not. But sometimes, like row ID, it is a number. Now, why would we have a number up here instead of in the measures? So you can tell the difference between a number, whether it should be in measures or it should be in dimensions, based on whether you'll need to do any calculations on it, or if you would want to be able to aggregate it at some time. So for sales, if you have several orders in a day, you might want to know what the sum of those sales are. But if you have several orders in the day, and they're on rows 2, 3, 4, and 5, you might not want to know the sum of the rows. So Tableau is smart enough that when it sees ID, it knows that it belongs up in the dimensions. Now you can switch. So if row ID was actually something you would want to aggregate for some reason, you can drag it down to the measures and add it down there. But in our case, row ID isn't something that you want to sum or average. Can you think of any other numbers that might not show up as a measure that should be a dimension? Comment below with your answers. As we discussed before, dimensions are on top, measures are on bottom, and you can see that blue is associated with dimensions and green is associated with measures. But it's a little bit more complicated than that. So dimensions are qualitative and measures are quantitative, but blue means we want our label to be discrete and green means we want our label to be continuous. Let's make a new sheet and make a visualization to kind of show this. So we can bring on quantity, and we're going to use it as a dimension, but you can see even when it's a dimension you can choose continuous or discrete. So right now it's a dimension but it's green. It's a little bit different than what you might expect. And then we'll do sales. So now we can see over the different quantities what our sales was. Yeah, has been for this period of time that we're looking at. I believe it's 4 years. So for when people bought 3 items, the total sales was that number. And you can see that this is an axis. So it's from 1 to 15. Now, if we change it from continuous to discrete, you can see that 1 is a label, 2 is a label, and it's not an axis ranging from 1 to, it doesn't even have 15 because there are no values under 15. These are just individual labels. So we go back, it's green again, and you can see that it's an axis. So we have 2 greens on here, so we have 2 axes. And change it back to discrete, and now we have 1 axis and 1 set of individual labels. So let's go back to our sheet 3. We have all of these different sales by the different quantity numbers, and up here we have our sorting. When you hover, it tells you what kind of sorting is going to happen. So we could sort quantity descending by sales. So we can see that when they buy 3 things, we have the highest sales. You can do the opposite, where it's the lowest to the highest number of sales. You can also do sorting more in depth by clicking on the quantity and right-clicking sort. So we could just sort by descending or ascending or by sales or alphabetic, which is not what we want. You can choose the field or you can manually change your sorting here. And now we're back to what we had at the beginning. Now that we've had an overview of how Tableau works, let's go into a little more detail. Tableau is very much built on the premise of drag and drop. So let's build a simple visualization and talk about what each of these shelves and marks cards specifically do. So we're going to make a simple chart which is average sales by region. So we know we want sales on, let's do sales on rows. Now for rows and for metrics, since this is continuous like we talked about before, it's making an axis for our sales. We also can drag region onto columns, and it makes one column per region. So that's how it works with dimensions. If you pull a dimension onto columns, you're saying I want one blank per column. I want one region per column. So if you wanted to do it by instead of region, if you want to remove something from a visualization, you just pull it back off. Or you can hit undo or Control Z. Tableau has the benefit of having unlimited undos. So let's say we wanted to bring on city. Let's say we want one column per city, and that's what you get. And there's a lot of cities. So that's what it looks like. Let's take city back off. I want one column per region. And for sales, I want my rows axes to show me where sales are. Great. Now let's say we want to adjust the color of these bars. You can click on color and you can select any of them. So let's pick this nice blue, or we can pick an orange, and that's how you can determine the color. But if you want something else to determine the color, you can take region and drag it onto color, and now we have one color per region. Now with measures, again, since they're continuous, it's going to be more like a scale. So if I want them to be a different color based on sales, and I pull sales onto color, it's going to be darker where there's higher sales and lighter where there's lower sales. So it's continuous from light to dark. But for region, it is one color per region. So they're distinct colors. It's not continuous. Great. Let's say we want to sort this biggest to smallest, and we can look at size here. So if we want to adjust the size manually, we can click on it and drag it. But if we want the size to be based on something else, you choose a measure for the size. So if we want it to be wider based on sales, we will drag sales onto size, and we can see that it gets bigger with bigger sales. We can do the same thing and replace the sales with profit, and now it's bigger if there is bigger profit. And drag that back off. So you can determine manually, or you can do it with your measures. For label, let's say we want the sales onto label. Now we can see the exact sales number for each region. What if we wanted the name of the region there as well? We can drag region onto labels, and we can see sales for the West region. You can adjust which one goes on top. See how we have two T's here? Those are both labels. Great. Tooltip. When we click on Tooltip, it'll show us what's going to happen when we hover. So as I hover here on East, it says Region East Sales, and then it shows the sales amount. Now we talked about, I'll take my labels back off, wanting to make this visualization not for the sum of sales, but for the average of sales. So we will right click on our sum of sales here in the rows, hover over measure, which right now is sum, and change it to average. And we have a different result here. So let's sort again, and we can see that the South region actually has the highest average of sales, which was not the case for the sum. Now let's say we want our sales to be on the label, but look, it's giving us the sum of sales label. So we just do the same thing and change it to average. Now we can see our average on the label. The label has some interesting options, like you can format this, and we could say maybe we want it to be all of them to be blue, and that happens right there. You can also choose to only show the minimum and the maximum. This becomes handy on a line chart where you don't want all marks labeled because it gets very messy, but you want the tallest and the shortest part to be labeled. And maybe you just want the tallest, so we'll click label minimum value and remove that checkbox, and now we just have the tallest value there. And one card that we haven't used yet is the filters card. So we could allow people to look at this, but only certain regions. So what we can do is we can come over to region and right click on it and click show filter, and it will add it to that filters card. And now we can remove central from the mix and just look at those ones. You see, if we remove south, the new highest, east, now has the label, but if we put it back in, south will have the label again. If we don't want to have these filters, we can pull it off there. Or if we wanted to filter out by country, we just have United States, so let's not filter by country. But we could pull in category, and we have these filters by category. If we select them all, they'll all be there. And we click show filter and it will bring it over here. And we can remove out technology, and the South still has the highest for the other two. But if we only include technology, you can see the difference there. So that's the basics of filters. Another thing that I can mention here is that you can change the type of mark manually. So you saw when we pulled on region and we pulled on sales, it automatically made us a bar chart, but we could change this to be a line chart, and you can see that the color changes because we told it to based on region. If we pull that off, then it would be a line chart there. You can change it to be a lot of different type of visualizations here. So when you're not using show me to help determine your graphs, you can choose it manually right here. Okay, now let's look at building a scatter plot. So a scatter plot is when you have a bunch of shapes and points on a visualization with two axes that are both measures. So if we take sales and put it on the y-axis, and we take discount and put it on the x-axis, we can see our point that represents all of our data with the sum of sales and the sum of discount. And if we wanted to see this per order, we'll take order ID and put it onto detail. Now what detail does is it determines the level that we are building our visualization at. So grabbing order ID and putting onto detail gives us all of these little points. So for each order, what was our sales and what was our discount. So we have out here some outliers that you can find very quickly. Let's actually do product ID instead. So I'll put it right over top of order ID and it will replace it. Now we see all of our products. Anything that has high sales is up here, anything that has high discount is over here. You can see that it sort of has a trend where things with high sales do not have high discounts, which makes sense. If we wanted to know what category these products all show up in, we could take category and put it onto shape, and now we have 3 different shapes that tell us the categories. Tableau has a cool new highlight feature which allows you to show just the dimension that you want to see, but it leaves the other ones in place. So for example, if we click on furniture, first we have to turn on the highlight feature and then click on furniture. And now you can see all of the furniture items popping up in our visualization and how they're kind of clustered in this area and the pattern for them. When we click on technology, we can see their pattern, which is a little bit different. So we have them by shape with category. Let's drag category onto color as well. If you remember, category will determine the color and the shape at this point. And so we can kind of see the patterns happening there. So if we want to see our high discounted items, they're all over here. And most of the things that are getting high discounts are office supplies, which is interesting. And then our highest sales product up here, now we could take that product ID and find out what that product actually is out of our, oh, look, we have product name. Let's replace product ID with product name. And we see that that is a Canon Image Class Advanced Copier. So this copier is our big salesperson. And office supplies binders do not give us very many sales, and we're highly discounting them. So now you know a little bit more about the details card and the shapes card, and about using highlighting in Tableau. So let's say we wanted to know by subcategory what our profit is like. We could grab subcategory and pull it onto columns, and we would say we want one column per subcategory. And then let's grab profit and pull it onto rows, and you can quickly see which categories are profitable and which ones are not. So we can also take profit and put it onto color so that you can see that even more clearly. Right now it is going from orange to blue, which is Tableau's default. If we wanted to change from what color to what color it was going, we have a lot of options in here when you go to edit colors. So maybe you wanted to go from red to blue, just to emphasize that the profit that's negative is bad. So we can hit apply, and now we can see red to blue. We have our categories here, our subcategories here, but let's separate it out by category. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take subcategory off. I'm going to put on category, and now it's by category, and then I'm going to put subcategory on after it. So when we put it in order like this, the order matters in Tableau. So first it breaks it up by category, and then inside of that it breaks it up by subcategory. So furniture's all here, and then there's our subcategories under furniture. If we were to move subcategory to the front, it really doesn't group it appropriately, because first it's breaking it up by subcategory and then by category, and that's not effective. We end up with furniture, 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 furniture spread out across our visualization. So again, let's put category to the front, and now we have our profit by category by subcategory, and we can click sort subcategory descending by profit. And now what it does is within the highest group, within each group, it then sorts it by profit. So you can tell it's not going to break this group apart to move tables to the very end. It's going to keep tables inside of furniture. And then it doesn't move furniture to the very end either. So what we have here is a quick view by category by subcategory how we're doing on profit. We can see that tables is our biggest drain on profit, and so if we wanted to improve the profitability of furniture, maybe we would not sell tables anymore. It's just not working out for us. Another thing about this visualization that we could do to improve it is you can see that there's some of these words are getting cut off, so we could right click on this axis and click rotate label, and now you can read the whole word, and so that's helpful. Also up here we have our title, which right now is the same name as our sheet. So if we rename the sheet to profit by subcategory, then it names the title up here. So this is making it look a little bit better. And then here we have profit, and it shows it but without any like dollar signs. So let's come up here to profit and click format, and you can see that we can format the sum of profit to be currency. And We can do it currency by the thousands, and we can get rid of these decimal places. And now you can see it's just a little bit nicer, a little bit more clear. Maybe we don't have to have the label here that says category/subcategory. So we can hide field labels for columns, because it's pretty clear that these are categories and these are subcategories. So those are some formatting tips for you. Formatting in Tableau is one of those things where there are just a lot of different ways you could change things. So in more in-depth videos, especially from Simplilearn, you'll learn more and more about this. Also, as we are building these visualizations, if you want to have access to this data set so that you can build along with me, just make a comment in the comments below and the Simplilearn team will send you this data set. Now we're going to take a look at creating a hierarchy in Tableau. So we'll make a new tab and we're going to make a sheet called Sales by Product. And so we will be looking at sales as a number. And let's bring on product name. Now, there are a lot of products names, so it's going to make sure that you really want to do this. I'm going to click Add All Members, and now we can see all of our products and their sales over all time. So if we sort this, we can see our highest selling item, which we discovered earlier as the advanced copier. And we scroll down to the bottom, our lowest selling items. So we have our products, and we can group that by subcategory. And you can see I need to put it in the front again. And by category. Alright, I'm going to take product name back off, and we're going to talk about hierarchies. So, a product rolls up into a subcategory, which rolls up into a category. You can create a hierarchy by, let's start with subcategory and dragging it onto category. And it's going to create a hierarchy. We'll call it our product hierarchy. And now it knows that category is the parent to subcategory. Let's do the same thing by grabbing the product name and putting it underneath subcategory. So now it knows category is the parent, then there's subcategory, and then there's product name. This allows you to, instead of pulling this off or putting it back on, you can bring category on, and then you can expand it by pressing this plus button. And now we see, but here's our sales by category, by subcategory. And then here's our sales by category, by subcategory, by product name. This is really useful when you're creating a details section for your users. And so when somebody wants to know, let's say you have show filter for category and a filter for subcategory, show filter for subcategory, and they're looking at category here and they're just like, I see technology has the highest sales and I just want to see technology. So I'm going to unclick furniture and office supplies. Let's put category on top. And then, so I just have technology. Well, I want to see what has the highest sales inside of technology. And let's sort it. Oh, phones. Phones does. So I just actually want to look at phones. So I'm going to remove accessories, copiers, and machines. And what has the highest sales inside of phones? And sort it. And now I can see quickly the detailed information without having to change my visualization. Let's give this visualization a little more depth. First, I'll add back in all of our categories and subcategories by showing across region. So we know technology had the highest, but how does it look across region? Now, part of the point of Tableau is to allow the users to read the visualizations very quickly. And when you have big blocks of text like this, it's kind of hard to see which one has the highest because it doesn't quite stand out very quickly. So what we can do is take sales and drag it onto color. Let's change our marks to a square. And now it's going to color each of these. It colors every one of these cells based on its darkness for sales. This is a little bit heavy of a color. You can click color here and change the opacity to give it a little bit of a lighter look. Just makes it a little bit see-through. Great, so now it's a lot easier to see that the West seems to have the highest sales and that technology in the East is the very highest. So now when we drill into subcategory, it keeps that coloring and we can see more in depth and quicker that phones has the highest across most of them. It's not quite the highest in the West because chairs is the highest in the West. There's one place in Tableau where hierarchies are built in, and that's in dates. So dates in Tableau can be very complex because they allow very complex visualizations. So we will not go into depth about dates at this time, but let's take a look at how they work for hierarchies. So we have order date that we can pull onto columns here, and you can see that it's blue, meaning that it's discrete. So each one of these is a header instead of it being an axis across the top. Now let's drag profit onto rows. So now we can see our profit over time for each of these years. And Tableau has some hierarchies built into dates already. So when I click this plus on columns, it'll split it out into quarters. So this is a header, and these are all subheaders underneath that header because it is distinct and discrete right now instead of continuous. So it's split out year, 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 and quarters, 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 quarters. This allows you to quickly compare quarter 1 across all of the years, and quarter 2 across all of the years, and quarter 4 across all of the years. Another way you could add some more detail to this is by taking maybe category and pulling it onto color. And now we have one line for each category. And we can see that drop in technology is a big part of the responsibility for that drop we were seeing in quarter 2 of 2016. So let's take that back off, and let's take quarter back off, and let's explore continuous dates. So here in dates, we have our top section of dates, and then you see it repeats, and we have the bottom section of dates. So we've got year, but we also have year here, quarter, and quarter. Now the top ones are all discrete, and when I change it to a bottom one, year, same thing, same year, it changes it to be green, and now it's continuous. So now instead of this being a header for 2013 and a header for 2014, it's an axis. So the difference here is when I press the plus and it changes it to quarter, instead of adding quarter to year, now it's doing quarter for each year and making one continuous line. And we can keep going and drill down to month. You can go pretty far. Now when we add category as color, we get our 3 lines for the 3 categories. And we also have highlighting turned on here still, so when we click on technology, we can highlight technology with the others in the background, so we don't lose the context of the other categories. Let's take that back off. Next, let us talk about calculated fields. So we'll make a new sheet, and we're going to create our first calculated field. We can create a calculated field by clicking this arrow, which gives us some options, and clicking Create Calculated Field, or we can come and click in the white space below dimensions or below measures, and we right click and click Create Calculated Field. Let's name it Profit Ratio. So this is for if we wanted to create a visualization that showed the profit ratio, but we don't have that measure readily available to us. To bring in fields for our calculation, you can do it in one of 2 ways. One is to start typing it, and it will start auto-prompting you for the different measures or for different calculations or values you can use, or you can come and drag it in. So if we want profit and we want sales, if we do profit divided by sales, that is a profit ratio unaggregated. Okay, and let's make a second calculated field. We could come here and click duplicate, and that will duplicate our field, but I just want to start over again, so I'll click Create Calculated Field, and I will call it Profit Ratio Aggregated. And in this one, we're going to do sum, click, of profit, click, divided by sum of sales. Okay, so now what's the difference between profit ratio aggregated and profit ratio unaggregated? How will those behave differently in Tableau? Let's look at this by looking at a single order. So first let's bring on all the orders and all the products under that order. And let's look at this order. So I want to filter this whole dashboard to only this order, so I can right click on it and click keep only. That creates a filter up here that only has that box checked. And if I want to get rid of this later, I can just pull it right off of filters and everything will come back. But I want to, so keep only. And now let's take a look at profit ratio aggregated. I double clicked on it and I added it here, and profit ratio unaggregated. Again, double clicking, and now they're side by side. Let's give us a little bit of more room. So when I dragged that out, it gave us more room so we could see them side by side in the entire titles. Okay, so I chose to look at one order and these product names because the combination of order and product name is unique, one per row. We know that Tableau will aggregate the data up to the lowest level in the visualization, and I brought it all the way down to the lowest level of the data source, so we have no aggregation right now. So when we're looking at it without any aggregation, these two calculations are the same. Profit ratio aggregated, let's look at that again. We'll click edit, and that's the one where we sum profit and sum sales before we divide. And then we've got profit ratio unaggregated. So let's also look at profit and look at sales. This is a technique that I use when I'm trying to understand how my calculated fields are working. Try to break it down to the lowest level possible and see if it's doing what I expect. So we've got profit and we've got sales. Now, both of them are at 0.5 or 50%, and that's because profit is 8 and sales is 16 for Adam's telephone messaging. Now, let's take off product name. When we take off product name, we can see that they start to vary. We've got profit ratio aggregated and profit ratio unaggregated. So here we have profit and sales. The profit ratio should be profit divided by sales. So let's open up a calculator and make it a little smaller. So if we take profit at 219.1 and divide it by sales at 508.6, we get 0.4, not 1.8. So where does this 1.8 come from? Well, let's put product name back on here. What happens is, with profit ratio aggregated, it sums up the profit and then divides it by the sum of sales. So that's what we did. When we took off profit ratio unaggregated, we had the sum of profit and divided it by the sum of sales, which is what we want. Profit ratio unaggregated, however, does the calculation, profit divided by sales, and then sums it afterwards. You can see it right here. It's the sum of profit ratio unaggregated. So it makes this calculation, and then it adds up 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 0.3 plus 0.5. And that's where we get our 1.8, which is what we see when we pull off product name. 1.8. So for most calculations, you want to do profit ratio aggregated, where you determine how it's aggregated before you do the calculation. So let's remove profit ratio unaggregated and delete it. Let's go to profit ratio aggregated and just call it profit ratio. Perfect. Now we no longer need anything that we have on our visualization right now, so let me show you a quick trick to clear the board. Tableau has this button up here, which is called Clear Sheet. You can also do on Windows Alt-Shift Backspace, and you just click Clear Sheet and it will start you over with that sheet. And that really helps when you've dragged a bunch of things on and really made a mess when you're trying things out. Okay, so we're going to build a visualization, and we're going to look at region, and we're going to look at it by profit ratio. And so now we have this bar chart by profit ratio. Let's color this by region. We can also pull on profit and sales, and we can see all three of them side by side, split out by region. Now let's say we also wanted to see each region by sales per customer. So let's create some calculated fields that will help us do that. Let's create our first calculated field that's going to get us a count of customers. Let's call it total number of customers. And so we have customer name and customer ID. Let's do count distinct of customer ID. And that gives us the total number of customers. Apply. So right now, we could take total number of customers and see which categories have the highest number of customers. Perfect, but that's just one part of our calculation. We want to see total sales divided by total number of customers. So let's make our second calculated field, and we're going to call it sales per customer. We're going to do our sum of sales, which we can drag in, and divide that by total number of customers. Now you see that calculated field we just made pops up inside of our calculation dialog box. And we hit apply, and it shows up, so we hit OK. And let's replace total number of customers with sales per customer. And now we can see our sales per customer ratio and which ones have the highest. For this next part, I'm going to make a couple of visualizations in a row that all apply to the same information using a couple of different tactics. So first, let's use show me. So I want to look at region and sales for this visualization. So I'm going to control click region after I clicked sales. So one more time, I'm going to click on sales and I'm going to control click region. And I'm going to click show me. And it's going to give me all of the different visualizations I could make with region and sales. Let's pick tree map. Great, so now we have a tree map that shows us our sales by region. And we have the size and the color of the box is both sales. So let's say we wanted the size to be sales, but the color to be profit. So let's grab profit and drag that onto sales. So now we can see our most profitable to our least profitable. Let's edit our colors, and we're going to change it from red to blue diverging, red to blue. But let's go to advanced and make the center number 0. This means that it will never be red unless it's less than 0. So let's hit apply. So it's all blue, and if anything ever goes negative, then it will be red. Okay. Let's call this sheet sales profit by region. Perfect. Now we're going to start using our geographical fields. So we have state, city, country, and postal code. Let's double click on state and see what happens. Awesome. So it is generated these two fields. Tableau has generated longitude and latitude for us. And it's been able to recognize the states in the United States and where they're located and given it a longitude and latitude. So next we will look at sales by state by double-clicking on sales. And what it's done was change the size of the dot based on sales. Now I think I'm going to move sales from size to color, and it has automatically changed it to a filled map instead of dots on a map. Perfect. So now we can see the states with the biggest amount of sales. Let's put it back onto size, and we have our circles again. Let's put sales onto size, not state onto size, and we have our circles again. But let's make them a little bit bigger. These two marks on the Tableau size line are to give you an idea of how big and how small you should go before it gets too difficult to see. So when we go bigger than the bigger line, it detects that you're getting close to having overlap. But it's up to you as the builder. Okay, so we have size for sales again, and for profit onto color again. So you can see anything that is more profitable is darker, and anything that is less profitable, or less than 0 in this case, is orange. Let's do what we did with color before. Change it to red, blue diverging, and set our center point to 0. Okay, so now we know that if anything is red, it was negative in profit. Perfect. Let's name this sheet sales profit by state. Great. Now let's look at sales and profit by category. So we have category and we've made columns. So this is when we drag something to the columns shelf, just remember we want one column per category. And let's double click on sales and it's going to put it into text. And that's not what I want. So let's take sales and drag it onto rows and it automatically makes a bar chart. So now we have one bar with the axis of sales for furniture, office supplies, and technology. Now let's take profit and also put it on rows. So now we have two bar charts, one for sales and one for profit. We can change which one is a bar and which one is maybe a bubble chart by clicking on its appropriate marks card. So if we want to change them both, we can click on all and change them both to maybe circles, and you can see how they go up and down. But if we want to just change one of them, let's put those back to automatic. We'll go to profit and change that one to the circles. So now we can see those profit numbers. And if we want them to be overlaid on the same area, we would right click on profit, the second measure on the rows, and click dual axis. So now let's put them onto the same axis. You can see that their axes are not lined up. Let's go to sales and change it back to a bar. So now we have two charts occupying the same space. One of them is a bar chart and one of them is a bubble chart. And we can see our sales versus our profit. At least they're not the same amount of dollars, obviously, but we can see a higher sales and a higher profit. We also have medium sales and a medium profit. We have a medium sales but a really low profit, and it's interesting to see that contrast. So let's rename this sheet as sales profit by category. And finally, we're going to make our details sheet. So we're going to go down to subcategory level and bring it onto rows. And remember, subcategory can expand out to the actual products. Let's bring that back in. And we're going to bring sales onto columns, which makes us a sales bar chart, and profit onto columns, which makes us a profit bar chart. Now let's color them by their appropriate individual color. So we'll go to the sales marks card and drag sales onto color. Now sales is colored by sales. We'll do the same thing here we did before. We'll go red, blue, diverging, and make the center 0. We actually don't have to do that for sales because sales will never be negative, but it's pretty important for profit. So we'll go to the profit marks card and take profit onto color and do the same thing there. We have red, blue, diverging, advanced, center is 0. Great. So now if it's negative, it will be there. So let's sort this by profit. And so both of them have sorted with profit in mind. And we can easily see our subcategories that have a negative profit. Let's rename this, and we'll call it our details sheet. So now we have these 4 visualizations that all have to do with similar information. I think I want these bigger on the states. So we'll just keep making that bigger. Perfect. Now we're going to make our first dashboard. So for our dashboard, we have information over here that shows you what sheets you can bring on. These get a little bit more complex, so they'll be covered in more in-depth type of videos. And then we have our size. So we could make a range of sizes based on maybe what you're viewing this on. But we're just going to change it to a fixed size. And we're going to make it 1400 by 1000. And this is our dashboard size. So let's bring on sales profit by region, sales and profit by state. Now a map needs a little bit more horizontal space than region does. Let's bring sales and profit by category underneath the region and the detail underneath the state. Give our map more space again. Perfect. Now Tableau has this neat feature called Uses Filter. So you can click use this filter here, and now if I click on any of these, it will filter the other dashboards based on these features. So if I just want to look at the south, and I click on south, it zooms into all my south states. Now my categories have updated to be just the south ones, and my details have updated as well. So we could see that central has pretty big sales, you know, bigger than the south, but the profit is lower than the south. So we can click on central and focus on central. Let's use that uses filter on all three of these dashboards that lead us up to the detail. So building a quick dashboard like this, let's make this taller, would allow you to do some sort of analysis such as, let's take a look at Central because they have relatively high profits but low sales. So we click on Central and then we see, oh man, Texas is having a really hard time. So let's click on Texas, and now we're seeing in Texas that we have negative profit in these categories. So we can control click on furniture and office supplies, and we can see all of our products that are really just killing us in Texas, all of our subcategories. And if we want to go deeper into products, we'll just click that plus sign, and now we see all the products, and we'll sort again, and we can see all the products by subcategory that are really just killing us and are maybe not worthwhile to make anymore. So we're gonna have to reconsider making the 3.6 cubic foot counter height office refrigerator. At least for Texas, it's not very helpful there. And then when you back out of that subcategory section, you can also click somewhere neutral in the dashboard or click on each thing that you had selected to unselect it and go back to the main part of your visualization and start it all over again. Now let's move on and take a look on how to create parameters and sets. So new sheet, and let's make a quick visualization that will apply our parameters and our sets to. So let's take a look at all of our customers by their sales, and let's sort customer name descending by sales. Great. So now we're going to make a parameter that will allow the user of the dashboard to choose how many customers they want to see, how many of our top customers that they want to see. So let's click this down arrow and click create parameter, and we will name it top N customers. Great. We're going to make it an integer, and we're going to give them the option to choose the number of customers within a range. Our low is going to be 5, so we'll let them see 5 or up to 20, and we're going to let them skip with step size of 5. Let's start their current value right in the middle with 10. Okay, so now if you want to see how this parameter looks, you can come down to parameters. Before we only had dimensions and measures on the left side of our Tableau workspace, but now we have parameters that has appeared once we create a parameter. We can right click on that parameter and click show parameter control, and we can see our top N customers. Right now our parameter control isn't built into any of our visualizations, but you can see how it works. We allow them to go down to 5 and up to 20 with steps of 5. Great. Now we're going to create a set. A set is a custom field that defines a subset of data based on some conditions. So the set we're going to build is going to be based on customer name. So when you right click on customer name, you can come down and click create, hover on create, and create a set. So far when we created a parameter and a calculated field, you clicked here with this down arrow, and you saw create calculated field and create parameter, but it's not there. A set has to be based on an existing field, so you come and you click on the field you want it to be based on, and then hover on create and you see set. So here's how we can create a set. Let's name it top N customers by sales. So we're going to allow them to select the top N customers and have that select our top customers by sales. So we want this set to include anything that is in the top, however many they define by the parameter, by sales. So you can come over here to top and change it to by field. We want it to be top, but not just top static 10. We're going to click here and our parameter shows up. So it's going to be top N customers. And then you can choose another field here for it to be defined by, and it's sales, and we want it to be by sum of sales. If we wanted it to be by the average profit, we can come here and click profit and change this to average, and now we would see our top end customers by average profit. But we want sales and sum. Okay, so we've created our set, and we can drag it onto rows to see how it works. And we can see these are our top 10 customers by their sales. And we have this in/out that's generated by our set. So if we take our set, first let's see how this line moves when we change our number here. So right now it's 10. When we move it up, we see our line moves down to include the top 15. And now we can quickly see our top 20. We'll go back to 10, and let's grab the set and drag it onto our filters. So now we have filtered the data down to our top 10. If this were applied to a dashboard, this would allow the end user to see the top 10 quickly and then maybe expand it out to the top 20 if they're interested in that information. Now let's move on to creating a donut chart. So a donut chart is basically a pie chart with a white center. So let's start by building a pie chart, which in Tableau is pretty easy, especially if you use Show Me. So let's create a pie chart for each category by sales. So you're going to click category, and then we're going to control click sales. So we have them both selected. We'll come over to Show Me and click pie. And there we have our pie chart. We'll close Show Me. Let's come up here and click entire view so we see our pie very clearly here. If we wanted to have one pie for each region, we can take region and drag that onto columns. So we have one column for each region and then one pie for each of them. You can see that the pie varies in size based on sales, as well as the angle is for sales. So East has more sales in general than South, and this helps you to see that technology has smaller sales in the South than it does in the East. So I recommend keeping, if you're going to make pie charts, allowing the size of the pie chart to be affected, as well as the angle by whatever measure you're using. But for our purposes for donut charts, we're going to want them to all be the same size. So we took sales off of size, and now we have all of our pie charts the same size. Now we're going to make what's called a dual axis chart, and to make a dual axis chart we have to have two axes. So let's grab number of records, and we'll grab it and drag it to rows, and we will change it from sum to minimum. And that's because every record will have a minimum number of rows of 1, and then they all end up on the same axis. Great. And now we're going to make a second number of records by minimum. And we can do that by doing those steps again, by dragging number of records up here and changing it to minimum again. Or a quick trick that I can show you is if you want to duplicate anything you have on the chart here, you can just hit Control and then click and drag it, and it will duplicate it. So if you wanted your number of records to also be down here onto your details or on your labels, you can Control click it and then leave it there. Great, so now we have our two axes, and we have our two marks cards that each affect their own set of visualizations. So let's go to this top one affects these. So let's show that by changing the size. And it's made these bigger. And this bottom one affects these. And we'll do that by changing it to circle. So now each of these are a circle. Let's take category off of color, and we can take sum of sales off of detail. And let's change the color to white. And now we're going to put this white circle on top of our pie chart by clicking here on our second measure and clicking dual axis. And now it's got them lined up one on top of the other. And we have our donut chart. So if we want our donut slices to be a little thinner, we can change the size of our inner circle and make it bigger. Perfect. And so now we have one pie chart for each region, one donut chart for each region. And if we wanted to take this header and put it inside of our pie chart, what we can do is take region and put it on the label for the circle, and it's putting it down here. You can come and edit that by clicking on label and changing its alignment. So let's put it in the middle. Perfect. So now we can see our header here, so we don't need it down here anymore. You can right click and click Show Header, and it hides that header. We also don't want to see our labels for our axes. So we right click and click Show Header there, and now we just see our pies. So to get how the number of sales here for each of them, let's go to, remember, our pie marks card, and let's take our sales and add it to label. So now each of our slices of pie can tell you how much sales they have. If you take the sales here that's on label, right click and click Format, we can change that to currency. And let's get rid of our decimal places. Perfect. Now close formatting, and let's say we want the total amount of sales to be in the middle here with central. So we go back to affecting our circle, grab sales, drag it to label. So now we have 4 donut charts formatted to allow us to quickly see the sales numbers for each segment and also for the donut as a whole. You can also change the colors that Tableau selects for each slice by coming to the marks card that has color for the pie, so category color, and clicking edit colors. And you could change it to any of these automatic ones, where if you double click on one, it gives you all of the options for colors that you could possibly want. There's also several different palettes you could choose from. So let's say we like this one, and you can just click Assign Palette, and it will grab those off of there. Those look very similar to what we have already, so I'm going to pick a different one. And click Assign Palette, click Apply, and this allows you to make some color changes and fit your business a little bit more specifically. Perfect. And let's say we make our pies bigger. Increase that size, and we'll also increase the center size. Oh, not that much. Perfect. Now we'll use a similar technique to create the two-dimensional pie chart. A two-dimensional pie chart can be used so that you can show 2 pie charts at the same time, or a pie chart that's kind of split up by different categories. This has been available in some other tools, and Tableau can do it too. So let's just demonstrate that. We're going to start again by creating our generic category by sales. So we'll control click sales, we come over to show me and click pie, and it makes our pie for us. It remembers the colors that you have determined in other pages, so that's a nice feature. Again, let's make it entire view so we can see our pie nice and big. And now we're going to create our dual axis again. So we grab number of records, put it on rows, and see how it adds an axis, but each one of these categories has a different value for the number of records. However, they have the same minimum value for number of records, and it puts them all back onto the same spot. Great. And then we will control click and drag to make our 2 axes. And let's come to our top one and make it bigger. That affected both of them because we still have sales on size for both of them. So sales is affecting the size of the pie chart as well as the size of the angles. So let's take sales off of size for both of them and make the second pie chart a little smaller. Perfect. Now let's also affect our second pie chart by having the color defined by region instead of defined by sales. Let's talk about how I'm replacing it with region. So you could change the color by dragging region onto color, and that replaces it. Or let's go back and we can drag region right on top of the thing we're trying to replace, and it will replace it there. Great. So now we have the smaller circle that's going to go on top, split up by region with the angle defined by sales, and the category is on the top one with the angle defined by sales. Let's pick some nicer colors. Maybe we'll use the same palette we used for category. This one seems right, but we'll pick different ones than those 3. So we click on the one we want to change and click on the color we want to change it to. I'm just going to keep following this right down. Apply. Great. And then we put it on top of the other one by clicking dual axes. Now, sometimes it's easier to see these when they have a border. So we can come to color, we click border and add maybe some black lines. So allow you to see the inner pie separate from the outer pie. Maybe our border could have white lines. How does that look? And we can make them both bigger, like we did before. Whoa, not that big. And you can also add labels like we did before. We'll take sales onto our labels here. And you can see that hovering allows you to see all of the information you need. Now, one more thing. So while we like to hide this axis, we'd also like to maybe hide this grid line that's occurring. So you can click right click and format. And let's go to our lines. Change that 0 line to none. Perfect. Get rid of some of the clutter on this visualization. I still feel like this outer pie should be a little bigger. And we want to clean up our tooltip so it doesn't have min number of records in it. This piece should be 100% behind the scenes. So we can come to tooltip. Right as you click on it, it'll pop up with everything that's in your tooltip. And we're just going to erase min number of records. I erased too much. You need to leave your angle brackets. Okay. And now this piece of the pie no longer has that. The inner one, let's do that there too. Min number of records, remove that right out. And there you have it, a two-dimensional pie chart. And here are our donut charts. This demonstration goes to show you that even when Tableau doesn't have visualization you're looking for in their basic show me options, you can still get to it. So donut charts aren't included up here, and neither is a two-dimensional pie chart, but without too much extra work we can make it happen. These visualizations are a little bit more complex than your everyday visualizations, and so I recommend going through this tutorial with the dataset and following along. If you want access to the dataset, just comment below and the Simplilearn team will get back to you. Also, comment below with any questions you have. At this point in the presentation, we're going to put together some dashboards. So first, let's build our worksheets for this dashboard. We're going to build a worksheet called Sales by Year, which adds the name up here, and we're going to take our order date and drag it onto columns. And now we want this to be a continuous axis, so we're going to change it to our continuous year, and now we have an axis, and we're going to look at sales. So now we have our sales by year. If we want labels on each of these dots, we can drag sales onto labels. And if we want to have different color lines for each region, for example, we can drag region onto color. And that splits our lines up into the different regions and gives us a legend over here. Perfect. Now we're going to duplicate this sheet by right-clicking down here and clicking duplicate. Now we have sales by year 2. Let's rename it to profit by year, and then let's drag profit right over top of sum of sales so that it replaces it with profit. Now, it's been replaced with profit, and all of these different data points are here. However, it's still showing the title of sum of sales, and that can be very confusing. So always make sure that your labels are consistent with your data. So let's take profit and drag it over top of the labels as well. That's more consistent with our axis. So now we have sales by year, and we have profit by year. Let's do a couple of things to clean these up, like right-click here, go Format, and we'll change our numbers to Currency Custom. And now it's marked as dollars. One thing you can do in Tableau is, let's undo that. Since sales is going to be dollars pretty much everywhere we use it, we can define our default property for these numbers. So when we right click on the measure here, you can go to default properties and you have the options to change the defaults for any of these things. And we're going to change our number format. Change it to currency custom, no decimal places, hit OK, and that also has updated this sheet. Now that only works on places where you haven't specifically defined it to be formatted differently. So we could still define it to be different here on this sheet than it is on any other sheet. Let's do the same thing for profit. Change our default properties to the same thing. Great, now let's build our dashboard. We're going to call this our overall dashboard. Change our size. This size is a personal preference of mine. I think it fits nicely on the laptops that I use and that is used by most of our customers. Now let's drag sales by year. Now watch what happens when I drag it on here. It brings sales by year, but it also brings the legend for the region that was created. The same thing should happen with profit by year. It's detected that the same legend is being used, so it didn't bring over a second legend. And we have highlighting turned on. Let's see if this works for both charts. We click on Central, and you see it highlights Central in both charts. That's great. So now we have a dashboard showing us profit by year and sales by year. But let's say we want to be able to filter this dashboard to just maybe one category. So let's go back to our sales by year sheet, and let's drag category onto filters. And now it's going to let us select, we're going to select all and hit OK, and then right click on category and click show filter. So now it is over here, and we're going to do a similar thing on profit by year, but we'll do the shortcut where you come over here to category, you right click on it and you just click show filter, and it puts it here and it puts it here. So now we have a filter here for category and a filter here for category. And so when we go to overall, we can come to our drop down here, more options, hover over filters, and you can see category. Now here's an interesting thing that we'll see. Even though we have a category filter on both charts, when I take furniture out, you can see only sales by year changed. And profit by year stayed the same. Now why would that be? That's because we have two different filters for category, one on the sales worksheet and one on the profit by year worksheet. I'll show that by clicking here, going to filters, and grab category. Now we have category that will affect profit by year and not sales by year. That's not what we want. We want one filter to affect them both. So let's back it up a bit. Take these back off. Let's go to profit by year, and we're going to take off category. Let's go to sales by year, and we're going to say we want this same filter to affect both worksheets. So we're going to right click here, hover over apply to worksheets, and click selected worksheets. Now we select sales by year is selected, and we select profit by year. Okay, so when we go to the profit by year sheet, you can see that it now has category on there. Let's go to overall, let's come here, filters, category, and now we have a filter that affects both worksheets. There we go. Let's format this filter a little bit. We'll come to more options, and we're going to select, we want them to be able to select multiple values still, but let's do it in a drop down. So now you still have those options, but it is a little bit more compact. Let's do a couple more filters. So we can do by category, let them filter out regions. Let's do it the shorter way. Right click, show filter, there it is. Apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, both of these. Okay, dashboard, filters, and by region. Multiple values drop down, and let's let them change their time selection. So this one's a little bit different. Since we've already determined that we wanted year and we wanted it to be continuous, filters for continuous fields are a little bit different than filters for these discrete fields. And that's because continuous fields are a range instead of just a list. So we don't list out a continuous field, we make a range for it. So we've already defined that we want it to be continuous year. And if I come over here and click on right-click order date and click show filter, it's doing discrete year by default. So remove filter. If you drag order date onto filters, it lets you pick what you want it to look at. Let's come up here to year. That's already marked as continuous, and click show filter. And now it is year, but it's based on a range, and we have this slider. And you can see how that slider affects our visualization. Let me show you a trick to make this apply to both. Not a trick, but just if you have not applied it to both worksheets, but you already added it to the visualization, see it's here, but it's only affecting one worksheet. You can change the worksheet's settings right on the filter instead of having to go to the worksheet where the filter exists. And it will only give you the options of the worksheets that are on the dashboard. So there we have it. Now it affects both. And now we have our overall dashboard. Now let's say you want to be able to see the total sales on this chart as well as the sales split up by each of the regions. We can do that as well. So let's go back to our sales sheet. As a quick tip, you can go to the sheet by clicking this Go to Sheet button here or here in the event that you want to go to a sheet but you don't want to scroll back and forth to find where it is. So go to Sheet. Now we're going to do a dual axis chart again like we showed earlier, and I'm going to Control, click and drag. So now we have sum of sales twice. This marks card affects the top one. So we can see that by, if I change the opacity, how it changes the color right here. This is the top one. And this marks card is the bottom one. And we're going to remove region off of color. And that makes our combined one line again. Perfect. Now if we want this to be on the same space as this, we right click here, the second measure in the rows section, and click dual axis. So let's put it right on top. I can see this versus this. Now if we wanted to on hover show that this is overall sales, we can click on tooltip. Region is missing because we don't have it with the color by region anymore. So we'll erase that and put, oh, we don't want it to be orange. Let's make it black. Overall sales. Okay, so when you hover here, it says overall sales. So we can see the difference easily. Let's make it a little bit more of a color that'll stand out. Just a little darker than the others, perhaps. So when we go back to our work or our dashboard, we can see sales and we can see our overall sales. Let's do the same thing for profit by year. Go to Sheet and Control, drag, release. We'll go to our marks card for this second sheet and pull off region. Make it darker. Change our tooltip. Not orange. Overall profit. Okay. And right click, dual axis. There we go. Now I forgot to do one thing on the last dashboard. When you make a dual axis dashboard, it doesn't necessarily sync up these axes. And so this axis over here is for the overall line, and this axis over here is for the region line. So if we want it to stay that way, we should edit our axes, and instead of calling it just profit over here, we will change it to overall profit, and over here, profit by region, just so that it's clear which axis goes to which one. Or you can come here and click synchronize axis. So it's very clear that this is much bigger than these. And if you synchronize the axis, let's go back before we named him. Okay, synchronize the axis. Then we don't need both of these headers. So we can come here and click show header and we just have the one. Let's do the same thing on sales by year. Synchronize. Always good to make sure that your axes are either synchronized or well labeled. And let's hide it. Let's see what it looks like now. Great. Okay, one thing to keep in mind. When we do filter to just one region, the lines are going to end up at the same spot. If we filter to 2, then it's only the sum of those 2. So perhaps the header overall sales and overall profit isn't quite accurate because it isn't overall necessarily when we have it filtered. Why does this happen? Why doesn't this line always show the total no matter what you select here? Well, that's because this filter applies to the whole dashboard. So it filters this line to those regions just as much as it filters these lines. So I'm going to remove out that tooltip line because it could be a little misleading. Let's continue on and make a dashboard that digs a little bit more into sales specifically. Great, so we'll make our first sheet. We'll call it Sales by Region. And we're going to make another pie chart. So let's do it using Show Me. We'll click on Region, and then we will Control click on Sales, open up Show Me, click Pie. Let's close it again. Great, so now we have the sales by region pie. We'll make it the entire view, and when you hover you can see that it's showing us sales in dollar amounts. Now it would be more like a pie for it to be percentages. So a lot of pies, each of these slices is shown as a percentage of the whole at 100%. So let's come here to our slice size. We'll right click on it and we're going to use what's called a quick table calculation and change it to % of total. So now when you hover, you can see that the West is 31% of the pie. Great. Let's also label each of these slices. So I'm going to Control, click, and drag region onto label and add region to the labels. I'm going to undo that and show you what would happen if I just dragged region onto labels without copying it, without holding Control. It will move it and get rid of our colors. And we don't want that. So we're going to Control and drag. Another way to do this, let's go back, is by taking region and dragging it onto label just straight from over here. But in this case, for the sum of sales where we've applied the quick table calculation, we want that quick table calculation to also show up in our label. So I'm going to Control and drag, and it brings that quick table calculation along with it. If I were to undo, just drag sales on, it's going to go back to that dollar amount, and I'm going to have to add another quick table calculation. So instead, Control and drag. That's probably one of my very favorite Tableau tricks. Great. Now let's add a filter for region. So I'm going to right click here and click Show Filter. And we will make sure that this gets added to all of our sheets once we've made them all. Okay, next sheet. We're going to call this sheet Sales by State. Let's do a map. Great. So one way to get your map started is to double click on any of these dimensions that have a globe next to them. So since we want to go with state, we can double click on state and it starts mapping out state. So what it does is it adds latitude and longitude to our rows and columns that are generated here. And another way to get going, so let's go back, is to click on the geographic part you want and then Control click on sales like we did for for our pie chart. Come over to Show Me and choose one of our maps. We could do it with the circles, but we're going to do a filled map. Click on that. So now we have our filled map based on state. We can choose one of these different palettes if we'd like. Let's try this one. Or blue teal. Or we could do green, so that darker green means more money. Great. So now we have all of our states colored by sales. Let's also Control and drag sales onto label. And you can see we have the $ and the money formatting that we made earlier. And let's Control and drag state onto label. Now maybe we want the state to be on top, so we can click on label and it pops up with all these different options. And if we want to edit the text, you can click here on the ellipses and edit it there. So let's cut state and paste it at the top there. I think I lost my center alignment, so we'll do that again. Hit apply, see what we think. Great. Okay, so now you can see that it puts the state on top. You can also see in some of these places where they're super close together that you can't see all of the state's labels, and that's because this option here in labels is unchecked. Allow labels to overlap other marks. So Tableau senses when the marks are too close together and it's going to become too hard to read, and will hide anything that overlaps with each other. If we click this option, now you see everything, but it gets a little crowded over here. So let's unselect that, and you'll be able to see what the sales are upon hover. Great. Now we have our sales by state. For filters for this one, let's right click on sales here and click show filter. So basically, wherever you're using your metrics, your dimensions or your measures, you can right click on them and create your filters. So now we could, the lowest amount for a state is $920 for sales for this time period, and we could filter out ones that have sales lower than that. But I think this isn't what I want. Let's remove that filter. Let's do it for the state. Show filter. Great, so now we could filter out a state. We could just show Arizona or show them all. Excellent. Let's move on to our next visualization. New sheet. Rename it to be called Sales by Subcategory. Great. So we're going to drag on category onto columns and subcategory. We could either drag on subcategory here, or because of our hierarchy, press plus. Now we have subcategory and category, and let's bring on sales. It's defaulting to this bar chart, which is perfect. That's what I want. And now we could color it by subcategory, and this is a discrete coloring. We could also color it by sales, and this is a continuous coloring, so the darkest corresponds with the height. Now we don't need to do this. There is already an indicator of who has the most sales, and that's based on the bar height. So if we wanted to color it by subcategory, then each one of them gets their own color. We could color it by category to add to the distinction between the different categories, so that's very clear where they start and stop. Let's do by subcategory. Excellent. So now we have 3 different dashboards. Oh, let's add some filters for subcategory. So let's bring on category as our filter. So we'll right click here, click show filter. There's category. And let's do a filter for our date. So we're going to come here to order date. Let's drag it onto filters, and let's click years. Now these are all the years options. We'll click all and hit OK. Right click here and click show filter. So now instead of doing a range where we could drag that line, now we have discrete filter, and so we can check and uncheck boxes to choose what years we want to see. Awesome, let's start with our dashboard. Let's call this dashboard our sales dashboard and change our size. If you have any questions about different sizes, what's available here, be sure to ask that in the comments below. And let's start with pulling on our sales by region. So last time we pulled on a chart, we saw that it added the legend for us. But this time you can see it added both the legends and the filter. So last time we created the filters after we built the dashboard, but this time you can see that the filter gets brought in when we brought in the dashboard. Let's do our sales by state, side by side here, and let's do sales by subcategory underneath. So I dragged it. You can see how I pull it towards the bottom of the dashboard, and it kind of fills in the space where it's going to be and then brings it in. So now it's brought in all our filters and all of our legends. It defaults to putting the filters and legends over here. We're going to click select layout container. It's going to select what they're all inside of, and we're going to make it take up this whole side. but it doesn't need that much space. So you can see in Tableau there's a lot of dragging, there's a lot of dropping, and a lot of resizing to get things the way you want them to be. Give our map more room, and we have a mixture over here of legends and filters. Let's move our legends out of there. So we can grab this legend and come and put it on this side. And this legend, come and put it over here, so that we're getting a little bit more near the visualizations they belong to. This legend goes up here with this one. I'm going to actually click here and change it from a tiled, so right here it says tiled object, to a floating object. That lets it sit on top of a visualization. I'm going to put it on top of this visualization right up here. Excellent. And then we have this one that's showing us the size of sales. That's because on this dashboard it says that size is determined by sales, but since it's just one circle, there's no size comparison. So it's not like we have several circles and we have to look and see which one's the biggest so that we can tell the amount of sales. So we don't need this legend and we can just remove it from the dashboard. Let's clean up some of these. We have several different versions of what your filters could look like. So my personal favorite is multiple values drop down. It gives you some of the most flexibility. But if you wanted them to only be able to select a single value, you could turn it into a radio button list so that it's a selected all or it's one at a time. You could also do a drop down or a slider and make that happen. A slider is a little bit different from a range. On a range, you can see that we could edit either side, and it's picking everything in between. But with discrete values, if you say everything in between, it doesn't make a lot of sense, because what's everything between furniture and technology? We don't know that office supplies goes between those. There's no order. So let's do multiple value drop downs. For big ones like state, there is the option of searching. So I know I want Utah, and I search and there's Utah, instead of having to scroll through the list. This could be really helpful for if you had a filter by products, and that will allow somebody to look at just one product at a time if they know their name of the product, but also not have to just open up the product list and scroll and scroll and scroll, since there are a lot of products. So we can filter by region by doing this. Oh, this is a great reminder. You saw that this did not change all the visualizations, and we have yet to apply these filters to all the worksheets. So let's do that right now. Apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, and we will click all on dashboard. Hit OK. We'll do this again. Until we have selected them all. Great. So it's really nice you get to choose what worksheets you wanted to apply to, because in the event that you had maybe a total number up here at the top that you just wanted to stay the same all the time, no matter what they selected, you could make that happen by not selecting that worksheet to be changed by these filters. Okay, great. So we can change what region we're looking at by selecting central here. And then we're just looking at central throughout all the visualizations. I love looking at it on a map and seeing just one at a time. It just really makes the region name just stand out to you. But if we wanted to use this as our filter to filter the rest of the dashboards, we can click this Use as Filter button. And now when we click on central here, it stays in context here, but the other two dashboards change. One thing you may notice is that Texas is not the darkest on this chart because of the scale. The scale goes up to 500,000 there. But then when we click on central, the scale updates just for what's selected. So everything else is filtered out, and now the darkest of the dark is only $170,000. And Texas becomes the darkest on the visualization. There are some ways you can change that, but if you're wondering why do my colors look a little differently when I filter, that's why. Great. We could also click Use as Filter here. So if we just wanted to look at Texas, we click this. This updates to just Central. This updates to just Texas down here. And unselect by clicking on maybe another state, or when you click on the state again, it should unselect. And we can do the same thing here, or if we just want to look at one subcategory and say, oh, let me scroll down a bit, storage. Now everything updates to just storage. It's interesting. I wouldn't have known very quickly that there are some states that didn't have any storage sales, but now when we click on storage we can tell. I showed you before that you can control click and look at binders and storage, and it puts those two together. Also, in Tableau, you can drag, and we could select all of these. So we have art, binders, envelopes, fasteners, labels, paper, and storage. And none of those are getting sold here. I don't know what's up with Wyoming. Excellent. So now we have our sales dashboard. And let's get started on our next one. Our next dashboard is going to be the profit version of this dashboard. So some of these visualizations we can use again. So let's go to sales by region. Right click and click duplicate. Rename it to profit by region. Now you have to be careful whenever you go to reuse a visualization because, like I mentioned before, you got to make sure everywhere that sales is used, you have to replace it with profit. I'm also going to drag this sheet to be more at the end here, after the sales dashboard, just to keep them separate so that we have the sheets that lead up to overall, then the sheets that lead up to sales, and then we'll have the sheets that lead up to profit. Great. So we'll grab profit and drag it onto angle size, and that updates the angle size. Drag it onto the size of a circle. Shouldn't make a difference since we only have one circle, and onto the text. Now when I dragged it on, it didn't do the percent of total anymore, so let's change that to the quick table calculation of percent of total for there and for the label. Percent of total. There we go. Now we have our percents of total again by region. Okay, here's another thing. Since we duplicated that filter, it's going to be using that exact same filter. You see, it's using region from sales by region, all the sales dashboards. But we don't want that. So let's remove out all the filters here and these action filters that are generated by our filtering. Those come from this. These are called action filters. And it's generated when we click this uses filter button. Okay, back to profit by region. Great, we're clear of filters. And let's add back in a region filter. And this one no longer has the icon that shows you that it affects multiple sheets, which is what we want for now. So you might want, perhaps there would be a situation where you would have two dashboards and you would want these filters that you put on here to affect both dashboards. And in this case, that's not what I want. Great, so another one we can use the basics for is sales by subcategory. So let's duplicate that. Great. Profit by subcategory already exists. We made this earlier. Tableau will not allow you to make a worksheet that has the same name as another worksheet. You can call it number 1, or since it does put the title up here, you can put an extra space at the end, or it does detect that space. It counts it as a different title even though it's the same title just with a space. That does cause some issues. So like when we're looking here and we're saying, oh, profit by subcategory, I want that. Oh, this is when we made it. But you don't want this one, you want this one, and it gets a little confusing. The nice thing is when you're dragging things onto your dashboard, when you hover, you should get a little picture here of what dashboard, what visualization you're looking at. And it really helps you to make your decisions and not just have to do it by name. If you're a little bit disorganized and you have all of these called sheet 5, sheet 7, you won't know exactly what that is right away. So that little preview is very helpful. Great, profit by subcategory. We'll do the same thing by removing out all our filters. So I just click on it and hit delete. You can also control click and then hit delete, or you can drag them off into a space that's not the visualization space. Great, and we only have sum of sales right there, so we'll change that to profit. And we have some negative profits there. We'll keep the colors the same for consistency between the two dashboards. And let's bring on category as a filter. Okay, show filter, there we are. And let's do our order date filter right now. Order date, we'll do years, okay, all the years. So it gives you this option here because it assumes that you're making a filter because you want this dashboard to just be filtered to your selection. You can do that. You can make a filter that isn't exposed to the end user. So let's say you were making a big dashboard and it was just focused on furniture, and you don't want them to be able to select a different category because of your analysis. You can make that happen. You can just click furniture and not show this by clicking hide card here. But in this case, we want to be able to make this interactive in a lot of different ways. Great, profit by subcategory exists. Now, instead of our map, we're going to make an area chart. So I'll rename this and call it profit over time by category. So we're going to bring on our order date into columns, and it goes to our discrete value. Let's change it to our continuous value so we get the axis. Let's grab our profit onto rows, and it makes us a line chart. We're going to change that to an area chart. An area chart is nice because when you split it up by category, by dragging category onto color, you can now see what category is responsible for how much profit, like you do with a line chart. However, its area is what defines that, so you can see that area over time and do comparisons. And also, it stacks them on top of each other so that you can tell that for 2013 our profit was around $50,000 really quickly. Otherwise, we have to add that line, this line here, and it makes these lines smaller and lower, more difficult to see. So back to our profit over time by category. So that's some of the benefits of having an area chart. And if we wanted to go a little more detailed than year, you can hit this plus. And now we have over quarter. We have some negative profits. That's interesting. But let's go back to over the year. Great. And for this one, we're going to make one more pie chart. So we could start from scratch, or we could duplicate our profit by region pie chart, which I'm going to do. We're going to do this for the comparison between a pie chart and an area chart. So it's going to be profit by category, but not over time. So right now it's profit by region. Let's drag category right on top of colors there. And now it's split up. It's having some trouble because it's splitting it by category, but because we brought region onto text, it's also splitting it by region. So we have region, 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 region inside of this category, and we don't want that. So we're going to drag category right on top of region here as well, and now it's just the 3 segments. So whatever you have in this marks card, unless it's on tooltips, will affect your level of detail in the visualization here. When it's on tooltips, sometimes it won't change the level of detail, but it could have an effect on, so if we brought, let's do this right now. So right now the level of detail of this chart does not go to the category by region like it did before. You can bring it onto detail here, and it won't affect color and it won't affect labels, but it will change the detail, and you see how it splits it out again. This is what it would look like if it's by region, by category, and you have much more slices to this pie. We'll go back. But if we take region and put it onto tooltip, it's not at a low enough level for that tooltip to make any sense, so it's going to put that star. You see region is star. That's because this section of the pie covers multiple regions. If we filtered the region to just central, now it populates. So there are sometimes benefits to having it in there, even when at all levels it doesn't make any sense, but we won't leave it there. Excellent. So you can see how the color is what determines, is a big part of what determines how many slices you get. The level of detail for the whole chart is a big factor as well on how many slices you get. Great. Profit by region, profit by category, by subcategory, and by profit over time. And we have our category filter. We don't have our subcategory filter yet. We grabbed category, but let's right click on subcategory and click show filter. There we go. Now we have a filter for category and subcategory. Here's our region one. We have region in 2 places and we don't want that. We want it to apply to all of them. We'll do that when we get to the dashboard. And we have category, year of order, date, and subcategory. Great, those are all the filters I wanted. So let's build our dashboard. We'll call this our profit dashboard once I get it set to the size I want. Profit. We'll start with profit by region. And we'll have our profit by category over time next to it. Great. We'll give that some different space. Have this at the bottom. Have this underneath there. Now it's bunched all these up next to it, so let's again drag it over to the side. It's always good to pay attention to the highlighted section, and it gives you kind of an idea. Oh, you see, I accidentally dragged an individual filter instead of this whole section. So when I grabbed this, I didn't grab all of these. So if you want to grab all of these and they happen to be inside the same section, you can come and click select a layout container. And now I'm grabbing all of them. There we go. We'll do the same thing as before. You know what? I'm going to make these floating, because then it kind of sits inside of that same area. We'll make that one floating. And this one too. This category legend applies to both this chart and this chart. So that's very nice. And this subcategory legend, I won't make floating, I'll just put here by subcategory. And this profit by category doesn't need quite that much space. Let's give our bar chart some room. Excellent. We don't need the size of the circles. Make these drop downs. Now, because I didn't have to on this chart and this chart change profit to dollars, because we set that as the default, it definitely saved us some time. So I recommend setting default number formatting at the beginning of your visualizations. Really nice. Excellent. Now you can rearrange the order of these. So I like to have the date at the top. It's sometimes hard to get it to the top, so I take it the second to the top and I drag the top one down. And then category above subcategory, just for logical sense. Excellent. And we have our profit dashboard. Let's see. There is this checkbox down here called Show Dashboard Title. So if we wanted to have the title at the top here, you can click that button. Any floating objects don't shift down like everything else did. There we go. So we could have that title, we could not have that title. That's up to you. Excellent. So at this point, we have our overall dashboard that looks at sales and profit. We have our sales dashboard, and we have our profit dashboard. Our profit dashboard isn't 100% complete because I forgot to make sure all of these filters apply to all of these worksheets. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, all on dashboard. One thing that is nice from this view, it's really nice to click all on dashboard and you only see the ones on the dashboard. But you can click here and say show all worksheets in workbook, and you can see the rest here. So if you wanted all on the dashboard and you wanted this one or something like that, then you have the option to see them all. Great. Perfect. So before you ever publish a dashboard, it's always good to double check that your filters work. When you filter to just one year, this area chart becomes a lot less useful. But if you're looking at 2 or more, you start to see the shape of it. Great. Now we're going to take a look at linking from our overall dashboard to our sales dashboard. Great. So we'll go to our overall dashboard and we'll be creating what's called an action. So you can make an action on a worksheet. You can see right here, actions, or on a dashboard, actions. So since we're linking between two dashboards, this is going to be a dashboard action. Sorry, just trying to unhighlight there. But if you're ever looking for an action you made and you can't find it, look in the other one. Great, this is our actions dialog box. Here we can see the highlight that has been generated. When it says generated next to it, that means that you didn't come in and define an action. It was made by clicking this highlight button here. That'll generate an action. Or when we look on our sales dashboard, we clicked on this uses filter button. So we should have several actions here that were all generated. We have a couple different kinds of actions when you go to make an action. There's a filter action that we see when we click use as filter, a highlight action that we can see from here in region, and a go to URL action that we haven't used. If you have any questions about go to URL, please post them in the comments below. It basically allows you to be able to select a URL here, and so if you had a dashboard that had to do with maybe stocks, you could put in a URL here and then put your stock ticker symbol there so that you could have a URL that would then take you to a finance website that shows you your stock information. It can get pretty cool. Okay, but we want to link from this dashboard to one of our other dashboards, and you actually do that using a filter action. So we're going to name that action Go to Sales Dashboard. And we want it to happen when we click on our sales sheet. So you see right here it shows us the two sheets that are on this dashboard. When we click on the profits dashboard, we don't want this action to occur. This is our go to sales dashboard. Now you can have an action occur on hover or select. You've seen select happen. That's what our filter uses filter actions use. And on menu. So we're going to do it on menu. And the targeted sheets, it defaults to this dashboard saying when I click on this I want the rest of this dashboard to update, but instead it's going to take us to our sales dashboard. So when we click on this I want these sheets to update. Now we're going to define what filters it's going to apply. By default it's going to apply all of the filters based on what we click. So if we click here it will filter to just 2013. Let's say we click here. It'll filter to just 2013 and it will filter to the region we selected. So let's see what happens when we do that. Okay, it's just going to default. Okay, now when I click on this, it's going to filter to 2013 and west. Go to sales dashboard. This is where it pops up when you have it on menu. It's taken us to our sales dashboard. It is filtered to 2013 and west. Just so you know, actions will not affect these filters here. You see that it thinks all of them are selected because it creates a separate filter. There is such thing as show only relevant values for these filters. So if we click this, it will filter this to only the ones that are relevant. So we can see that it's only 2013 that this dashboard is filtered down to. But if we click all values in the database, this filter doesn't have only one particularly selected. It does have them all selected right now. So we can get here for that information, and to get back, we just need to navigate back to overall. Great, so it works there, but when we click on this up here, go to sales dashboard, we get a blank dashboard. Now, that happens because it's trying to pass region information to that dashboard, but this doesn't have any region detail on this line. It doesn't know what that is, so it's giving it a bad region value. So let's fix this. Go to our actions, we're going to edit our go to sales dashboard, and we're going to select what fields it'll filter on. We will filter on our order date, year, and let me go back to that. We clicked order date year and it goes to the target data source. Sometimes your target data source will be a different data source than the one that you are using for your source data source. Now that gets a little bit complicated. Right now we're just using one data source, so that's not something you need to worry about in a simple visualization like this. Okay, and we're going to add one more. We're going to add region. And it automatically selects region over here, but you could select it yourself. Let's see what happens here. Okay, if one dashboard has region in it and the other dashboard doesn't have region in it or doesn't allow you to filter by region, then sometimes you'll get an error here that will say it's missing out of your target dashboards. So we don't have any errors, so let's see what happens. So we go to click here, go to sales dashboard. What if we take out region, remove region, and we're just doing it based on year? Okay. Click here, go to sales dashboard, and there everything is. So now it will filter to the year that you selected, so this is all 2013, but it will not filter to the region you selected. So even when we come here and we select West, it takes you to the dashboard, but it doesn't filter it to West. You have to do that yourself. So now we have links from sales to sales. Let's make one for profit to profit. Go to sales dashboard, add action, filter. We're going to call this go to profit dashboard. And we're only going to come from the profit table to make this happen. Let's go to profit and let's select our fields. We're going to do the same thing where it's only going to filter it to the year. Now you can see, oh, I started to type in. I didn't show you this before, but you can search text. So I started typing in year and it shows you that under order date you have all these different options. In this dashboard right now, if you remember, we're using the continuous one that is marked by the little calendar. So it knows it's a calendar date instead of just treating it like a discrete field. Okay. Excellent. Go to profit dashboard. And there we go. This visualization, like we said, when it's filtered to just 1 year, isn't quite as useful. But one thing you can do is for West here, we can select both years. I'm going to do it by control clicking. Click, click, go to profit dashboard. And now we've got 2015 and 2016. So that's how you do linking between the two dashboards. If you wanted to be able to include region as well, you could put a note in the tooltip for this, that this doesn't work for region, linking from this area doesn't work, or perhaps you could not have this total line on the same visualization. You could have a separate visualization that shows the total or an area chart instead, and that will let you not have this problem of go to sales dashboard not linking appropriately. So now we're going to create our final dashboard, our segment dashboard, and it's going to use a parameter in it. So we'll get to take a look at parameters on dashboards. So let's rename this. We're going to call it profit and sales by segment. You don't have to name all of your dashboards a description of what they are, but it makes it really nice and easy. And it automatically puts it up here. But if you wanted to change this, you can just come in here and name this whatever you like. And then it will just show up here. So we could call this segment analysis. Click apply or OK, and there it goes. That means this and this does not have to be the same. If we go forward again, segment analysis and profit and sales by segment. That allows you to have some more useful names down here that make it easy when you're looking at them side by side, but have a name to match your dashboard up here. Great, so we're going to make a profit and sales. It's going to be a bars and circles chart, and we're going to bring in our segment that we haven't looked at yet. Consumer, corporate, and home office, and then we're going to look at it segment, and we're going to make a matrix with category, and we get to fill in this space with our visualizations. So we're going to do sales, and it's going to make these bar charts so we can see for technology by consumer, by corporate, by home office, and that is a matrix of bar charts. But we also want to be able to see profit, and right now it's making 2 sets of visualizations, but we want just one, so let's dual axis. And it's automatically changed it to circles. Also, it is not synchronizing the axis now because profit is blue and these profit is not anywhere near the same amount as sales, which makes sense. You shouldn't have profit that's higher than sales. So let's synchronize our axis. And let's change our sales. Our marks card over here is associated with sales. It's nice and easy when the two marks cards are based on a different measure to let you know which one you're affecting. And we'll change that to a bar. And now we have a circle on a bar chart. Now, if we had profit in front of sales, you can see how it's behind. And you can fix that by taking it to the back of sales. Another way you can fix it, say you wanted the profit axis here over here for some reason, you can right click on the axis and put mark type or move marks to front. Another way to change it. We don't need both of these, so let's not show that header. And we don't need this to be labeled profit because it's for both of them. So the way you get rid of that is actually you click edit axis and then you just erase the title. Oh, and you don't hit reset. You just erase the title and then you close it. So now no title here, but we still have the axis. And we have 3 sets of bar charts across. Excellent. The next chart we're going to build. Oh, so right now it automatically added the colors based on measure names. Measure names is a dimension that is created by Tableau, and it's just what it sounds like. We're coloring it based on the different measure names. One of them's named profit, one of them's named sales. And we know that you can come here, click color, and hit edit colors, and it will open this dialog box. But you can also come here and double click on a color, pops open that dialog box. Let's pick a palette. Let's see. There's a lot of different ones of these. Tableau 20. Let's pick colors from this palette. Profit can be... So you click here, make sure it's highlighted, click the color you want. Click here, make sure it's highlighted, click the color you want. Hit apply. And then you can come to color and make it a little more opaque. Whatever. When you make it more opaque, you start to be able to see through your circles. There are benefits, but also drawbacks to doing that. Anyway, so stick with the Tableau orange and blue. Great, we have our first chart. Our next chart is going to be called Top Customers by Sales. And this is where we're going to use our parameter where we made our top N customers. So let's bring in our sum of sales, make a bar chart for that. And then we're bringing in our set. And so we have our in and our out. We're going to break up our set by our segment, as it's part of our segment analysis. And we'll bring in our customer names. And let's sort it. Excellent. Now you can see that when we sorted it, it didn't take this big guy and put it all the way at the top. It just sorted it each within its own section. Great, and so here we have our in and out, and that's not a super user-friendly title for our users of this dashboard. They're like in and out of top N customers by sales. Maybe we want this to say something a little bit more user-friendly. So let's make a calculated field, and we're going to call it the top N customers label. And we're going to go and say if, and we're going to use our set, top N customers by sales. And since it's an in or out set, it treats this like if it's in top N customers by sales. Then top, we're going to do a string. So it's going to be top, and then we want to use the number that's in our parameter. So we have to convert it from a number to a string, and we have to concatenate them together. In Tableau, you can use a plus sign. Top, and always make sure you have a space between what you're concatenating together. That's something that I tend to forget. Top space customers. So if they pick 20, it'll say top 20 customers. So if it's in the set, then top blank customers. Else, if it's not in the set, we will just call it other. And in Tableau, you always need to end your if statement with an end. Here it tells us our calculation is valid. While we're here, I want to show you a little trick. There's this arrow button here that can give you all of the different functions that are available within Tableau. And it even sorts it out by different categories. So if we didn't know how to make this into a string, we could go to type conversion. We could click on string and it gives you an example. Also, when you click on a function in here. Did you see how it's on date? And then I clicked on string and I'm like, what does this do? Click on it and it tells me. So this makes it really useful inside of Tableau. Also, in Tableau you can make a comment in here. So if somebody's like, what's going on here? You can press dash dash or slash slash and type in, this is a more user-friendly title. Hit OK. And there we go. We have our more user-friendly title. We drag it here. We see our top 20 customers and other. And if we don't want to show this anymore, but we still want it in place, you can right click on it up here and click show header and it hides it. So that in-out is still happening there. And let's drag it to our filters. And there we have it. We have our top blank customers. And it tells you right there how many. And we need to come here to parameter, right click and click show parameter control. And that's how we can control these changes. So let's set it to 10 at first. And we have it, our top customers by sales. But it's interesting to know profit as well. So we have really big sales, but how is their profit doing? So let's drag profit onto color. And you can see this person has a negative amount of profit despite their big sales. So that's important for us to know. And we can change our color like we did previously to go from red to blue. And we can change our center to 0. And now we can see the negatives really quickly. Now, they're not the only one either that have a negative profit, but some of our highest sales. That's great to know. Excellent. Those are our visualizations for the segment dashboard. So let's talk about filters really quick. We have this filter. We won't show the filter itself. We don't want to allow them to show in or out. We just are going to allow them to show how many. But we do want to be able to have them filtered by category. So let's show that filter. And by segment, show that filter. And then we'll have our parameter. Great. Let's make our dashboard automatic. As you probably read right there, the dashboard will resize to fit any screen it is displayed on. That can be really handy, especially if your visualization is really dynamic and can change. However, some visualizations, like this visualization for example, if it gets too squished, you stop being able to read things very well. So automatic has its definite pros and cons. So we're going to bring on our profit and sales by segment, and it already pops up with its legend and total customers by sale, and it pops up with its legends and filters, and it pops up with its parameter. Now I'm going to close that and be like, if you don't see your parameter when you first bring it in, the parameter is affecting this sheet, and you can go to parameters and find it. But parameters are workbook wide, meaning that it's going to exist over here too. It doesn't affect this sheet, however, it's still going to show up there because it could affect, it is available for any sheet, and it's the same. There is no determining what worksheets this affects. This will affect any sheet that it is on. So if I've changed it to 10, and if I come down here and go back to the other visualization that uses it, this is why I should name my sheets. Let's see if I can find it. Nope. Here we are, sheet 13. In sheet 13, we have our top 10. So I've got a 10 and I've got a 10 over there, and if I change it to 20, and I go back to my segment dashboard, it is also changed to 20. So it will affect all sheets always. Very important to know. Great. So here's our visualization. Here are some of the more useful legends. So let's make this floating and put it over by the visualization it matters for. We can do the same thing here. Floating right up here. Floating does not work very well for if you were to make this an automatic dashboard so that the size changes all the time, because floating could end up right on top of your visualization and keep you from being able to see what you need to see. And let's make these affect all the dashboards in the workbook. Again, we don't have to do this for our parameter. It will already affect all the dashboards in the whole workbook. And format these. Another thing you should know is that there are more formatting options for these, including edit title. So it's already named it category automatically, but if you had, like here, oh, this is a great example. Edit title, top end customers, and you could change it to select number of top customers, or something like that. Give it a little more space. And yeah, these floating ones do not shift when you shift things, so it's always good to double check your floating legends. And this is a little bit more user-friendly than the title we made for the developers. And that's using parameters in a dashboard. Today in this video we learned about an overview of business intelligence on Tableau. We talked about how to install Tableau Public and how to connect to a data source. We also talked about creating calculated fields, like this one. We talked about making sets and parameters. We learned how to make a donut chart and a 2D donut chart. We learned about making dashboards and adding filters to those dashboards. And we also learned about connecting between dashboards. Now let's discuss the difference between a live connection and an extract connection. First, it's important to note that these different types of connections are not available in Tableau Public. It's always a live connection. And a live connection is where the data will update based on when the source of the data updates. So if you're connected to a database and something in the database changes, then you'll pick up those changes when you open the report, as it will query that database when the report is opened. Whereas an extract connection is extracted creates a subset of the data that improves performance. So when you're looking at it locally on your computer, you have an extract of that data set, that subset of the data, right on your computer or up in Tableau server, depending on where you're looking at it. And it does not update when the database updates. It only updates when your refresh updates it. So without a refresh set for that extract, you won't get the new data. As an example of this, let's say that in our sample superstore, we have Kelly Williams associated with the central region, but that's changed. So let's go ahead and change that. We will change it to Sarah Smith, and we'll save it. Now let's go back to our Tableau workbooks, and you can see we can refresh it over here and see Sarah Smith come in. Over here in our extract, Sarah Smith doesn't come in. If we click to refresh the extract, it doesn't refresh the extract until we navigate to sheet 1. But when we go back to our data source, then we see Sarah Smith coming in. So that refresh can be scheduled, and it could run once a day or once every several hours. But you would need to set up a refresh, or else you would never get Sarah Smith's data coming in. Next, let's talk about joining data in Tableau. So here we have the people table, but let's say we want to join it to our orders information. So I'm going to start with our orders table, and then we're going to pull on people, and Tableau is going to create a join for us, and it's going to choose the column that we would like to join on based on the names in the two data sources. So if these two data sources didn't have a column that had the same name, then Tableau wouldn't be able to guess what two to join on. So we would have to come in and select out of the orders side and the people side what we'd like to join on. And then we have the options to do an inner join, a left join, a right join, and a full outer join. Let's review quickly what these look like. So say we had two tables that we wanted to join together. One of them was the student table that had the student names and the key to their grade, and which we could use to look up their grade over here in the grade table, which had the key to their grade and the actual grade, A, B, C, D, F, and incomplete. We can see here that somebody has made a mistake and put in a letter grade instead of the key to the letter grade. And we'll see how that affects what we're looking at. So if we were to do an inner join, that would only take the rows where the join could complete. So we have 1 that could join to 1 just fine, but we don't have 2 and we don't have 3. A doesn't join to anything, so this row would be not included. and then 4, 5, and 6 would all join. So that would look something like this, where we would see Adam. When we grab student from this table and grade from this table, we can see Adam had an A, Beverly had an A, Dale had a D, Elizabeth had an F, and Frank is incomplete. And Charles is missing. Also, you don't see any B or C in this list of grades. For a left join, it's going to take everything from the left table and only the pieces from the right table that apply to the left table. So it looks pretty similar to our inner join, only Charles shows up. So the join wasn't able to complete since A doesn't exist in grade, but we include Charles anyways, and grade becomes null for Charles. It won't put in the grade key because we're not asking for the grade key, we're asking for grade from the grade table. So we try to look up A inside of the grade table, we can't find it, and it returns null. We look up A inside the grade key. Perfect. Right join is like a left join, only it takes everything from the right table instead of the left table. So it grabs all the grades, A, B, C, D, F, and incomplete, and only the rows from the left table that join appropriately. So since Charles doesn't join appropriately, he doesn't show up. We also have B and C showing up, even though it doesn't exist in the student table. And it won't be tied to a student because that join wasn't able to complete as it didn't exist over there. And the last one is a full outer join, where it takes everything from both tables whether or not the join is complete. So we have all of the people where the join completes. We also have Charles where the join doesn't complete from the left to the right. And we have B and C where the join doesn't complete from the right to the left. So those are our options in Tableau. Here in our sample superstore data set, you could look and see if there are any regions in the orders table that don't exist in the people table. And that's how you can know what kind of join you want. And so if you want those orders to still show up even though they don't have a region, or their region is not in the people table, that's when you would do a left join. For our purposes, we'll do an inner join. Now let's say we had a second Excel sheet here that had more orders, and you can do a union, which is just adding more orders, by dragging that second orders table right underneath the original orders table. You can see it says there, drag table to union. And that's helpful for if you have an Excel sheet for maybe different years. So say you had a separate Excel sheet for the orders in 2015 and then another one for the orders in 2016. You could pull on your 2015 orders and then drag your 2016 orders right there to union, and it would take these orders and then add the rows instead of the columns for the 2016 orders. For example, we've added people but as a join, and that will first put in all of our orders as columns and then add the columns for our person. But if we were adding more data that fell under the order columns, so it would have the same data, the same order ID, ship date, but we wanted to add more rows, then that would be when you union. Now we're going to take a look at calculations and which ones are calculated on the database side versus which are calculated on the table side. So here we have percentage of total sales split up by subcategory and category. We also have percentage of total sales along table down. So the difference between these two things are one of them is made using a calculated field, which is where we do the sum of sales divided by the sum of fixed sum of sales. This part is called a level of detail calculation. And this calculation, the sum of sales and the sum of the level of detail of sales, which basically makes the database find the total sum of sales regardless of these dimensions we pulled on. So it gives us our total number. So this will be sum of sales for bookcases, and this will be sum of sales for everything. This calculation is done on the database side, whereas this one, percentage of total sales along table down, is what's called a table calculation. It's a quick table calculation of percent of total, and it is done in Tableau. It's processed locally right inside of the table after the aggregations have occurred. There are some pros and cons of doing it this way. So for this percent of total sales, I had to create the table calculation here, and it does the fixed sum of sales where it finds the sum of sales for the entire database, and since it is fixed, it will ignore filters. So for example, I took off both of the sales and I'm just going to put on the percent sum of sales. And let's say we wanted to see how office supplies and technology are as percentages of sum of sales and ignore furniture. So we can grab category and we'll control click and drag, and we're going to unselect furniture and hit OK. Now it's still taking it out of the total sum of sales including furniture, and so our grand total down here is only 67% instead of 100%. Whereas if we take sales and double click it and it adds it over here on the table, then we right click and do a quick table calculation and click percent of total. This one is doing it out of 100, and these numbers don't match. And that's because it does take into account the filter of category. So let's pull the filter of category off, and we can see that they're both out of 100% now, and each of these take into account the same amount of data since we have no filters here. So if you want it to take into account the filters on the table, then you need to use a table calculation. However, when you push the information back to the database to do the calculation, it's doing it as part of the query to the data source, and it can save you some time. And so which one of these is faster sort of depends on what data is available already when the original query comes back. Next, we're going to discuss ranking in Tableau. First, let's add a second data source. So we can do that by coming up to Data and clicking New Data Source. Or you can just click this plus data source right here and click Microsoft Excel. We're going to use this rank example worksheet. Perfect, and it's already pulled in the sheet we want because there's only one sheet. And we'll go to Sheet 2, pull on Store, pull on Sales, and we will rename Sheet 2 as Rank Example. Great, so now we have, here's all of our stores and here are our sales, and if we wanted to rank them based on who had the highest sales to the lowest sales, we could create a calculated field called rank by sales. And we're going to use our rank function, and we're going to put in sales. Now we receive this error here, so when we hover, we see what that arrow says. Oh, you can click. And it says all fields must be aggregate or constant when using table calculation functions or fields from multiple data sources. So we learn something unique here that you might not know, is that a rank is a table calculation and it requires it to be aggregated. So we can make sum and put the parentheses around sales, and our error goes away. So now we know rank is a table calculation. And we have our box here that expands out and can teach us about what we're using here. So when I click on rank, it will tell us that it returns the standard competition rank for the current row, and it says identical values are assigned an identical rank. So let's see what that looks like. We'll hit OK. We'll double click on rank by sales, and we can see our ranks. So E had the highest sales, so it's 1. D is next, and C and B are tied, 20 and 20. And so they both share the rank of 3, and then because they are 2 of them that share the same rank, we skip 4, and the next one gets 5th place. But now this isn't the only way to rank, so let's make another one of these. We'll click duplicate and edit. Let's erase copy, and we're going to call this rank dense by sales. Double click on rank, start typing rank again, and we're going to click rank dense. Now the difference here is that rank dense returns the rank, where identical values are assigned an identical rank, but no gaps are inserted in the numbers. So click OK, double click rank dense, and you can see instead of going 1, 2, 3, 5, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So it doesn't include that gap. Now let's give them a little bit more space here. And maybe I want it to be in the order I created it. So these measure values are defining what's going to happen up here. So we can take sales and put it at the top, and that'll move sales to the front, and put rank dense at the bottom. So now we can see sales, we can see rank by sales, rank dense by sales. Now let's duplicate and look at the next one. We have rank modified next, and change the name here. You notice that I receive an error, and that's because that name already exists. Tableau won't allow you to use the same name, and it will give you that error. So those errors can be pretty helpful in finding out what's going on. Hit apply and OK, and then double click rank modified by sales. And now we can see the difference here. Let's go back here and look at what it says here. Click on rank modified, and it says it returns the modified competition rank, where identical values are assigned an identical rank. But what happens instead is, instead of both receiving 3 for third place, they both receive 4, which is the lower of the options. So if we were going by rank and we just arbitrarily decided that this one's third place and this one's fourth place, then they both receive the same rank here, but they receive the higher of the 2 options, whereas this one receives the lower of the 2 options. And let's do one more. Duplicate, edit, erase copy, and we're going to do rank unique, and let's change the name to rank unique. Perfect. And now this is going to give it a unique ranking even when they share the same number. So we'll hit apply, OK, double click rank unique, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So what it's doing is, let's quickly look here. So rank by sales. We haven't talked about this yet, but you can choose to rank it ascending or descending. That means that, do we want to rank it based on whether, you see here it says ascending or descending, and that's how you will define. So it defaults to descending, and it's saying the biggest is the best. So for sales, that's accurate. So what it's doing is biggest down. Now here it has to decide which one to give 3 and which one to do 4, and it's doing that based on the ASCII values of the store. So it's looking at more information on the row, and since uppercase B comes before lowercase c, uppercase B is getting the 3, even though they both have 20 for sales. Let's go back now to our orders data, and we'll make a new sheet. And now we're going to talk about actions in Tableau. We've talked about actions briefly before in our Tableau training video for beginners. So if you want to see the introduction, you can go and look there. Also, if you want to follow along with our data sets, you can comment below and ask, and the Simplilearn team will get you that data set. So let's make a chart where we're going to look at category. So we'll drag category onto columns. And then we're going to look at sales, so we'll drag sales onto rows, and it will create 3 bar charts for us. And we're going to call this sales by category. Now let's make a second chart that we will use together, and we'll bring category onto columns, and we'll bring subcategory onto columns. And let's bring sales onto rows again. And let's take subcategory and bring it onto color. and that makes each subcategory its own color. And we'll call this sheet Sales by Subcategory. So now back to Sales by Category. Here you can make a worksheet action where we're going to move from the Sales by Category sheet to the Sales by Subcategory sheet, and also filter down that sheet to only the category we want to see. So click Filter, and we can name this filter Go to Subcategory. And we're going to do this filter on select. So this name won't be seen except for in our actions list. And what sheets do we want to affect? We're going to have Sales by Category show up. One thing to note here, it is only showing the sheets for it to affect based on the ones that are using this data source at this point. So you can see we have 4 sheets down here, but it's only showing 3 sheets, and that's because rank example, if you recall, is using the rank example data source. So you can click here and you can see all the sheets, or you can see the other data source. If we click rank example, it will show the rank example data source. So we just want Sales by Category to be the source sheet, and the target sheet, we want it to be Sales by Subcategory. So on select, we want it to be Sales by Subcategory. We're going to use all the fields available to create this filter and hit OK. So now we have our Go to Subcategory on select. We'll hit OK again, and let's make this a little wider so we can see. And so when we click on furniture, it will take us to only furniture of the Sales by Subcategory. We go back to category, we click on office supplies. Now we just see office supplies. And this is a way to make Tableau drill to a lower level. Great. So we have those. Now let's duplicate this Sales by Category sheet. And let's see, if we go to Worksheet and we go to Actions, you can see that we have the action here, Go to Subcategory, that still exists on our duplicated sheet as well. So you can see it's affecting both sheets, Sales by Category and Sales by Category 2. Let's say we don't want that, and we can unselect Sales by Category 2 and hit OK and hit OK. Now when we go to Worksheet Actions, you can tell that it's not affecting that sheet. So if we come and click Technology, nothing should happen. But we go to Sales by Category and click Technology, it'll take you to the Technology subcategory. Great. So we have our Sales by Category 2. Let's bring it to the end. Rename it. We're going to call it Sales by Category Stacked, because we're going to take subcategory here and drag it onto color. And now we can see our different subcategories in the colors there. Now we can take a look here and sort by subcategory based on sum of sales. And now you can see that it is the biggest sales at the bottom for each subcategory. That's just a way that I like to view it. So let's do a highlight action, and we're going to do it on a dashboard. So let's take Sales by Subcategory and look at it over top of, or Sales by Category Stacked, over top of Sales by Subcategory. So we want both of those. Let's make our dashboard automatic for testing purposes, and we'll go to Dashboard, we'll click Create Actions. So we're going to add an action. It's going to be a highlight action. Highlight Sales by Subcategory. And we are going to have the Sales by Category Stacked be the source sheet, and the Sales by Subcategory be the target sheet for all fields. Okay, okay. And on Select, you can highlight your chart there and see where it falls inside of the other visualization. A cool thing you can do is you could select office supplies here and it will highlight all of office supplies, or if you drag and select a couple of them, it will show you those. So you're just like, I want to see all these small ones, or I want to see this one and these small ones, or whatever. Then it will highlight the ones that you drag and select. Now, this is also true of our sales by subcategory and sales by category. So when we clicked on technology, it filtered to just technology. And we'll undo that. And when we drag and click office supplies and technology, we get office supplies and technology. Now, if we go back to the dashboard, we can see that this dashboard is now filtered also to office supplies and technology, and that's because we're using the same sheet. And when you navigate away from that sheet, it doesn't mean that your filter goes away. So when I clicked undo, that's when it caused the filter to go away. So if you're going to have two things affect that sheet, just remember that just because you navigated away from what you selected doesn't mean that what you selected goes away. That filter will stay there. And it shows up right here. And if we pull it off, everything goes back to normal. However, the action is still there. So when you click on it, it comes back. Now let's take a look at the last kind of action, which is a URL action. So we're going to make a map based on state. So I'm going to double click state, and it's going to build out my map. Let's change it to a filled map by clicking map up here. And we're going to take sales and put it onto color. So now it's colored based on the darkest is the highest sales. We're going to put state onto label, so you can see the state name, and we're going to put sales onto label, so we can see the sales amount. Let's quickly change our default property for sales, so that it always shows up as currency. And we're going to lose the decimal places, so it'll, by default, show up with a $sign, and so on. Great, so now we have our sales map, and we're going to create a worksheet action. Now the difference between a worksheet action and a dashboard action is that a worksheet will only affect the worksheet and a dashboard will only affect the dashboard. And so when we created our worksheet action on sales by category, if we were to pull sales by category onto the dashboard, that action won't transfer over. You'll need to make a dashboard action. So we're going to make a go to URL action. We're going to have it on menu. We're going to call it wiki. And it's going to only affect our new sheet, sheet 6, which we should rename. And we're going to have a URL in here, so this will take us to Wikipedia, and then whatever you put at the end of the Wikipedia link, it will take you to that page on Wikipedia. So we're going to take state and add it to the end of that link. And now to test the link, you can just click test link, and it will take a random value and show you what it will look like. So now that's how we know that we have our link set up. Click OK, click OK. Let's rename our sheet to URL filter by state. And so when we click on Texas, okay, back to URL filter by state. Let's go to our worksheets and go to our actions, and on the go to subcategory, it is also affecting this URL filter by state because we didn't unselect it. Now, to keep that from being a problem, we're going to just come here and sales by category be the only sheet, and that way it won't auto-select new sheets as you create them. So we'll no longer have that problem. You click on Texas and nothing happens except for it highlights that one only. That's how it should be. But when we hover on Texas and wait long enough, oh yeah, on click, sometimes you just have to hold still. It'll come up with our little link here, and we click on wiki, and it will open up our browser with the Wikipedia page for Texas. This can become really handy in the event that you have data that maybe has an order ID, and you can take that order ID and insert it into a URL in your system so that it can take you to your web interface page for that order. Here it's helpful for if we wanted to learn more about the state of California, which it can have information about the languages spoken and population, which can be helpful when we're looking into our sales information. Another way this can be useful is by showing the web page right inside of Tableau. So let's make a dashboard. Change our size to automatic, and let's pull in URL filter by state. If we go to dashboard actions, you can see there are no actions for this dashboard yet, so we're going to add a go to URL action on select. And since it's on select, the name of this URL won't show up, but it will show up in our list here, so it's nice to name it something unique. Let's put in our Wikipedia page, and it'll take us to state. So we'll hit OK, OK, and now when we click on Oklahoma, it'll open up a page for Oklahoma. But let's unselect Oklahoma. If we drag on web page from the objects here, you don't even have to enter anything for your URL, you just hit OK. And now we have the bottom half of the screen is a web page, and when we click on Oklahoma, instead of taking us to Oklahoma in a separate thing, it'll take us to Oklahoma right here in the visualization. So we'll change it to Texas, and this will change to Texas. If you unselect, it leaves the page there based on the one that you had just selected. Next, we're going to take a look at reference bands and lines. So let's make a new sheet, and we're going to call it reference lines. And so a reference line is found on the analytics pane, and it is something that comes and draws a line on your visualization based on the data on the screen. So let's make our visualization. We'll do our category and subcategory again, and we'll double click on sales, and it brings it onto text. That's not what I want. So let's do sales onto rows, and we have our bar charts. And we'll talk about the difference between a cell, a pane, and the table. So when we go to analytics, and we go to drag our reference line onto our visualization, it says you can add the reference line for the whole table, for a pane, or for a cell. So if we take our subcategory and drag it onto color, since the subcategory is our lowest level, it's going to define our cell. So each one of these, if we drag our reference line onto cell, each one of them gets a reference line. You see how it added those on? This is our dialog box. We will look at that in just a moment. So let's remove that. If we take reference line and put it onto pane, that's going to be similar to having category onto color. So each of these different colors is now a pane. Reference line onto pane, and you see how we get reference lines based on each pane. So let's undo that. And now if we take category off and everything is all one color, and we take reference line and put it onto table, now we have our reference line for the whole table. Great, so we're going to find out the average for each section. So I'm going to take category and put it back onto color, and we'll take reference line and put it onto pane. Now we have our reference line. It's based on the computation of average, and it's using the value of sum of sales. So since it says sum of sales here, you might think that it was taking the reference line and putting it at the sum of the sales, but that's not what's happening. It's just using our aggregated version of sales to figure out the average. So instead of taking each individual sale that makes up the bookcase section, it's taking the sum of sales for the bookcase section and comparing it to the sum of sales for chairs. So it's taking an average across these added up sections. You could also have it be total, where it's adding all of these up and it makes that total line. The sum line is the same as total in this case. A constant, which is where you get to define the value, and so if we wanted it to be 200,000, there it is. Let's go back. There we are, back to where we were. Constant, minimum, which shows you the minimum for each section, the maximum for each section, or the average, or the median. So let's stick with average, and now you can see it's labeling the line as average. We could also have it label the line as the value, so now we can see that the average is this amount of dollars. Or you can choose custom, and then you can put something in here. Like maybe we wanted the computation, a colon, and then the value, average, this amount. You can also have show recalculated line for highlighted or selected data points. That means when you click on a section, it will recalculate the average just for what you've selected. We'll hit OK. And so in that case, when we click on tables, you can see our recalculated average line. So the average for tables, for just tables, is the sum divided by the number. So the sum of tables is 206,966 divided by 1 is still 206,966. So selecting just tables isn't really helpful. But if we wanted to know the average of tables, and we'll control click appliances, and we'll control click binders. Oh, there we go. All three of those are selected, and we can see the average of those three, which is this line. You could also select like this and see your new average. Oh, and it's doing the average independently. So select these guys, and now we see the average of just those 5 categories. And those are reference lines. Now let's duplicate this sheet, and I'll show you how to delete a reference line. So we'll rename this to reference bands. Click on this reference line, right click, and click remove, and it takes it off. We have the same thing for reference bands as we had with reference lines, where you can have it be for the whole table, per pane, or per cell. So let's do a reference band for the whole table. So it's doing entire table, and it's taking from the minimum to the maximum. Now we could change the minimum to be the average to the maximum, and now that will highlight the whole table. Everything that's above the average becomes highlighted. And if you wanted to change it, you could do the minimum to the average. But let's go to average to maximum. And then you can change things like you can add lines. So we have a line for the average or the maximum. You can make it thinner, you can make it dotted. You can change your fill, so maybe if you don't want it to be quite that dark, you can change it to be a little bit of a lighter color of gray. And you can have show recalculated band for highlighted, or you can remove that, and that way when we highlight stuff, everything just stays where it belongs for the entire table. And that's how you create a reference band. Reference bands and reference lines can be really handy in making several different kinds of visualizations, such as bullet charts. If you have any questions about that, please comment below and the Simplilearn team will get back to you. Now let's do another analysis on average days to ship. And for this one, we're going to look at it by state. And we're going to look at it by ship mode. And so we'll take average days to ship and put it on columns. And now we can see the average days to ship by first class, same day, second class, or standard class. And you can see how they differ. So let's change the order of these really quick. If we come up here to ship mode and we click sort, and we click manual, we can have same day above first class so that it kind of goes in order of priority. So same day, first class, second class, standard class. There we go. And now we have it in order of what you might expect and priority. And now we're going to create a calculated field that we will use to do a sort of conditional formatting. And we will name it delay analysis. Great. So let's do if the average days to ship is less than or equal to 2, then we'll have it return the words shipment early. So if we want to press enter there, that won't cause any problems to our calculation. So you can press enter, or you could have extra spaces and it won't, Tableau will ignore those. So this allows us to format our calculated field in a way that's easy to read. So if it's less than 2, then they're going to call it an early shipment. Else if average days to ship is greater than or equal to 5, then shipment late. And else if, let's get the rest of them. And average days to ship is not less than 2. Greater than 2 and less than 5, then on time. 2 words. On time. And now you can see we have an error here. It says expected end to match if, and that means that we don't have an end at the end of our if statement. If statements always have to have an end. Okay, let's hit apply. And let's grab our delay analysis and put it onto color. And it has on time as blue, early shipment as orange, and shipment late as red. We can double click on the color and we can change shipment early to green. And now we can see the best ones, the on-time ones, and the ones that stand out as late. And standard class happens late a lot. It's interesting to see that on average, the District of Columbia has second class as a late shipment. You can see that all of these share the same axis size, so they all go from 0 to 6, even though this one never gets that close to 6. If we click Edit Axis, you can choose if you want that to be the case. So it's like right now, all of them use uniform axis range for all rows and columns, and that's really nice because it's easy to compare Colorado to Colorado to Colorado. If you change it to independent axis for each rows, you can see now this one only goes from 0 to not even 1, whereas this one goes from 0 to 6. And you can compare it with color, but you can no longer compare it with size across all of these different categories. So uniform axis range is the default in this case, and we will keep it that way. So now we have a quick analysis of our delays. We're now going to build a waterfall chart based on profit. So we'll call this our profit waterfall. And we'll take a look at what a waterfall looks like at the end and talk about how it works. So after we build it, we'll talk about some of the benefits of having a waterfall chart. So what we're going to do is build it over time. For this visualization, we're just going to look at the year of 2014. So I'm going to filter it to the order dates for 2014. And then we're going to take our order date and bring it onto columns, and we're going to look at it by month, but we're going to look at it by our discrete month. So you can see that I chose the one that has month and year, and then when I chose discrete. And then we're going to take profit and put it onto rows, and we're going to change it from profit to our running total of profit. So you can see that it takes January and then it adds February to it. And so it's always getting bigger when we undid it. Sometimes there's up and down. So back to, we have our running total where it will sum January and February for the February mark, and then sum January, February, and March for the March mark. If I take profit and put it here, you can see January is negative 3,000 and February is positive 2,000. But here, it's the sum of those, which is negative 467. Take that back off. We're going to change our marks to a Gantt bar. And now we're going to duplicate profit and edit what we have. We're going to call this negative profit. And it's going to be just profit with the negative sign in front. Oh, it looks like I've done this before. So now we have a new name because I added a space at the end. So hit apply. And let's delete the old one. Okay, so now we have our negative profit. Just to look at it, it's just minus profit. And we're going to use that to determine the size of the Gantt bar. So what it does is it takes where the line was and it adds the size of it to be the size of profit. But because the line was at the top and we didn't want to build the profit up, we had to change it to negative profit so it would build it down. So here, the line was down here because it was so low negative, and we added negative profit. And then let's take profit and put it on color. And so you can see where profit is negative, it turns it orange. And where profit is positive, it turns it blue. So what's happening here? What we can do now is we can see our total sales at the end and how we got there. So for the first month, we were at 0 when we started and we went down to negative 3,000. The next month, we were at negative 3,000 when we started and it grew up to be almost back to 0. And then we can see that from there on out, we grew up each month, and you can see how much each month contributed. Our biggest contributors are November and March, November being a little bit bigger. And you can see where we started at the beginning of that month and where we ended. And that's how a waterfall chart works. So it lets you go through over time and see exactly where our problems were and exactly which months helped the most, where we started and where we ended for each month. Next, we're going to talk about level of detail calculation, and we'll talk about those first by showing an example. So I'm going to bring all my customers on by name, and then I'm going to bring on order ID, and it's going to add all members, but then I'm going to change order ID from a dimension to a measure, and we have a count distinct. So now we can see each customer and how many orders they have. So let's sort it, and we can see one person has 17 orders, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people have 13 orders, and it goes on from there. So what if we wanted to make a visualization that would show how many customers had how many orders and what number of orders was the most popular? We would need to do a level of detail calculation. So let's clear the workbook. A level of detail calculation allows you to build a visualization and bring on metrics that are at a level that is different from what's shown on the visualization. So, in order to do this, we need to create a calculated field that will show us the number of orders per customer, even though we're not going to have our visualization be per customer. So let's call this orders per customer. And we'll come here, and we're going to use a level of detail calculation called fixed. Now there are two other level of detail calculations, and they are called include and exclude. And you can learn more about those in some of our Simplilearn classes, and if you have any questions, please comment below and we can answer them. So we're going to do it fixed, and you can choose dimensions, and it computes an aggregation using only the specified dimensions. So it will ignore all the other dimensions, and we're going to have it based on customer name. So we're going to have fixed customer name, and we're going to get a count distinct of order ID. And make sure you close it with your curly bracket, and we have no errors, and we'll hit OK. And this allows us to see number of orders per customer, so let's pull it out. First, let's make it a dimension, and then pull it out onto our columns. And now we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 17. So that means we had some customers just order 1 and some customers order 17, and we had them order everything in between. So if we never had a customer that had 9 orders, then 9 wouldn't appear in this list. Now we're going to take customer ID or name. Let's do ID because it should be unique. And we'll pull it onto rows, and we're going to change it to a measure, and it's going to be a count distinct. And so now we can see how many customers ordered how many items. So we have our number of orders per customer, which is at the per customer level, even though this visualization is not at the per customer level. There's nowhere in this visualization where we pull on a customer item as a dimension. So let's sort it, biggest to smallest. And we can see that 134 of our customers ordered 5 items, or had 5 orders. And so it just 5 is the most popular, 7 is the next most popular, 17 is the least popular, 1 is relatively unpopular, which is interesting to know. And so you can use this to analyze how many items your customers generally order, and maybe if they have 4 items that they are going to order, that perhaps if you made good suggestions you could get them to go up to 5. And that's an introduction to level of detail. So let's name this sheet Level of Detail, LOD, orders per customer. Perfect. Now let's make a new sheet and we are going to do an analysis about new customers. So we'll call this level of detail, new customer analysis. So this visualization is going to be about customer acquisition over time. So when we do things over time, we grab our date and pull it up here. And for a line chart or anything over time, we're going to use these so that it makes an axis instead of just change to line, instead of dimensions or something that is not continuous. And then we're going to take our customer ID, pull it onto rows, but let's change it to count distinct customer ID, and now we can see our count of customers on every day. I think day is too low of a level. Let's go at month. So now we can see how many customers made an order during what month. Let's take region and split it out by region. When we click on central, we can see central. Now this is including all customers, but say we only wanted to include a customer when they're making their very first order. So we're only going to include their first order. So we need to create a calculated field, and we want to compare, we'll call it new or existing, and we want to compare their order date per customer to their first order date, the min order date. Nope, order date. And we're going to get this error. It says cannot mix aggregate, which is min, and non-aggregate functions. And what it's saying here is that this order date is at a per row level since we don't have any aggregation on it, and this order date is at a per visualization level, so it's only going to split up based on the visualization, and it won't let you put those two things together. So we're going to use our level of detail calculation again, and we're going to make this fixed per customer ID, and then we'll do our min order date. So now, instead of trying to return something different based on the visualization, it will always return the min for each customer ID. So if the order date on the visualization is equal to this order date, if the order date on the visualization is equal to the first order date for that customer, then new, else existing, end. So when the order date equals the very first order date, that means that it's a new customer making their first order. Otherwise, it's an existing customer because it's no longer their earliest date. Apply. Okay. And now we can take our new field, which is new or existing, drag it onto filters, and we only want new. We'll hit apply, and we can see that we have new customers, but less over time. So now we're going to change this count distinct to be a running total, and we can see over time how our new customers are adding up. So it's taking the prior value and adding our new customers, and then at the end we get our total customers for each region. And we can now make this a more the lowest level, which is day, and you can see places where it like levels out. So we can see we have a lot of new customers and it's increasing, but then here for the region of East, there kind of is a level spot where we're not getting new orders. And that seems to be the same for each of them. So for February of 2014, why were we not getting any new orders? And how come the West region is getting new customers? How come the West region is getting new customers faster? Here, while it's leveling out in the red, it looks like the West region leveled out as well, but picked up sooner and started getting new customers. So this type of analysis will help you view new customers over time. And it's only possible because we were able to do a level of detail calculation here on new or existing. that would compare this data at only aggregating the data for the specified dimension. So we were able to grab their minimum order date here. So those are a couple of ways that level of detail calculations can be very helpful. In summary, today we learned about live versus extract Tableau data sources. We learned about joins and unions in the data sources. We also looked at table versus database calculations. We looked at how the different ranks compare. We built some actions into our dashboards, filter actions and highlighting actions. We also looked at URL actions. We built dashboards that used reference lines and ones that used reference bands. We did analyzing of average days to ship and delay analysis. We built a waterfall chart. And we also looked into some level of detail calculations. My name is Michelle, and I'm with the Simplilearn team. Today we'll be going over answers to common interview questions for Tableau positions. First question is, what are the data types supported in Tableau? We have string, date and time, numerical, Boolean, so true or false, and geographical. In Tableau, you can tell what kind of data type you have. So when you're on the data source tab, you can see that this is numerical and this is string. Here we have a date. We don't have any date times here. That would have the little clock icon. And we also have geographical. These are set by default, and you can change them by clicking on the icon and say we wanted row ID to allow text, so we'll change it to string, and you can see the icon changes there. The next question has to do with how well you understand dimensions and measures. So a key thing to remember is that dimensions are qualitative and measures are quantitative. And if you can remember those particular words, it helps convey what the interviewer is looking for. So dimensions are qualitative and you can use them to categorize your data. So for example, you can categorize your data by what country it comes from. And measures are quantitative and can be aggregated. So you can do a sum of sales, or you can do the average profit. Did you know that Tableau automatically assigns each field a data type and a role, and that automatically aggregates your measures using sum? But you can change what the default aggregation is. Question 3. What do you understand by discrete and continuous in Tableau? So we have discrete values and continuous values. Discrete is represented as blue and continuous is represented as green. So let's look in Tableau. When we go to our worksheet, you can see that all of the dimensions are automatically blue and all of the measures are green. However, you can have a continuous dimension and you can have a discrete measure. So we have discrete dimensions, which is a blue dimension, but also continuous dimensions, and date is a good example of that. Let's take a look. So we pull on order date. We right now have year, and it's making categories instead of a continuous axis, so it's making a finite list there. But we can change it to be, you can see now it's marked as continuous here, and it's green, and we can change it to be an axis. Instead of different categories, it would be a continuous axis. So you can also have discrete measures, which are blue measures, and continuous measures in the green. So for example, let's say we had a visualization that had the region and sales and profit. But instead of having an axis for profit, maybe we just wanted to have a number for the profit listed right next to the region, and then we could have the sales visualization. So what we could do is change it to a discrete value and put it next to region, and now it's part of the labels. And that's an example of having a discrete measure. Did you know that continuous is infinite and discrete is finite? Those are some key words that you could use also to describe the difference between continuous and discrete. And also just remember that discrete is blue and continuous is green. The next question, number 4, is what are filters? And name the different filters in Tableau. So filters are a way to restrict the data that allows you to only see the data that you want to see in your workbook or dashboard. And there are these different types of filters, and they also have a specific order. So if you can remember the different filters, that's helpful. But also if you can remember what order they apply in, that'll get you some definite bonus points in your interview. We have extract filters that filter the data as it extracts, and it will affect how big your extract is. We also have data source filters here, which will filter the data out of the data source. However, the extract will still be the same size. So let's take a look at this handy visualization that Tableau has on their website. We have the order of operations, and in blue we have our filters. So extracts is first, and it filters down your extract to just what you've selected. Then we have data source filters that will apply to the entire data source. So any visualization that uses that data source will have these filters. We also have context filters, which are next, which come before some of these level of details. That's the major difference, is that it applies before some of these sets and conditional values. And then you will do dimensions and then measures. So any filters that happen on dimensions happen before any measure filters. The last type of filter we have is a table calculation filter, which happens after all of the rest of them, and basically just applies to your visualization, just the one visualization. Question number 5. There are 3 customer segments in the Superstore dataset. What % of the total profits is associated with the corporate segment? Perfect. So in some Tableau interviews, you may be asked to build a visualization. For our examples here, we'll be using the Superstore dataset, and if you don't have access to the Superstore dataset, just comment below and somebody on the Simplilearn team will help you get access to that. Also, this is a fun opportunity to pause the video, and then you can work on this on your own, and then come back and see if what you did was the right thing or how we did it differently. Also, you can comment below on what your answer is, and we'll see if we can all get the right thing. So let's build this. 3 customer segments in the Superstore dataset. What % of the total profits is associated with corporate segment? Great. So we're going to bring on our segments, and we have consumer, corporate, and home office. And let's bring on our total profit. So I just did that by double clicking, and now it's just bringing on the sum for each of those by default, but we want to figure out what % of the total each of these are. So we can change this to be a table calculation. We can click add table calculation, or we can do a quick table calculation and find % of total. So let's go back to our question. We wanted to know the % of total profits associated with the corporate segment. And the corporate segment has 32.12% of the total profits. And here's our solution with 32.12%. So did you get it right? Comment below if you got that. What are the different joins in Tableau? Give an example. So in Tableau, you can join your data. So if we wanted to look at orders and tie it to people, we can pull on people, and it will give you this visualization, and you can see all the different joins here, and we'll discuss those in just a second. You also have the opportunity to union information, which would be if we had maybe 2 Excel sheets that had orders information. Perhaps one of them had 2012 and one of them had 2013. Then you could take your orders and pull it. So you see that pop up, drag table to union. And that's another way to add more data. And so those are all worth mentioning. Let's take a look at the different kinds of joins. We have our inner join, which will only give you the values that have matches in both tables. Our left join, that will give you all the values in the left table and its matches in the right table. And then the right join, which will give you all the values in the right table and its matches in the left table. The outer join, also known as a full outer join, will give you all the values in the left and the right table. And then as we discussed the union, you can see it's represented by a more vertical join, and what it does is it adds more rows. All the rest of these are about adding more columns, but this will add more rows in the same columns that you had before. If you have the opportunity to draw out the answer to this question and make these Venn diagrams, it's a really helpful way for you to explain your point, and it really portrays that you know what you're talking about. What is the difference between a join and blending in Tableau? So I just showed you how to make a join here, and we are joining an Excel sheet to another Excel sheet, all within the same connection to that Excel file. So when you're joining data, we'll look over here at the joining side, that's when you're bringing two or more tables within the same data source, and that's how you join it. And so we're all inside of a data source here, which, when I go to sheet 1, just has one data source here called orders, whatever we wanted to call it, and that is all within one data source. However, let's say we already had two different data sources in Tableau, and we wanted to bring together two of them. So in this case, it's an Oracle table, and we brought in an Oracle table and we made a data source, and then also an Excel table that had a second data source, and you can blend it together to get your combined data set. So the major difference, what you're going to really want to take away from this, is that blending is from two separate Tableau data sources, and that joining is all within one data source, and it ends up just being one data source in the end. In blending, each data source contains its own set of dimensions and measures, and when you join, it will combine it into one set of dimensions and measures. So let's go back to our example here. Let's bring on people. It is automatically said we're going to join it on region, and we're going to do an inner join. That's fine by me. And so we come here, and now we have just one set of dimension and measures under orders. However, if we were to add a second data source, which we will, it'll be an Excel file, and it will be based off of this rank example. We'll open that up, and now when we go to sheet 1, we have two data sources. And if we were to blend this data together, we would still see two separate sets of data, only we would be able to pull in from this set some information, and we'd pull in from this set some other information. So that's a visual difference between blending and joining. Question number 8 is, what is the difference between a live and an extract? So first we'll talk about live, and we'll say that your dashboard is connected live to a database. And so a live connection will query that database every time you open up the dashboard or visualization, so that you're getting the most recent information each time. And it's useful for if you need information that's a little bit more real-time. However, it can be slower, especially if your queries are complicated. With an extract, it will run the query beforehand and store the information on Tableau server or on your local machine, and so that it's faster to get to. However, it is not real-time information, so if you had a refresh of your extract that runs every day in the morning, and then during the day somebody has made a change to your database, they won't see that change on your dashboard until the next time the refresh runs for your extract. In Tableau, you can set if you want the connection to be live or extract when you first are making your data source. And this is in Tableau Desktop. In Tableau Public, you don't have that option. Did you know that the reason that extracts are faster is because Tableau doesn't need to access the database each time it builds the visualization? And did you know that you can set up a refresh schedule on Tableau server in order to be able to see your extracted data update? Question 9. What is a calculated field, and how will you create one? So if we look at our data set here, we have the opportunity to see the difference between order date and ship date. So to create a calculated field, you click Create Calculated Field with this drop-down arrow at the top, or you can right-click in white space, Create Calculated Field, then you give it a name, and we're going to call it Shipping Delay, and we are going to do a date diff. So if you don't see this dialog box here, you can click this arrow to see that. Our date part is day, the start date is order date, and the end date is ship date. So to remember how to create a calculated field, it's by clicking this down arrow and clicking Create Calculated Field, and then writing your query here. And a calculated field is an additional field made up using the data that you already have. So we've made a new field here, and it has the equal sign at the beginning. That might be worth mentioning, how to tell if it's a calculated field or if it was an original field. And then we can bring shipping delay here, and we can see the number of days that it took between the order date and the ship date. We could also duplicate a calculated field. So now we have shipping delay copy. and we're going to call this average shipping delay, and we're going to encapsulate it inside an average function. And now if we take off the order ID, the order date, and the ship date, it's automatically summing up those days, but we can bring on our average shipping delay. And you can see on average how many days it took. And let's change our number here to include decimal places. So a calculated field is a new field made from existing data. It can be used to create more robust visualizations, and it does not affect the original data set. For example, we made our average delay function here using data from our original data set. Question 10. How can you display top 5 and last 5 sales in the same view? You can show top 5 and last 5 sales for a same dimension by creating a set. So let's take a look at doing that here. We have our customers. So let's bring on customer name. And we're going to do it based on profit. So now that we've done it on profit, we can see these are our top 5 profit, and I've sorted it by profit. And here's our bottom 5. And we can create a set by coming and clicking on the dimension that we want the set to be based on. We'll right click there, and we will come to create and click set. And we're going to call this top customers. Top by field, top 5 by sum of profit. And now we have a set. It makes a set section here. Now we're going to make a second set off of customer name. Create set. Bottom customers. Bottom 5 by sum of profit. We'll hit OK. And now we're going to combine these two sets. So I'm going to control click, and then we have both of them selected. And we're going to click create combined set. Top and bottom customers. And we're going to have it include all members of both sets. And now we can pull top and bottom customers onto filters. And you can see our top 5 and our bottom 5. So if we control drag profit onto color, then it's colored by that as well. So key thing to remember is that you can use sets to show both the top and the bottom in the same visualization, and that you can combine those sets. Is there a difference between sets and groups in Tableau? The answer to this is yes. You can describe a group as being simpler and using only one dimension to determine the group, whereas a set can be more complex. So you could say sets are more complex, and you can use conditions to create the sets, and you can also use multiple dimensions and measures to create the sets. For example, here we create a group of subcategory. So we grab all of these things together and can group it, and that we'll have copiers and envelopes, and then we'll have one group of all of these together. Over here, you could create a set that looks at sales and profits to create a set. So the best way I can describe this is by looking at what we did here. And so we were able to use dynamic filtering here to create our sets, and where it will look at the top 5 or the bottom 5. And let's do the same thing we did there, but use a group. So for a group, we could see that these, we've sorted it, and we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the top 5. So we could create a group. That's this paperclip here. And now we have a group of the top 5. And it's added that group. It makes a new group, customer name group. And it put it on the color for us. Now let's go to the bottom. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll create our group. So now we have a top 5 group, a bottom 5 group, so let's name them that. And we'll do that by clicking Edit Alias. Top customers. Okay, and we'll come here and we'll rename that. Bottom customers. Okay, and we'll put our top customers on top. And then let's hide all of the others. So we'll click exclude there. And now we have a similar visualization as we had before for our sets. Top, bottom. However, a key difference here is that we had to go through and select the top 5 and the bottom 5. So let's say that maybe Cindy, or let's say Henry Goldwyn has suddenly had much more positive profit associated with them. If that changes, he's going to still stay in our group. This group is just using these customer names to determine who's in the group. So the group is Henry, Sherelle, Luke, Grant, and Cindy, no matter if their data changes. So say tomorrow all of this data is different, it's still going to put these people into the group. However, the sets, as you saw before, is based off of the profit, the sum of profit, and who has the top 5 and who has the bottom 5. If Raymond suddenly has a lot less profit and falls out of the group, then the groups won't pick it up, but the sets will. So that's one thing to remember, is that it could be based on conditions. And then you saw how we took 2 sets and put them together into our combined group. You could also have a set that is based off of 2 different dimensions or 2 different measures. And that's how you could put those 2 sets together and get dynamic sets. So the major differences, as we saw, is that a group is just based off of 1 dimension, and a set can have conditions and be based off of other dimensions. Also, you need to know that groups cannot be used in calculated fields, but sets can. Question 12. What is a parameter in Tableau, and give an example? A parameter is a dynamic value that a customer could select, and you can use it to replace constant values in calculations, filters, and reference lines. So, for example, here we determined we wanted bottom 5 and top 5 customers, but let's give them some options. So we'll create a parameter, and we'll call it select number of top, bottom customers. And we're going to let it be a range with a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 20 and a step size of 5. So we'll let them go 5 at a time. Okay? Now if we click show parameter control, we can see our parameter control, and you can do 5, 10, 15, or 20. But since it's not in any of our calculated fields or sets or filters, then it's not making any difference. So let's put it inside of these. We'll edit our set, and instead of top or bottom 5, we'll click bottom, select number of top bottom customers. So now it's taking our parameter and inserting it in to our set there. We'll do the same thing with top customers. Okay, and now right now we see top 5, bottom 5. If we change it, now we see top 10, bottom 10, 15, and there's our 20. So it replaces a constant value and allows the end user to select the value. Question 13. What is the difference between tree maps and heat maps? So let's first talk about what each of these are. Heat maps compare categories using size and color. I think the biggest thing about heat maps is the color. Size is somewhat optional, so let's build this visualization quickly. So we have region, category, and subcategory. And we're making a heat map, so we want to bring profit onto color. And you can see we've got hotter and colder. In this case, for a heat map, we might want to change. So in this case, what it's doing is hotter is negative, but we could reverse that, and then hotter is positive. And so hotter maybe means this is where more activity is. We can also double click on profit. We can also bring profit onto label, and we'll change this to square, and now it's marked at what everything is. So a heat map will use color to draw your eye to the places where there's heat or maybe activity. We could also use size in this case. So it's not just defined by color necessarily. Maybe we want the size to be defined by sales. So we get things that are bigger but they're blue, which means that they are bigger in sales but their profit is negative. and it draws your eyes to technology. So machines in the South are doing a lot of sales, but they're not having positive profit necessarily. Also, you can see some things that have darker colors but are smaller. So high profit, but not a lot of sales. So that is a heat map. A tree map is used to represent hierarchical data. Now, hierarchy is the term you need to remember when you're talking about the difference between a tree map and a heat map. In the heat map, none of these boxes have to do with the hierarchy with each other. Whereas with a tree map, you can see that this box has a thick white line between it and the other ones. And that means that that section are all connected. So these are all technology. And the bigger this section is, that means the bigger the, size is based off of profit. So this bigger section means that technology has more profit than furniture. So let's build this one. When I build tree maps, I like to use our Show Me tool. So here's a tree map, and it says 1 or more dimensions or 1 to 2 measures. So we're going to grab category, and we're going to control-click subcategory, and we're going to control-click profit and sales. And we'll click on our tree map. Perfect. And so the darker the color, that means the more sales there is. And that's pretty similar to our heat map over here. So the color indicated, in this case it was profit. So the color indicates the difference, and the size indicates the difference, and that's true over here. The color indicates a difference, and the size indicates a difference. However, there is a hierarchy to it. Over here you can see that there is hierarchies because we have furniture, and then that puts that all together under furniture. And then here's the subcategories. However, if you were trying to compare furniture to office supplies, it's really difficult to tell which one has more sales. But if we go over to sheet 7 that has our tree map on it, you can see really quickly that office supplies has much more sales than furniture. In this case, office supplies has much more profit than furniture. The biggest difference is that tree maps have the hierarchy. Question number 14. What is the difference between TWBX and TWB? So these are all Tableau file formats, and the TWBX contains all of the necessary information to build a visualization. So it's called a packaged workbook, and it compresses it all together. However, the TWB just contains instructions about how to interact with the data source. So when it's building a visualization, Tableau will look at the data source and then build the visualization. With an extract, it contains all of the information that you need, so all of the data is wrapped up inside of there, and there's no connection that has to be made between Tableau and the data source, because it's all right inside. Whereas with the TWB, it has to connect to the data source, or else it doesn't have the data to build the visualizations. It just knows, it has the instructions of what to do with that data. So the biggest difference is TWBX has the data inside of it, whereas a TWB only has the instructions. Question 15. Explain the difference between Tableau Worksheet, Dashboard, Story, and Workbook. Perfect. Here's a breakdown and explanation of each of those. And in Tableau, this entire thing that we've been looking at, all of these sheets, is a workbook. However, this sheet 7 is just one worksheet. All of them together is a workbook, and sheet 7 is a worksheet. The big difference between worksheet and a dashboard is that the worksheet is just one visualization, and so it is only one set of columns and rows here. And a dashboard could contain multiple visualizations. So if we wanted to see our heat map and our tree map on the same page, that would be a dashboard. And then a story is somewhat similar to a presentation mode. And so you can have different pages. And so we could say here is our heat map. And then we could make another page and look at our tree map. And then look at our heat map. And then we could duplicate that page. And we could say, let's focus on furniture. So we're going to highlight furniture. And then, so if we were to go through these one at a time, we would say, here's our tree map, and then we would look at information there, and we would say, here's our heat map, and then the next screen we'll say, let's focus on furniture, and you can see that it highlighted furniture for me when I went to the next seat. So a story can show you things one at a time. It's like a presentation mode. So the differences are the workbook contains the sheets, and the dashboards are the stories. The worksheet is a single view, dashboard is multiple views, and a story is a sequence. A sequence is a good keyword to remember when you're describing a story. And did you know that the only place that you can access the dimensions and the measures and custom fields we've made is on a worksheet? So when you're looking at a dashboard, on a worksheet we see dimensions and measures. When you're looking at a dashboard, you no longer see dimensions and measures. What you do see are all of the worksheets. Similarly, when you look at a story, you no longer see any dimensions and measures, but you do see all the worksheets and the dashboards. Question 16. What do you understand by blended axis? With a blended axis, you can use two measures that share an axis, and that means they necessarily have the same scale. So let's build something with a blended axis. So we can make a visualization that looks at sales over time. We'll bring on order date. And let's just do order date by month. There we go. So we can see sales over time. And say we wanted to also see profit. This is two visualizations that have two different axes. But if we wanted them to have the same axes and just the same marks card, you see how I made two different marks cards? We could bring on measure values and take off all the measures that we don't want. We just want. When we take them off here, it's creating this filter here for measure names. And let's take off these two extra visualizations. And now we have a visualization that has a blended axis for sales over time and profit over time. And you can see that they necessarily have the same axes. There is no second axis. What is the use of a dual axis? And how do you create one? Perfect. So a dual axis allows you to compare measures, and you can have two different scales. So if we had this same visualization, that same information that we wanted to see with, again, profit and sales over time, we'll do, okay, great. And we wanted them to have the same axes. We could right click on the second pill of the measures and click dual axis. And now you can see that they do not share the same axis, and you can see profit is much higher here, right there. And so the use of this would be, sometimes you need things to have different axes. If you come here and you click synchronize axes, you end up getting a pretty similar visualization, but you do get two separate marks cards. So a key thing to bring up if you are asked the difference between a blended axis and a dual axis chart is, one, that the blended axis uses the same scale and a dual axis could have two different scales. And two, a dual axis has two marks cards. So let's say we wanted our profit to not be a line chart, but to be a bar chart. That gives you that option. When you go to the blended axis, we only have one marks card, so we change it to bar, everything is bar. But back over here, we change it to circles, and we see the circles. So if we wanted to show sales by year and profit ratio by year in the same view, that's where two different scales could be handy. Let's build that visualization. So we'll make a new chart, and we'll bring on sales and profit ratio over time. That is profit. I still did profit, so I'll drag profit ratio right over top of profit. There we go. And you can see that they can't use the same scale because this is a percentage, and so if we had them on a blended axis, 20% is really 0.2, and it would just be so tiny. But if we wanted them on the same area to apply to the same space here, we could dual axis it. that you can still see useful information there. But otherwise, this would just be in such a tiny, tiny space. So our profit ratio would just show up right here, almost like a straight line. Question 18. What will the following function return? Left 3, Tableau. Here's the question again, and here are the potential answers. Tab, or EAU, error, or none of the above. So just take a moment and see if you can answer this question correctly. Go ahead and pause the video, and if you get the answer, you can comment below, and then we will discuss. We've taken some time to answer this question, and let's go ahead and see what the answer is. The answer is it will return an error. That's because the syntax for left is that the string must go first. First you say left, then you put the string, and then you put the number. So let's talk about what left does. It returns a specific number of characters from the left, and if you had done it correctly, the left is this side. So if you had done the string first and you said you want 3, the result would be TAB. There's also one called right, and that would come from the other end and go EAU. So that's where these answers came from. Question 19. How do you handle null and other special values? Tableau is unable to plot null values or zeros or negative values on a logarithmic axis, and so it will display an indicator in the lower right corner, which looks like this, telling you that it is unable to draw those 2 points. So when you click on the indicator, you can choose from the following. First, you can choose to filter the data, which will exclude the null values from the visualization, or you can click Show Data at the Default Position. So we'll look at both of these. So you click on your indicator and it will say, what do you want to do with these 2 values? If we click Filter the Data, then you can see that it has filtered that blank space and drawn a line connecting those dates in between. Even though there is no point for the 29th or the 30th, it goes straight from the 28th to the 31st. So what's happening on our visualization is it's adding this filter. If we press the back button, we see that filter disappears. If we come down and select Filter the Data, it adds a filter here that then only includes non-null values. So those are all removed from our visualization. And up to this point, you can see that we have 1 point per day, the 21st, the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th. But then when we get to the 28th, we don't have a 29th or 30th, and it just draws that line to the 31st. Assuming that during that time period, what we want is a straight line. Now the other option would be, we could also make the assumption that whenever there is a null value, that actually means 0 sales have happened during that time. So that's when you would click Show Data at Default Position. And now it draws those 2 points at the 0 line. And when you hover, it still shows sales null. So, and when you hover here, you can see the actual amount for sales during that time. So if a null in your data means 0, then Show at Default Position is good for you. And if it doesn't necessarily mean 0, then you can filter the data, or you can leave it disconnected like this. Question 20. Find the top product subcategories by sales within each delivery method. Which subcategory is ranked number 2 for first class ship mode? If you'd like to pause the video and work on this on your own and then see if what you did matches what we did, then you're welcome to now at this time, and comment below what your answer is. Okay. So we want to know by subcategory and by ship mode which subcategory ranks the highest for each ship mode. So in sales. So if we take sales onto the visualization, we can see that by the ship mode, it's already split up, and we could see that maybe this one for standard class, it would be chairs. You can kind of look through and kind of, oh, it's not chairs. Chairs isn't number 1 because we have this one, it's phones. So to make it easier, we're going to change sum of sales to a rank table calculation. So we're going to come here and click Add Table Calculation. And we're going to change the calculation type to rank. And it's going to rank them in order of sales. So, but right now, we can see that it's highlighting. That's called calculation assistance, helping us understand how it's ranking us. So if I unselect calculation assistance, then it gets rid of it. But you can see right now, it's ranking it across the table. So it says accessories has most sales in standard class, then second class, then first class, then same day. And that's not what we want to see. We want to see it up and down. We want to see for first class which subcategory has the highest sales and second highest sales. So let's turn back on our calculation assistance and we're going to click table down. And you can see now it's going up and down. Within first class, what are all the subcategories ranked? So that's what we want. Now, as soon as you click things in the table calculation, it applies it over here, so you don't have an OK button. So you can just close that out. And you can see now we have a rank up and down for the subcategory. So back to the question, was which subcategory is ranked second for first class ship mode? Here's first class. Let's find number 2. It's chairs. Question number 21. Find the customer with the lowest overall profit. What is his/her profit ratio? Let's go ahead and build this visualization. Customer profit. And we're going to bring all of our customers on. And then we're going to bring on profit. Let's do it as a visualization, so I'll bring it onto columns. And then let's sort smallest to biggest. So Cindy Stewart is the one who has our lowest profit. And now to figure out her profit ratio, we need to make a calculated field, which I've already made here. So in this calculated field, we take the sum of profit and divide it by the sum of sales. We do this so that it will sum up all of the profit per row. So for Cindy, we want to take all of her profit over all of her transactions and divide it by all of her sales instead of doing it row by row, profit divided by sales, and then summing that up at the end. So we'll take our profit ratio and put it on the label, and we can see what her profit ratio is. And since it's a ratio, here I have it in a percent. If you don't have your profit ratio set up as a percent, it will look like this, -1.65. Question number 22. What is the rank function in Tableau? We got a look at the rank function earlier when we figured out our top product subcategories by sales and what was ranked number 2. So I'm sure you're familiar with what ranking is, which is assigning something a position like first place or second place, usually within a category and usually based on a measure. So Tableau is able to rank in several different ways, where you can do rank or rank dense, rank modified, or rank unique. And we'll take a look at these in a visualization here and talk about the difference. But if you are asked about the rank function in Tableau, it's worth bringing up that there are several different ways to rank, and going into a little bit of detail on those different ways will be helpful for you. So let's build off of this rank example instead. So we're going to bring on our store, and we've got store A, B, C, D, and E. And then we'll bring on our sales. And store A had $10 and E had $40. So now let's create a calculated field. We're going to call it rank. We're going to do a rank calculated field based on sales. We're going to do a rank calculated field based on sum of sales. Perfect. Okay. We'll double click on rank, and we can see first place is the one who had the most sales, and fifth place is the one with the least sales. Now, we had a tie here at 20, and it gave them both third place, and then it skipped fourth place and went to fifth place. And that's how the basic rank function works. So if we duplicate it, and we edit our copy, and we're going to make this one rank dense. You know what? Let's do rank modified second. Okay. And we bring on rank modified. Let's have this happen in order. So sum of sales, then rank modified. Now you can see it's similar to rank, first, second, but then it skips third and goes to fourth, and then fifth. So over here it gave them a higher number when there was a tie, and over here it gave them the lower number when there was a tie. So if you could remember that rank gives them the higher number and rank modified gives them the lower number, that will be helpful for your interview. Now we're going to take a look at rank dense. Rank dense, apply. And rank dense doesn't skip a number. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and it condenses the ranking without skipping any numbers. And now let's do our last one, which is going to be rank unique. Okay, and with rank unique, it refuses to give two the same rank. And how it determines when there is a tie is it will look at the dimension that's in the visualization and do whichever one comes first in ASCII. So it goes 1, 2, and these are a tie, and since capital B comes before lowercase c, then it's doing B first, then C, then A. So in your interview, it would be really impressive to talk about the different versions of ranks and how they all work. Question 23. How can you embed a web page in a dashboard? So we're just going to build this and then explain it. So I have here my map by sales, and we're going to build a dashboard. We'll bring on, first we'll change our layout so I can fill up the screen. Then let's bring on my map. And I've added the state name and the sales on the map here. For an embedded web page, you can grab it from the objects section, the web page, and then you could put a URL right inside of here, and then that will embed that page underneath. So if we wanted to do Wikipedia or something, we can hit OK, and it will take you to Wikipedia. But what we're going to do is make this page dynamic based on what state you select. It'll look up that Wikipedia page for that state, so you could maybe look at some population data. We'll close that, and we'll try again. We're going to bring on our web page. It's going to ask for a URL, but we're just going to hit OK and not provide it with a URL. And then we'll use this dashboard action and create a URL action that then contains our URL with our state appended at the end, which is how Wikipedia formats their URL. So we'll hit OK. Oh, I forgot one more thing. Let's do it on select instead of on menu, so whenever we select something, it will run this. OK, OK, and now when we select Texas, it brings up the Texas Wikipedia page. When we select Nebraska, it'll change. So the major points to know on how to embed a web page is you bring it in from the objects section, and then if they ask how to make it dynamic, you use dashboard actions and a URL action. Question 24. Design a view to show region-wide profit and sales. So one way you could do this is by bringing on region and then bringing on profit and sales. And that's a pretty simple view of profit and sales by region. However, one thing that interviewers may be looking for when asking a question about region is your mapping capabilities in Tableau. So what we could do is, region is not a geographic location, so it takes a little bit of creativity, but if you bring on state by double-clicking it and it maps out the states, you can make it a map here and it fills it in, and then you can bring region onto color, and that splits it up by region. And then if you bring on profit and sales on the labels, and let's also bring on the state onto labels. And then you can look at your profit and sales inside of their regions, inside of their states. And so that is another view where you could look at profit and sales by region and it's a little bit more, takes advantage of some of the mapping capabilities in Tableau. It may be what your interviewer is looking for. So you could discuss multiple ways to look at it, but here is one way that we could recommend it. Question 25. How can you optimize the performance of a dashboard? There are multiple ways to optimize the performance of the dashboard. Some of the things that you might mention is that you could exclude any fields you're not using from your visualization, just keep them off, or you can use extract filters, and if you recall, extract filters will remove out rows of data from the extract, and so only focus on the data that you need. Another thing you can do is try and limit the amount of filters that you use, and when you do use filters, avoid using quick filters, and you can use action filters and parameter filters instead. Filters cause your queries in the database to be a little bit more complex and can keep them from running as efficiently as they could. Use min and max instead of average because average functions require more processing time than min and max. Also, you can try to use Boolean and numerical calculations because computers do better with integers and Booleans than they do with strings. So quick things to remember is keep your data simple, use fewer filters, and when you do use filters, use parameters or actions. Avoid using average, use min and max, and avoid using strings by using Booleans and numerical calculations. Question 26. Which visualization will be used in the given scenarios? Here we have 3 scenarios of opportunities that you might want to visualize, and there is no perfectly exact answer for these, but there are some visualizations that tend better for certain types of data. However, there sometimes could be different ways to visualize it, and it doesn't mean that these are the very best ways. However, if you want to take a moment, go ahead and pause the video and go through and figure out what your 3 answers are and comment below, and we can discuss what we think the best ways are. So first we want to show aggregated sales totals across a range of product categories and subcategories. We want to show the duration of events or activities, and we want to show quarter-wise profit growth. So to show aggregated sales totals across a range of products, subcategories, and categories, you could use a tree map. The reason we bring up a tree map here is that they are known for allowing you to show a visualization using hierarchies. So let's take a look at that. We're going to show aggregated sales totals across a range of product categories and subcategories. So if we come here and make a sheet, and we want to see sales across control click category and subcategory, and then we click a tree map, what happens, it's showing it based on size and color, and so it shows the size, the bigger the size, the more sales, and the darker the color, the more sales. And the reason we choose a tree map over just a normal heat map is that it makes a category here. So we can compare this box that has all the technology in it, see how all of these are technology, to this box that has all of the office supplies. And you can quickly see that technology has more than office supplies, but you can also see that phones has more than art. And it breaks it up as a hierarchy and breaks it up based on your sum of sales. And question 2 is show duration or events, a duration of events or activities. And you would use a Gantt chart. Gantt charts are used to show duration. And each of these lines is a duration. So it's like it's got a start date and end date basically. And it shows you how long everything takes. And the last one is to show profit growth. And you can use a waterfall chart. And that looks like this, where you can see how the profit changes across every period and if it's going up or down, and each one of these show you how much up or how much down they go. But as we said, there are potentially other answers to this question, so if you have any questions about why we didn't say this chart or that chart, go ahead and comment below and we can start a discussion. Question 27. What would you do if some countries or provinces or any geographical entity is missing and displaying a null when you use map view? So when you start to map the geographical fields that you have, sometimes Tableau is unable to map them because their locations are unknown or ambiguous, meaning a lot of states have a city called Springfield, and it won't know where to draw that city. So for example, let's look at here. So we've taken city as our detail, and it's drawn a lot of cities. However, it's got a lot of unknown values here. So if this question comes up, you've got to remember these 3 things. You can edit locations, filter the data, or show data at default position. Edit locations allows you to correct the locations by putting in their unique names. We'll show you an example of this. Filter the data means just keep them off of the view, and show data at default position means show it at 0, 0 on the map. So edit locations. Here we can say, here's all of these cities that seem to exist in multiple locations. And we could say, well, we know what state they're in as well, and that should help you answer the question. So you could choose a field that will define the state. So here we're saying the state is from the state field, and we hit OK, and then it can draw the rest of those cities. Sometimes you want to keep them off. Perhaps maybe they spelled city names wrong, and you just want to exclude those. And the last one is show data at default position, which is 0, 0. 28. What is a level of detail expression? A level of detail expression, or an LOD expression, is maybe the way they will present it to you. And LOD stands for level of detail. So obviously it helps you get to the level of detail that you want in your visualization, but it also is used to run complex queries at the data source level instead of all in the Tableau interface. So we're going to take a look at an example here, which is adding a dimension to an already calculated aggregate field. In our case, we're going to exclude a dimension from a calculated field. So here we have a visualization that I built, and right now it's just looking at sales by category and subcategory, but say we wanted to look at the total sales for furniture and not break it up by the subcategory. So if we take off subcategory, then we get the total sales for furniture. But if we want a side-by-side, and so that you can see the total sales for furniture and you can see it broken up by subcategory, you can use a level of detail calculation. This, I already made the field for it. I've called it exclude subcategory, so that's right here. Right now it just contains sales, but we're going to use the level of detail calculation exclude, and we're going to tell it what to exclude, which is subcategory, and then we're going to do sum of sales so that it will sum it up for us. And once I apply these changes, it should change it here and our labels. Perfect. So now we can see that it's ignoring the fact that this is chairs and this is tables and this is bookcases. It's just doing the total for furniture and just ignoring these because we told it to exclude. So level of detail helps you to be able to define the level that you want to in your visualization, regardless of what else exists on your visualization. It also moves some of the logic from inside of Tableau to the actual database. And there are 3 level of detail calculations. This will be an important thing to bring up in interviews. They might give you brownie points when you can remember all 3 of the level of detail calculations, which are, we looked at exclude, but we have exclude, include, and fixed. So include, exclude are pretty easy to remember, and just always remember fixed as well. Question 29. How do you calculate daily profit measure using level of detail? Here's another opportunity for you to pause the video and take a look at calculating a daily profit measure using level of detail. We are going to get started. Profitable level of detail. So we want to have a daily profit measure, and I already made a place for it, profit per day. And we want to look at the profit for a day regardless of what else is on the visualization. So we're going to use a fixed instead of an include or an exclude, which will only take into account whatever you put in for include or exclude. Fixed will take into account everything. It will ignore everything else on the visualization and only look at what's in your list here. So we're going to fix it by day. And you have to put a colon. And we're going to do a sum of profit for each of those days. And close it off. So now we have our profit per day. And we'll hit OK. And now we're going to make a KPI, which for our purposes, if profit for a day is greater than 2,000, then that day is highly profitable. If it's less than 0, then it's unprofitable. Otherwise, it is profitable. So we're going to go if our profit per day is greater than 2,000, then we're going to call it highly profitable. else if we're going to do less than or equal to 0, then profitable. Else, otherwise it is profitable. Always have to end with an end. Great. Okay. So now we're going to make some visualizations, and it's going to look at it by year. Now it all fits in one view. We can rotate these labels to make it easier to see. And we're going to bring on order ID. But now it's showing like a lot of orders. And so we actually want it to be used as a measure, and we're going to do a count distinct. Great. So now we can see how many orders were on each day. And so that's helpful for us to see how many orders are on this day each day, but we want to see the orders on each day that are highly profitable versus unprofitable versus just profitable. So we're going to use our level of detail and break it up into different sections. So we have highly profitable, profitable, and unprofitable. Let's also bring this onto our color. Highly profitable, profitable, unprofitable. And now we can see that the profitable ones are going up. Unprofitable ones seem to be going down in 2015, and that's nice, but they are going up. And highly profitable is not very many. Oh, in this case we did area charts instead of just line charts. To make that change, you change it from automatic to area, and that helps you see some of that spatially as well. Comment below if you were able to make this visualization on your own. Question 30. How can you schedule a workbook in Tableau after publishing it? So when you publish a workbook in Tableau, if you've used an extract, you're going to need to refresh that extract. So in Tableau, when you create a Tableau data source and it's an extract version of the data source, it will no longer update if the data from your database updates. So somebody's made some changes to your database or your Excel file, and you want to see that in your Tableau visualization. Well, you're not going to see it, but you can see it if you make a refresh. So you do that on Tableau server, and you can remember that you have to get all the way to your data source. So you can go to your data sources or to your workbooks, and then you look at the data source on your workbook, and you go Actions, Extract, Refresh. And then you select Schedule a Refresh, so that looks like this. You can press these three dots next to it and click Refresh Extracts, or you can go to Actions, and then here you click Schedule a Refresh instead of Refresh Now. And then oftentimes in Tableau you'll have several different options. You can choose daily at 7 a.m. or every 4 hours. If an interviewer is asking you about how to schedule a refresh, it might be worthwhile bringing up the fact that you only need to schedule a refresh if you are using an extract on your data source, and then that will help them know that you know the difference between live and extracts if they didn't ever ask that question.
In this tutorial, we'll learn about what is Power BI, benefits of Power BI, connecting data to it, visualizing the data here, also briefly understand on data models, which help us in connecting different data sets or establishing relationships between them. Also understanding DAX expressions that is used when you would want to work on your data at an extensive level. And then we will have a quick demo on usage of Power BI. Now, what is Power BI? It is a business intelligence tool to visualize your data and share insights across your organization. So when we talk about BI, it came into existence as a self-service BI tool, and it does have different components which can be used. Now, before we get into details of Power BI, let's understand what are the different components or what are the different ways in which you can work on your Power BI. Now, one of the main challenges when it comes to organizations or users is that data is scattered in different places. It might be in different formats, and everyone would want to use that data to basically perform some calculations, create visualizations or dashboards which could be interactive, and that's where they would want to bring all the data in one place, might be transform it so that you can filter out and not load huge amount of data in your system, and you can work on selective data. So when it comes to Power BI, it helps us in ETL, it helps us in data modeling, it helps in data storage and reporting. So what are the benefits of Power BI? Here are some of the benefits. So extract intelligence rapidly and accurately. So that's basically transforming your enterprise data into rich visuals and accurate reports for enhanced decision making. Now, one thing we already know that when we talk about data in raw format might have a lot of hidden information. If we look at different data sets, which I'll show you in the process, it might have a lot of meaning, but then the real meaning comes out of the data if we can create visualizations, if we can create relationships between different data sets, and thus that can help us in enhanced decision making. Now, Power BI supports advanced data services. It integrates seamlessly with advanced cloud services like Cortana to provide results for the verbal data queries as well. When you talk about seamlessly integrating with existing applications, that's one more benefit of Power BI. So it adopts analytics and reporting capabilities easily to embed interactive visuals quickly in your applications. You can build rich personalized dashboards. So it basically provides a unified user experience with customized dashboard and reports that meet your exact needs. It also has a way where you can have secure way of publishing your reports. So you can set up automatic data refresh and rapidly publish reports, allowing multiple users to avail the latest information across your organization or across your working community. So Power BI can connect to different sources. We'll see that in a while. So basically you have an option which says get data, and that basically opens up a window where you can find different type of data sources such as Excel, your CSV or text, JSON, PDF, getting data from databases, or directly accessing data from databases. Now, before we get further into understanding how Power BI looks like, it would be a good idea to share information in how you can set that up on your machine. So when it comes to your Power BI, and let me open up a notepad here. So for example, I bring up a notepad. Let's say when you talk about your Power BI components, so you basically have Power BI desktop, and that's mainly your playground, or that's mainly used for any kind of development activities. You have your Power BI server, or you can say service. Now this one is where you would make reports online and share or make them available to different BUs. Now that's one more component of Power BI. And then you also have your Power BI mobile, which is mainly for viewing the information, or I would say viewing reports. So these are the three main components. We can also look at the licensing information of these. So these are the main. So Power BI desktop is something which you can set up on your laptop or on your machine. Power BI server is where you can log in with your user ID and password, and Power BI mobile is mainly to view your reports. Now, how do you set this up before you can explore or start working on Power BI? So here is a link which you can basically use. So if you look into this, so this one basically says service self-service sign up for Power BI. It says sign up of Power BI service as an individual. Normally when you would want to use Power BI, you can use a website called HTTP, and then you have basically app, and let's say I think it's called apppowerbi.com. Now this is the place where you can basically log in. Now if you see here, I have created an account, and if you look at my account, it says auatl.onmicrosoft.com. Now how do you get this kind of email? Because when you talk about Power BI, it will expect you to have a official ID, and it does not take IDs which are from common domains such as Google or Yahoo and so on. So this particular link gives you an idea how you can do that. So basically you have what is Power BI, basic explanation on that. It says signing up for Power BI service. So Power BI desktop, it's a totally free download. And then you have mobile apps, also a totally free download. And here it says that what kind of email addresses it supports. And if we look into this, you have to either sign up, because that does not accept your private email IDs, or you can go for this one which says enroll US government organization, and this is where you can basically sign up for Power BI. So it basically says try free. If you go to the website, say powerbi.microsoft.com, or you could go into this one which I was saying, http://app.yourpowerbi.com, and this is what you can use. Or as mentioned, you can go to powerbi.microsoft.com. For example, if I open this in a different tab, it takes me to Power BI Microsoft. I can say start free. I can click on this. It says try free, but then when it asks you to sign in, this is where some of us face problem, because it does not take your private email ID. Now how do you tackle that? What you can do here is on this page which says learn about alternate ways to sign up, you can basically open up this link, and in this link it says sign up for Power BI with a new Microsoft 365 trial account. And what you can do is you can basically click on this link which takes you to the Office 365, and what you can do here is you can search for something which says say 365 E3, and here you have try it for free. So in my case it is translating. Okay, so here you have an option which says try it for free. Click on this one and then basically go ahead with your sign up process. Now once you do that, you can basically create an account or give a email ID. So it asks you to give an email ID to check if you already have an account. And once you do that, it will guide you through the process where you can create an account like I have done. Now, once you have done that, so for example, we can go into this page which I said http://app.powerbi.com. Now, once you have created an account, you would be asked to log in. Now I can click and log in here and then basically give in my password. And once I do that, it takes me to the Power BI server or service. Now, on the top right, it might say that go for a trial version. I have already selected that, and this is a pro trial which is giving me validity for 60 days. So this is the service which I can use. Now what it means is I can be using my Power BI desktop, which would be also installed. So once you log into this page, you can basically click on apps. You can basically search for something like Power BI, and that will show up an app and you can install and download on your machine. Now once that is there, you can basically bring it up. So for example, in my case, I can just say Power BI desktop, and that's the app which I have installed on my machine, and basically that comes up. So that's your Power BI desktop which is coming up, and it will still ask you to sign in so that you can share your information through Power BI. So you see here on the top, I'm already signed in, and here it also shows you some tutorials and videos which basically helps you in getting to know something more or what's new. So you can always browse that. So you would have your Power BI desktop which would be set up. You would also have your Power BI service, which would be running. And then basically, whatever you have developed on your Power BI desktop, you can share that through the Power BI service. Now, usually when you talk about licensing, I can give you brief insights here. So you basically have your Power BI service, as I said, licensing. So you have the Pro version, which is basically your $9.9 per user per month. And basically it has some kind of limitation. So it has, say, max 10 gigabyte. You can work on some features like incremental refresh is not allowed. You can always look onto the Microsoft website for more details. And in those kind of cases, you usually go for the premium account if you are a extensive user. And premium account basically is conditional based, so it depends on your requirements, and then basically you pay for the service what you use. So that's mainly about your servicing. Now when you talk about your server and service, as I said, it is basically making your reports online and sharing and making them available to different BUs. So that is the highlight. So when you talk about sharing reports, that's one of the things. You have anomaly detection, that's also possible here. You can talk about automation of reports. You have security, that is, you can go for role based or role level based kind of security implementation. All those are some of the features of your Power BI server and service. So it is good to know and basically have your desktop and Power BI service set up. Now once you have that, then you basically have your Power BI. Now when you talk about your Power BI, it basically helps you with various things. So this is how easily you can have it set up, and then basically you can explore this. So for example, as I was saying, Power BI can connect to different data sources. Now I do have an option here which says get data. I can click on this and that shows me all the different data sources. I can even click on more if I am interested in looking what more Power BI desktop tool helps me to do. So it shows me all the different ways in which you can get the data. You see here the servers, so the database services, your folders, your different formats. You can click on file formats or databases. You can look at Power Platform. So if basically you are connecting to a platform and getting some services, you can connect to the cloud, that is Azure. You have online services, and then you have other options. So these are all the ways in which you can get your data. When you talk about visualizations, you see a lot of visualization options here which can be used once your data is loaded, and I will explore and explain more about this. So you have something called as insert, wherein you can go in for different visuals or different types. You can also get into, say, transform the data. Now that basically is going to pop up and bring a Power Query editor. Now that's where a lot of your ETL works happen. So when you do a transform data, it opens up Power Query editor, which we can use to transform the data or change the data or modify the data as per our requirement before loading all of it into our Power BI. So you also have option here which says modeling, wherein we can create new tables or we can work on our data where we can manage relationships. So as of now, we don't have any data, so it does not show this one as activated, but that can be activated. This is where you can view your reports. So this is, in short, exploring your Power BI. We'll see what are the different options which we can use here. So it basically supports different kind of data. So when we look at the visualization pane, that basically allows us to create different kind of visualizations here, and we will understand that. So you can basically visualize on your different data and create different kind of charts, graphs, maps, and basically derive insights from your data. Now, when you talk about data models, that's where you can basically establish relationships. So when you talk about data models, it is basically used to connect multiple data sources to build a relationship. Now, we might have different data sets, or we might have data coming in from different tables where we may want to basically get insights or get data from multiple data sources for our purpose. Now, in that case, data models do help us. So for example, if you have two tables, let's look at the standard tables. So you have products lookup table and you also have the sales table. Now, usually what you have in any kind of scenario is, if we basically say you have your data tables, so that's basically where your data resides, and then you have series of your lookup tables. So usually you might have, say, your data tables here, and this is what I'm talking about, which might have some data. For example, let's say sales is one of them. You might have some other data table which might be, for example, let's say budget table, or might be something else. And these are your data tables. Now, at the other end, you might have your lookup tables. So basically, you have various lookup tables. And these lookup tables, for example, let's say this one is customer, this one is territory. Let's say this is product. And let's say this one is a calendar. So these are basically my lookup tables. So we can basically, as I said, your data might be coming in from different sources, let's say database, or let's say some kind of files, or let's say some kind of systems what you have. So your data might be coming in from different places. Now you might want to transform the data. So this is where I could say there is your query editor, which I was explaining. So you have your query editor, which basically allows you to edit the data table, or basically allows you to edit the data before it is loaded, right? You can hide a column, you can add a new column, you can modify your column. So your query editors would be basically used to work on the data which goes into your data tables. Now, you might have a lot of lookup tables, as I said. So let's say these are my lookup tables, and these are my data tables. So what we need is, sometimes we need information based on our lookup tables and data tables. Now that's where data modeling comes into picture. So basically, if I would want to extract information from here, so I can notice that there is a product key here and there is a product key here. Now this is where we are already talking about, say, foreign keys, or we are talking about your relationships. Right now, when you talk about relational databases, you have something called as foreign key constraints, which is in Power BI terms, I would say it's not exactly a constraint, but it is more of a filter propagation instead, which is used to basically connect your different data sources. And you could have basically cross filter directions. You can go for single or one to one or one to many or many to many kind of relationships, which basically allows you to work on the data. So we will learn more about data models when we are doing a quick demo there, where we can talk a little bit about normalization and denormalization, the way the data exists, right? And then you basically would want to gather insights from your data. So when you talk about your two data sources, as I said, so you have a products lookup table, you have a sales table. Now if you would want to calculate the total order quantity of each product name, which is, we are talking about the order quantity as a information here, and you have product name here. Now how do you get that information? What we see here is, we would want something like this, or we would want more information. So how do we do that? So what we can do is, the order quantity for each product is basically showing us the same value. Now, this is because the product and sales tables are not connected and there is no relationship between them. Even if you would want to take two sources and just get information out of them, Power BI would complain that there is no relationship established between them. So what we do is we create a data model. So what we do is we build a relationship between both the tables using a common key column which exists in both cases. As I said, there is a product key here, there is a product key here. So that basically allows us to have a relationship between these two. Now that could be one to one. This could also be related to other tables. So it could be one to many. You could have many to one. So all those relationships are possible. So product key is basically used to create a relationship. You see the arrow mark, and then there is also this star which can basically mean one to many. Now when the product key is used to join these two tables or form a relationship, then we can look at the product names and the order quantities, which basically gives me a total. Now that's the basic use of your data models. Now what about this DAX? So basically data analysis expressions. Now that's a library of functions and operators that can be combined to build formulas and expressions in Power BI desktop. Usually when we work on our data sources, when we would want to connect them, it automatically shows us these data analysis expressions. However, this gives us extension. It basically gives us more power to work on our data. Now, sometimes instead of working on DAX or DAX expressions, it would be good to go for better data modeling and have the relationships established better. And sometimes when the relationships are established, you could use your DAX, which basically gives you more power on working on your data. So your values are calculated based on information from each row of a table. It appends values to each row in a table and stores them in the model. It increases the file size. So that's what happens. Now you can right click on any column to add a new column. And for example, in this one, it shows that there was a quantity type calculated column, which was based on the calculation what we see here on the top in the expression bar, which says what kind of calculation was performed, and that basically gives us the value for quantity type, and that is basically added here to our existing data. So that's the power of DAX and Power BI. So you also have something called as measures. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So basically here, if you see, we are working on AW underscore sales, and then we have selected quantity sold. And what we are looking at in the report is we can basically right click on any table name to add a new measure here. So we have added what we call as quantity sold as the measure. So values are calculated based on information from any filters in the report. We will see this, how this can be done. And that basically here, the measure does not increase the file size. It does not create new data in the table themselves in comparison to what we were seeing earlier, that is your calculated columns. So these are your type of DAX functions. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So you have date and time, which basically allows you to work on date and time data or fields. You have logical functions which allow us to create new filters or add more filters to our data. You have text functions which basically allows us to say transform the data into a lowercase or an uppercase, or basically get the length of a string, or concatenate two fields, or basically do a filtering based on some criteria, or replacing some content. You also have statistical functions which can be used. You have information functions which can be used. So these are different types of DAX functions which we can use in Power BI. So we will learn more on Power BI through a quick demo where we can use some data sets, and those data sets could be found on internet, although I can also upload that on a GitHub link and you will have access to those data sets. So let's learn about Power BI through a quick demo by uploading some data sets and playing with those data sets. Let's look at a sample data set and let's upload it. And as I explained, while uploading, let's also transform the data so that we can have selective fields or selected data loaded here instead of loading the complete data set. And then let's see how we can visualize this or how we can use the information in this data set. Now, what we can do here is we can click on Get Data, and then we can choose one of the data formats which we would be looking for. So for example, I can go for Excel and basically click on this. Now here are some of my data sets. So let's look into the folder here, and these data sets are also available on my GitHub link, which I'll share with you later. So here we have something called a superstore. Let's click on this, and here I already have a data set which is global superstore, or I also have selective data. So let's select this one, click on open. Now that's basically connecting to my data source, and that will show me what does that Excel sheet have. So it has different tabs, which is orders, people, and returns. So let's select orders, and that basically gives me a preview of the data which I have. And if you scroll all the way to right, it shows me city, state, and then country. And if you see here, we do see information of all the countries. Now this can be huge amount of data which we would want to look into. But say for example, my use case is that I'm interested in looking for the data for United States and as a country and all its states. So we will do that when we do a transform. Now we can also select the returns tab, and that shows me these three fields. However, the first row should have been the heading of this particular data set, and we will transform that. Now I can go ahead and click on load, but that will load all the data. So instead of that, let's go for transforming. So let's click on transform data. Now once you do that, it brings you your toolkit, that brings you your Power Query editor, which allows you to transform your data. So for example, we have data from returns tab or returns data source, as you see here. So we see column 1, column 2, and column 3, and that also shows the type of the data here. It also gives me a quick small option here. Let's select this, and then I can say use first row as header. Now there are various other options which you can do. You can add a custom column, you can add column with examples, you can keep the top rows, you can remove the top rows, you can keep errors, keep duplicates. So there are different ways, and you can also do a merge query or append query. So as of now, let's just say use first row as headers. And that basically shows that now my first row has become the header. You also see in the applied steps, it basically tells me if I have changed the type of the data. If I have made any other changes, those steps will get added here. So it basically shows me the name as it returns. It shows me applied steps where I've changed the type, and now I basically have this information. Now this is something where you can change the type, or you can basically set it to a particular format. However, we are not doing anything of that sort right now. So we can do that for any of these columns. So this looks good. When it comes to orders, let's click on this. And as I said, I would be interested in selecting for country as United States only. And let me just work on that data. However, we can work on all the data. So let me scroll all the way to right. And here I have the country. Now there are these filters which we can use. So basically I can click on this, and that shows me all the countries are selected. Now there is also something called as text filters, which we will see how we can use to select particular data. I basically have other ways of filtering the data. So for example, now I will just uncheck this select all. And what I would be interested is in United States. So let's type it here. That shows me as an option here. Select this and then basically say OK. So that should basically now filter out, and it shows me the data is United States only, and then you have different states and rest of the data remains. So if you look at the applied steps, it tells me that there are filtered rows. Now we have done the basic transformation for this data set on these two data sources, that is orders and returns. So here you have an option which says close and apply. So close the query editor window and apply any pending changes. You can click on this and it says apply. So for example, I can just say apply for now, and that should basically apply the changes which I have performed using my query editor. That is, I have transformed the data so that I can have selective data uploaded in my Power BI. Now it's doing that. It shows me it is working on both of these data sources, that is orders and returns. So that's done. And now basically, if there are any other pending changes, we can just do a close and apply. So that basically has closed, and now you would see the data appearing here. So I have uploaded the data as per my preferences. Now if you click on the data tab here, so it basically shows you your data fields. It might take some time to populate, but if you see in the country field now, even if I click on the filter, it just shows me United States. Now that's what we wanted. So we have already uploaded this data in orders. You can always expand the option here, which shows me all the fields which are there in this. Might be this is an aggregation, might be that's an order date. So this is again some kind of aggregation. We can change the data types. So we are looking at all the fields in my orders table, or basically coming from the orders data source. I also have returns, which shows me 3 fields, and that shows me the data which is returned, order ID and region. So the column names are applied correctly as we want, and that basically looks fine. Now we can also look at your model. So when you click on model, it shows me these two. However, there is no, as of now, relationship established between them. So it says under properties, select one or more model objects to set their properties. So right now, these are not related. There is no relationship established between them. So if I would want some data which relates to orders and returns, then that would fail because it would say there is no relationship. Now I can go to the first option which says report, and we have not created any report here. Although we can create a simple report, we can look at the data. So we have our orders field. Now we can basically pull out some information from here. We can choose what kind of report we may want to create. So for example, let's go for the table option from visualizations. You have various options here which we can use. This is where you can do a formatting. This is where you can select the fields. This is where you can search and filter out the data. You can also add data fields here. So first let's click on table, and that basically gives me a table. Now this table as of now does not have anything. So you can use the filter and slices option here, which will affect the visualization. Or basically what you can do is, now since we have orders here, so this is my orders and I would like to work on this. So let's say, for example, country is, I can select country as a field, and if you say, it shows me country is all as of now, and it says the value is United States. What I can also do is I'm interested in the states. So I have state. Now I can basically drag and drop it here, and then the state gets added here. So I can basically say select all, and that should basically take care of my state field being added here. So state is all, country is all. Now we can basically look at something else. So might be let's choose sales, and I can just drag and drop sales here. So that basically says if you would want to have any kind of advanced filtering, which says filter type, so go for advanced filtering is less than or equal, or you can also go for advanced filters. So that's fine as of now. So we have added some fields here, and that's basically my data here. So let's go for filters here, which basically should select all my fields. Now, if you see, the visualization shows my country, sales, and state, which we had either by selecting the fields and dropping them here, or you can in this section where it says fields. So you can, for example, let me show it again. So I can just delete this. I can click on the table option. I can just drag it here. I can basically make it bigger, and I need to add data to this one. So it says add data fields here. So now let's say country is what we are interested in. We are also interested in states. So let's drop that here, and let's say sales. So this is also what I'm interested. So I'm looking at one specific country. I'm looking at sales per state. And when we look at sales, it basically tells me that this is a summation. So you will basically get the total sales which have happened. Now we are looking at this data here. We can always go to formatting. We can click on grid. We can basically increase the font here. We can change the grid color. So for example, let's make it, for example, blue. So I can just select this, and it should basically allow me to have the grid color as blue. Now I can go in for the grid thickness. I can go for row padding, outline color. So we can basically make it a little bit more readable. And then we can basically increase the font size here to look at the information. And you have other options here. So what would you want to do with column headers? So I can basically have the font color, background color is fine. Do you want to have an outline? Do you want to have a change in font? What is the text size? Might be we can make the heading a little bigger. And then basically you also have the field formatting. So all those could be done. You could go for background, and all these things can be done in formatting. So now we already have our data here, and this basically looks good. And this is basically one of my visuals which I have here. And this has given me some information for sales, and basically I can scroll this. I can also make it bigger. So I could select a particular field if I'm more interested in looking at the information for a particular state. Now I can add more fields to this. So this is my one of the reports which I have created. Now what I can do with this report is I can basically have more data fields. I can add filters to this. I can basically look into all the data here by just clicking somewhere in the grid, but somewhere outside. If you select a particular row, then that data shows up. Here you have an option of focus mode, which you can go for. You can look at the other options which says export data. Now, if this is the data which you are interested in, you can export it. You can always do show as a table if you are interested in. You can do a sort by country, sales, or state. So for example, let's do a sorting by state. And that basically gives me the data which has been sorted by state information. Now we could obviously have the information here, so I can then change the order so it shows me alphabetically. This is the information which I have. So I've created a simple visualization using the data which I have, And what I can do is I can click on save. So that basically asks me to save this as a Power BI file, which has an extension of PBIX, and I can basically call it my report. So let's say first report, and here I can say country, or I can say state wise sales in USA. Let's say USA, and that basically is my first report. Now, once you have saved this report, you can always look on your machine. For example, if I go in here and if I go into this folder, might be I should look on desktop, and this is where I should have saved it. So it shows me first report state-wise. That will open up in Power BI, and we have created a simple report which we have basically used by taking our data. Now I can also do is I can publish this if I would want to share this information. So publish this report online in Power BI service. You can basically select your report, what we have here, and I clicked on publish. So it says what's the destination. So you can have different workspaces. I will choose the default, that's my workspace. I can click on select. Now it says publishing first report statewide sales in USA to Power BI. You can create a portrait view of your report and you can do all that stuff. So let it publish, and then we can basically look into our Power BI server. That's our service where the information is already shared or published, I would say, which can then be shared with different sources. So we can come here and basically I can look into the Power BI, and this is where I will be able to look into my workspaces, and let's look in my workspace. So it says this is the place where I had initially downloaded Power BI dataset. It says your dataset is ready. Let Power BI help you explore your data, right? So you can always do this. You can click on view dataset, which basically allows you to bring out your workspace and first report state wise sales. Now that's the report which we have published. So let's first check in our desktop if that's done. So it says success, open first report in Power BI. Now I can click on this one straight away, and that takes me to my service. Now once it takes me to the service, it shows me the report which we created, which we published, and it basically has the option where I can save it as a different copy or give a different name. I can embed this in a website or a portal. I can publish to web, embed this report for public access by anyone on the internet. We can do that. We can export it to PowerPoint. So we can do all these options. You also have an option of view where you can change the view. You can basically also edit report here. So you can do that if you are interested in something specific. You can do a sharing to teams. So if you have your teams or groups set up, you can share it with them. You have an option of common panes. You can basically view usage metrics report. Now that can be sometimes helpful. You can basically go ahead and go and subscribe a particular report. So if there are new changes made, you will be the one who will be informed. You can click on share. Now if I click on share here from my service, it says only users with Power BI Pro will have access to this report. Recipients will have the same access as you unless row level security on the data set further restricts them. So I can grant access, and this is where I will have to give the email IDs of the people with a message that I would want to have them look at this report, right? You can also allow recipients to build new content using the underlying data sets, and you can send an email notification to the users. As of now, I don't have any other groups, so I'll not be sharing it, but I have created a simple report. Now let's also look at edit report. Let's just to see what it helps us. And when you click on edit report, it basically brings up this one which says your file, view. it gives you the filters, it basically allows you to add data fields to this. So it is basically giving access to these data sets which were in my desktop. It is basically allowing you to give or create different visualizations. Now here we have the data which we are looking at, and if, say for example, somebody is interested in filtering the data, so you could do that. So you could click on filter here, and that basically applies. This is the filter we have. Now country is fine, sales might be, I can click on sales and I would say, okay, let's look at sales which is more than a particular amount. So we can say is greater than, and might be I can give a number here, so I can say 30,000, and basically I can say apply filter. So right now I'm applying filter, and I would look at the values, which also shows me the total value is changed. So you have not only created a report, you have published it, and now from the service you can edit it. So I'm looking at particular data here, and then basically I can click on file and I can save it, or I can say save a copy of the report, and let's say I will call it the same name. So I'll say first report underscore state wise sales, and I will say modified. So let's do a save, and the report has been saved. So now you're looking at the data here. So that is basically giving you information. So when I click on my workspace here, I can click on reports, and that does show me my previous report. It shows me the modified report. It gives me an option of looking at the usage metrics report. So say for example you want to click on this one, and it will basically give you the usage metrics. So let's click on this one, and that basically shows me the report usage metrics which is generated. So views per day, unique viewers per day. You would want to look at the different platforms, who was using it, views by user, and this can be sometimes useful if we would want to look into this one. Now I can go back to my workspace, I can click on reports, and that basically took me to usage metrics. I could be sharing it, I can analyze in Excel, I can look for quick insights based on this data what we have. You can basically look at the related information. You can also look at the settings of this one. And basically this is how you have your data report here. Now that also shows me the data sets option. So which basically gives me the data sets which can be used to create further reports. And we have our data here. So for example, if I click on create report, it basically gives me these data sets, and we can continue working on this. So this is how I have a simple report created without basically working on two different data sources, but I have selected some data here, and then I can basically add details to this. So for example, now if we look at orders, and say for example this is the data I have, and say you would want to add some fields. So let's go to returns, and say for example I would be interested in looking at the products. So might be what I should do is I should replace the report here. Instead of country, it would be interesting to look at the product which we have, or basically customer ID. So we can look at customer ID, we can look at the order ID, which would be interesting to see if there is a particular order, what was the sales which was generated, and if there were any returns which were happening on that. So for example here, when I have these, let me cut out country as a field, and I will basically take order ID and place it here. So now if you see, my data has been easily modified. So I have my order ID, I have sales, and I have state-wise information. So you have basically all the information, but this is now order ID, state, and so on. Now, what if I would want to also see based on the order ID, if I say I would want the returned field. So for example, I would want to take this one and let's drag and drop it here. Now that says cannot display the visual. Now why is that? So if you click on see details, that says cannot determine relationships between the fields. So it cannot display the data because Power BI cannot determine the relationship between two or more fields. And how do we fix that? So for example, if I click on fix this, now it says there is a missing relationship between these fields. Use auto detect to search for relationships or create them manually. Now I can click on auto detect, which will try to search for fields which exist in both the data sets, or basically I can create relationships. So let's click on create relationships, and that basically takes me to this page which says there are no relationships defined from table to table and so on. So I can click on new. Now here it says select the tables and the columns that are related. Now I can say orders. Now those are my fields where you have order IDs, and it automatically shows that returns also has an order ID field, although all the values might not be same, but this is how you can create a relationship. And it says the cardinality says many to one, so you can have basically many to one relationship. You are saying cross filter direction is single, so make this relationship active, and it has already helped us basically identifying the field. So I can say okay. So it says now these two tables should be related or should be connected based on order ID. So here we have this, and let's basically say close. Now once that is done, if you see, I have order ID, I have returned, I have sales column, and I have state. And if you see in returned, I do have a value of yes, which shows this particular order ID had generated some sales, and it was for state Alabama, and it was returned, and the value is yes. So if you scroll down, you basically see all the values. Now we can add different filters where we can say I would want only yes and no. Now this is again an interesting report. So let's go in also into the formatting, and what we can do is we can look at, say, the grid option. If we would want to basically say vertical grid, and let's say on, and it says vertical grid color. So let's select this. Might be I can try doing a black here. It puts it in the right nice table format, and that basically looks good. So you have sales, returned, and so on. And this is basically the order which I'm seeing here. So for example, if I would want to change the order, and if I'm saying, okay, I would like to look at sales and returned and so on. So we can be doing that. We can come here and say, for example, I have sales and returned. Let's try moving the sales column over here. Might be state is an information which we would want in the beginning. So let me also move the states all the way here. So it gives me state, it gives me the order ID, sales, and if there was a return which was happening on that particular product. So easily I've modified my report. Now what I can do is I can just save it, and I can do the same thing. So I can publish it, I can basically continue using it, or I can work on a new report. So let's continue learning, and now here we will also see how you can load some data and perform some transformations and basically get multiple results or multiple tables or multiple data sets which can be then further used for reporting. So Power BI does give you a lot of options. Now here you have an option, as we saw earlier, that is get data, or what you can do is you have an option where you can create new data also, which says enter data. Now this is something which can be easily used if you have relatively less number of fields. So you can basically add more columns here, and you can basically add values. So for example, if I would just call it something like scientist ID, okay, and then I can say scientist name, and then basically I can say domain, and then I can say, for example, let's say year of joining, and I can keep adding the number of columns here. I can delete the columns, right? And I can give this, and I can say country. So that's it. And now we have created these 5 countries, sorry, 5 columns, which we have given some names, and we can start entering some values. So I can basically say, let this scientist ID be 2234. I can give some name. So let's give Peter, let's say domain, and I can say biotechnology. I can give year of joining 2011, and I can say Germany as the country. And I really don't want this particular column, so I can go ahead and delete this. Now I can come here, and then I can give something else. So I can say this is scientist ID. I can give John. Let's say the scientist is mainly working in physics, and then I can say 2018, and let's say France, and go back here, and let's say 4567, and let's say Marie, and let's say she does her research in molecules, and let's call it 2001, and let's say Italy. Okay, and you can continue adding data in this way. Now you can say if the data is already here, so I can say, for example, no, I do not want this particular row. I do not want this particular row. So you can basically keep adding values here. Now you can say edit. So here we have to give some names. So let's say scientists. Okay, and then if you choose edit, it basically brings up your Power BI editor, which allows you to work on these fields if you would want to make some changes. Now we can make some changes here. We can see what are the number of rows. We can basically perform any kind of transactions here. So this one basically tells me what is the data type. So here we see scientist ID, and this clearly tells me this is an integer. However, we will not want to do any kind of computations here. So we can as well change this. So I can just do a right click, and I can work on this particular column. What I can also do is I can just click on this, and this tells me that you would want to change it to date time, or you want to change it to some number. So I can just say string, because we are not going to perform any computation here. So on the ID column, so let's say text, and I'm changing it. So it says replace current, add a new step. So selected column has an existing type conversion. Would you like to replace the existing conversion or preserve the existing? So I will say replace current, and now the data type has been changed. It is of a string, and if you see, this step has got added here. So it says that the change type is the kind of transformation we did here. So that's fine. Now what we can also do is we have the scientist name, but we don't like the column name here. So it would be good to change this. So there is something called as remove or remove columns and so on. So when you do a right click, it gives you a lot of options in applying filters or doing some transformation. If I just click on this one, so what I can do is I can look at the date time, and let's go here. So we have an option which says, do you want to change the type? Now we could have done that here, or like I said, You could choose the time and do it. You can just say transform, and how do you want to change it? So do you want to change it to uppercase? Well, you can do that and changes all the values of this one. What I can do is I can again do a right click, and I can choose basically if you would want to clean up the data, or if you would want to convert to lowercase, you want to capitalize each word. So let's choose that. And if you see here, the steps are getting added. Now to undo any particular step, if I just cancel this, then I'm back to this. If I cancel this, I'm back to my original form. So you can anytime undo your changes, and you can basically work on this. So we are working on this particular column. Now there are various other options that you can look at. So for example, this is some of my data, but it does not have much information. It would be good to load some bigger data set and then use these transformations, or basically working on changing the data types, as I mentioned. Or if you would want to do a filtering and remove certain fields and only select particular fields, if that's what you're interested, doing a right click where I want to create a copy of this, and then basically I can use that particular copy. Now what I can also do is I can add column from examples, I can duplicate column, and then I can make some changes to that. So this is my duplicate column, and say for example you would want this one to be changed. So we can say remove duplicates. We can basically, if you're doing some kind of change, you want to change the format here, you can do that. You can use for other things like filling up and all that. Now I can just call it rename, and let's say alias scientist name, right? And I can continue adding columns, or I can do some transformations. And once you have done with these transactions, now this one, if you see, it shows as integer, but is it an integer? No, this is an date format. So I can go for modeling and change the formats. What I can also do is I can select this, and it says it's not a decimal, it's not a fixed decimal, it is date time, it is date, it is date time and time zone, right? And you can select any one of these. So for example, let's make it date, which makes it more meaningful. But then what happens is when you do this, it is going for the default dates or the older dates. So I don't like that. So what we will have to do is we will have to basically transform this. And here we have transform, you have change type. So you have date and time, you have date, you have time. So let's choose date and time. And if you see here, it gives me some default timing based on these values, which we do not like. So again, filter it out. But what we can do is we can just make sure that this is changed, or you want to make it a string, because we are not going to do any computation here. So I can keep it as date, but then if I have more fields like month and days and so on, then you can do that. So here it also has the option. So when you have selected this, you have an option called transform. And transform also has various options which allow you to work on these. Do you want to do some scientific calculations? Do you want to work on the date field? So as of now, it is just integer. So we can use one of these. We can do a group by, but obviously we don't have much data here. So as of now, let us retain this. I can just change this to text, and that's okay, because we are going to look at this later. We can add more data and work on it. So as of now, once we have done all these changes, you can go back to say home, and here you have close and apply, and I can basically say close and apply. So the changes will be applied, and then my new table, which we just created by entering some random data, performing some basic transformations, will be available. So if you look into this one, so that's where my data is, it shows me the columns, but there is no aggregated column as such here. You don't see any summation mark. You just see the field names or the column names. You see the values. Now, obviously, if you go into modeling, there is no existence of a different table which you can join these tables, or you can perform some transactions, come back to the data set. So this looks good, and we have it here. Now obviously we have not created any visualization based on this, which we can, and we can continue working on it. So here, this is my data set, which is a small table where we have created some data, and we can use it anytime. Now let's work on a bigger data set and see what kind of transformations we can do. We can then also see on modeling, or basically using some smarter ways of working with the data. So what we would want to do is we would want to load some data here. So let's go into home, let's go to get data, let's use our old store data, and I'm going to take the global superstore, which is huge data set with all the countries and the products and the sales which have happened. And we can take this data, but before loading it, as I suggested earlier, we should basically transform the data. We should basically transform the data so that you don't end up loading everything and you don't work on all the data. I mean, unless you really want to. So here this Excel sheet which I'm talking about has two different tabs. We have used it before. So let's use orders, let's use returns, and that basically shows me the data what we have. So I can do a load, but that's not what we would want to do. So you can do a load and you can get all the data, but let's go to transform, make some basic transformations before we load the data. So our Power BI editor allows us to work on this. Now here we have, it says this preview may be up to 9 days old. So I can do a refresh. I can select this and I say, first thing is use first row as header because that's what I want. So it is basically setting the first row as header, which looks good. And we have some order IDs. We have the returned if the product was returned. So let's look at the filter here. So it just has yes values, which we are looking at. So it says list may be incomplete. Let's say load more. And let's see what are the filters here. So either there might be a product which is returned, or it might be blank field. So that is chosen. So that's fine. We have order ID. We have region, which is basically showing me different regions here. Let's look at orders, and orders is again having your row ID, order date, ship mode. So you have quite large amount of data here for your different countries. Now in earlier example I chose United States, and then I was only focusing on the states and city in United States. So we can do that. Now I can basically work on refresh. So whatever preview was stored in the memory, we are just refreshing it. Now here we have this row ID, and if you see, the row ID is an integer. Obviously we will not be performing any kind of computation here. So here you don't have any row ID, but here we have row ID. So let's make it from integer, let's make it string, and I'll say replace current. So that looks fine. It's a row ID which we will use to search, but we are not going to perform any computations unless you want to find on an average on row ID or anything else. Now you have order IDs. So what we can do is we can filter some values. We can rename the field as we desired, right? So for example, let's go in here, and what we can do is let's go into customer ID, ship, okay, and here you have say state, you have region, okay. Now at any point of time, if I would want to filter out the values, the easier option is that you can select on this one, and here you can do some text filtering, okay, or you can basically select the values from here. So for example, if I say let's get rid of select all, what we will be interested in, say United States and UK, that's the data we want, and then I can basically say okay. So it is basically going to filter out the data which is for United States and UK as of now. Now what we can also do is, how about doing some more filtering before we basically work on this. So let's go in here, and we are looking at United States and UK related data, and let's look at, it is sometimes good that you can basically work on the data here. So for example, I go into orders. Now what I would want to do is I would want to look at the fields, okay, and we have not yet loaded the data. So if you look in the background, I just have my scientists, because we have not applied these changes, we have not loaded, we are still in the transformation stage, right? Now what we can do is, let's go for, so we can do segment, and all these kind of fields can be used for grouping the data. So we will see that whenever you have a data set, you would already know there are certain fields which have repeated values which can be used to group the data. And we can do that. We can change any kind of values which are not going to be computed on. So for example, I have postal code. I can use this, but again, we are not going to find a postal code which is greater than something, right? So integer is not the valid type. Let's change it to text, okay? And if for example I would want to look at this, so I have done some changes here, okay, and this shows me null. So for example, let me just revert this back, and let's make it a whole number. Okay, so there are certain columns or rows which do not have some values, and we can basically get rid of those values. So as of now, we can do a filtering here. So let's keep the postal code as integer, or let's change it to text, do a replace content. And now what we will do is we'll scroll all the way right. Might be I'm interested in technology category, so that's what I'm interested in. So what I can do is, here I can do some filtering. So I can basically choose technology. Now the easier way would be, since these are categories and there are only 3 categories, we really don't want to go and apply text filters here. But if you had something like an office supply and office inventory, then you could have done some text filters. So let's not do some text filtering here. What we can do is, I would be interested in technology, so that's the field I'm interested in. So now you are only having data which is related to technology, okay, and you have some product names. So this is where we want to do some kind of filtering. So we can rename the field, we can select some fields. So let's, for example, let's go for any of the field which I think might have more entries here. So for example, let's go for Canon wireless or Canon image, right? So let's go for product names, and I will say let's go here. Now I could have done a transformation, but that's not what we want. We want to do some filtering. So let's go to text filter, and here I can say begins with, I can say ends with, I can say contains. So let's go for contains, and it says enter a value here. So you would want to keep the rows where the product name contains something, and it gives you some suggestion, right? So where you are seeing in some values here. So for example, if I would have selected this, then it applies the complete thing, but that's not what I want. So I will get rid of all this, and I will say it contains Canon. Now I can go for advanced filtering also. okay, wherein you can select advanced and then you can give different columns and what do they contain, what kind of values you're looking for. So you can do that, but we will not go for advanced in one step. Let's go for basic and let's say okay. And now I should get all the products which are Canon, and you have different products. So this is one kind of filtering I've done. It tells me what is the category of this. It is machines, it is copiers, it is obviously belonging to the technology category. We are looking at the market which is for this particular data. When you look at the country, we are still focusing on United States and United Kingdom, that kind of data, right? So we have filtered the data, we have done some selection based on the data here, and what I can do is I can then basically rename a particular field. So I can do that. I can say I'm interested in sales, which is the data here. We can basically look into the quantity. So sales is something which we are interested in, but might be we are interested in sales which are more than a particular value. I'm not interested in lower amount of sales. I would want to look into United States and UK data, but I'm interested in sales, or I'm looking at if the discount percentage was something, or if the profit was more, right? So we can apply different kind of values here, but what we can do is with these changes, because you don't want to transform and make changes all here, you want to make the changes once the data set is uploaded. So we have selected some data, we have done some transformations. We can basically break a particular column into multiple columns if that's what we want. If we see that, we will do an aggregation based on year, or we will do a aggregation based on the country or year and order ID, right? So we can break this data into multiple columns, so we can do that. But for now, let's do a close and apply, and let's apply this. So that's going to apply all these changes. It's going to load my data. But remember, now we are having selective or selected data which gets loaded. So that should be available here. So it takes time sometimes, so you have to wait, and then you can go ahead and check here. So for example, now I'm looking in tables. Let's basically minimize this. Let's go for orders, and this is the data I have, which obviously row ID, if you see. So you have all the row IDs, and again you can do filtering here, but this is where you have already loaded the data is available, and then you can start working on the columns here. So we have this. If you closely see, we see this summation mark, and this basically means that these are my aggregated columns, or these values are measures which can be used for calculations. So we can see that we can create our own aggregations. So we can do that. We can rename the field as we have seen. We can filter out the data. So we have all the fields showing up from orders. And let's also look at the returns, which basically has the columns, the order ID, and your region. So it basically shows the region here, where was the product returned from, and we have this information. So what we are doing is, when we were doing a text filter in the previous example, remember it was case sensitive, okay? And you have to take care of, when you're doing a text filter, you have to give a field which exactly matches as it exists in the content. Now, okay, this is the data we have, and let's look at the order column, right? Now what we can do is we can do some quick transformations here, and we can basically look for more data here. So let's say we have some filtering to be done. Now I can do a filtering based on my products. So we had all these products, but now let's do a filtering on product. And then products, you have copiers, you have machines, so you have mainly two categories, right? And when you look at machines, it basically talks about your PC something. So let's look for machines, and here we have basically the copier fields, which are more. So I can basically go for filtering here, and that's the data we have. So we don't want to really unselect any of these here, but what I'm doing is I'm saying text filter, and let's go into this one now, and let's say contains. Okay, so I'm saying contains, and then I can basically say let's say copier. Now that's what I'm interested in, and show rows where product name contains copier. Okay, now you can give a and condition here. So if you would want a specific copier, if you are interested in, okay, let's also say contains, and let's go for laser also, laser, and let's say okay. So you see the data gets filtered out here, and we have the sales which we are seeing here. So let's go to sales, and we will be interested in anything above 500. So let's go to sales, let's go for number filters, let's say greater than, and I will say for example 500, 500. Okay, and let's say okay. So that basically filters out the data, and then I am also interested in quantity, where I would want the quantity to be more than 1 or more than 2. So for example, so let's go in here, and you can basically choose what is the filter you want. So you can apply any number of filters. Now you have the filtering here. You can always click on the filter, and if you want, you can just do a clear filter, and the filtering will be gone. So you have all the data, right? And this is the particular data we have. And here I have, say for example, product name. Now I can keep the filter because I'm interested only in these values, or I can filter out. So this tells me that when we did a and, it is basically going for laser and copier, right? So let's say for example clear all filters, the thing is gone. What we can do is let's go here, go for text filters, say contains, and here I will say it can be a copier. Okay, or so last time we did a and I'll do a contains laser. So let's choose this. That gives me more entries. So either the product name has copier or it has laser. It has the quantity, it has the product name, and we have all this detail here. Now what we can also do is we can do some transformation on the product ID. So for example, you have product ID or order ID. So order ID shows up as looks like the country name, the year, and then the order ID. So we can basically split it up. So I can select this, and here I have option of, let's go to home. So when you have selected this column, so you have an option of transform data here. So use the Power Query editor to connect, prepare, and transform the data. So if you really want to transform the data here, if I basically select this, if I just do a right click here, now here it just tells me, do you want a new column? Do you want to create a copy of this column? Okay, you want to create copy table. So this is your transformed data what you have, and for example let's create a copy table, and let's come in here. So you should be able to see your copy table now. So let's go in and select this one. And what you need to do here is creating a copy of this or copy table would not be the right option. What we can do is we can work on transforming this rather than doing it from here. So you have this option of adding a new column, going for a new measure, renaming it, right? So that's okay. But what we can do is select this particular column. Let's do a home. And first thing is let's go to transform. So I want to transform the data. Now let's select this one and it brings up your Power Editor again. Here we were interested in orders. So we are looking at our data here. Now if you see, my country is United States and UK, so you can confirm that. If you look at category, it is technology. Product name has copier and laser as we selected. So those things are retained, so you have not lost any changes as of now. So this order ID column, what we have now, as I said, you can be doing a filtering. Okay, you can select this particular column and then you have other things which can be used to transform here, like you want to change the data type, you want to use first row as header, you want to replace some values, okay, you want to run some merge queries, you want to do some analytics. So all these options are here. Now what we can do is, while this column is selected, I can do a right click. Now there is an option called transform, which is basically going to help me in changing the data here. Okay, now I can basically duplicate the column. So I really don't want to work on this column itself, but it would be good to have a duplicate column on which we can work on. So I can do a split column here if I would want to, but let's create a duplicate column. So let's say duplicate column. Now that gives me a duplicate column, so we can rename it later. So now I will not work on my original column, but I'll work on a duplicate column. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically transform or split this. So again, do a right click. Now you have a split by. So we can say split by delimiter, or by number, or by characters, or by position. So by lowercase and uppercase. So you can do all of this. So let's go for by delimiter. Now, if you see, it basically identifies the delimiter, which is hyphen or dash. Now you can go for split at leftmost identifier, leftmost delimiter, rightmost, each occurrence of delimiter, and that's what we want to do. You can look into advanced options where it says split into columns. So do you want to split that into columns? Do you want to split that into rows? Because that's more or less like doing a group by. And you can say number of columns to split into. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4 values. So that looks good to me. And let's do, say for example, if I choose 3. So I can choose 3 and then split using special characters. So you could do that. So let's, for example, let's say okay, and let's look at the data, how it looks like. We can anytime delete the data, we can keep it the way we want, right? So what we did was we created a copy of the column, then we did a split, and what we have seen is we just have 3 columns. Now if you see, the 4th bit is gone, 4th bit doesn't show up, right? Because I just did a 3 as the resulting column. So I have the order ID. Okay, and we can check if there is already an order ID column. So we have order ID, but that has the complete order ID, year, and the relatively product ID. So you can see the customer ID. You can look at this one. So it basically has your order ID, and then let's look at the fields here. So we have the product ID, which says TECMA. I'm looking at the first one, 3700, and that has in no relation to the order ID, right? So we can make sure that there is nothing which is conflicting with our entries. Now once that is done, so we have order ID, which can be used to categorize the data. You have order ID, which is basically the year. Okay, and you have order ID, which is basically having some more value. Now I can keep this data as I want. So I can basically click on this, I can go for renaming, and I can say, let's call it order ID, and let's say IDs. So let us, in case there is a particular column and you would want to look at, so just give the name correctly. Now order IDs is fine. So here we will also rename this one. So let's call it order year, and that's going to be order year. So we can again change this to string. Okay, and here you have the order ID. So let's rename this one, and I have my, let's call order number, right? So we are seeing all the steps which we have added here. We just split the data based on the delimiter, and we have now 3 new columns which have got added to our existing data, which was already filtered. And we have done some splitting up of data by creating a duplicate and then renaming it, right? So if you go and look at your transformations, now if I would have done a split here straight away, then my original column would be gone. But probably we want the original column, because sometimes you may want to search order ID with a consolidated information. Sometimes you may want to segregate it based on year, right? Now we have the year field or order date field here. You have the ship date, right? But then might be you want to just aggregate based on year. You don't want to really spend time in aggregating or extracting the month and day and so on. So these 3 columns can be useful. Now what I can also do is I can merge the columns if I want. So we have split the columns, but what I can do is I can say select, select, select. So using your control, and now do a right click. So you should have an option called merge columns, right? Now this is something which is we would want to merge. So let's say merge columns, and let's say, do you want to keep a separator? So yes, I want to keep a separator, but might be this time I will give my separator is a colon, and then what is the merge column name you want to create. So let's call it something like order, okay, year, and then let's call it num, right? So sometimes renaming the fields to a name which makes more sense or based on your naming convention is good. So let's do a merge, and now what I have done is I have done merging of those columns. So I split the data, I merged the columns, and now if you see the columns which I had created, those columns are gone because you did a merge. You did a merge, and now you have the fields which are either earlier you had something which is separated by a hyphen, and here you have something which is separated by colon, right? Now anytime if you want, you can unmerge this by removing this step, right? And you can get rid of this merge column. So if for example I would do that, so I have my data back, right? I have my data back. So what we could have done is we can select this, okay, and then what we can do is like what we did earlier. So you can basically go for removing the columns, okay, you can do a merge column, okay, you can select one by one and create duplicate of those, and then you can merge them, right? So all the possible options are there. So you can, the best option would be to create a duplicate of these columns and then basically merge them as per your convenience. So might be you can say order IDs and order number is the pairing what you want, year is something which you don't want, right? Because we already have the date field. So I can basically say remove and this one is gone. Now I will select this and this, and let's go for merge columns, and I want to give a separator which is might be without the year, and you have space, or you can go for custom like earlier we had, give a symbol, and then what do you want to call it? So let's say order specs. Okay, right? So this makes more meaning because we already have the date field. So why do I want the year into my order ID? So I can always be doing a segregation now based on order specs, right? Now this is some simple transformations. What we are doing here, we are seeing the data which we have. Okay, now what I can do is I can basically first apply these changes so that all my changes what I have done are applied, right? Now once these changes are done, we can basically go ahead and save this file. So I can just say save, I can go for save as. I have different other options. So if you would want to keep performing your transformation, then you can just do this. You can add a column, you can view the data. So for now, our transformations are good enough. And what we can do is we can basically go back to home. We can do a close and apply, and we will be back to our data set, which has been modified. So we can see if the data what we have has been transformed. So we have order specs here. That's good. We did not do any filtering, or we have the filter left here, which basically tells me that there are these different fields. We have not removed them, but what we are doing is we are just applying a filter to choose copiers and laser printers. So that's what we have here, and this is good enough. Now what I can do is once this is done, I can basically save it. So I would want to call it some kind of report if you would want to create. Okay, so let's call it as let's say second report, and here I will say country and technology specific info. Let's save it, and now basically I have saved my data. So what you can do is you can go for creating other report, or basically having this information published if that's what you want to do, if you want to go for visualization. Because right now what we are seeing is we have a lot of data here. It shows me there are these tables or data sets which we have worked on, that shows me here in the models, but there is no relationship in them. If you go into visualization, then you don't have any option, or you have not created any visualizations based on this data. But if you go here now, based on the data what we transformed, if you see, we have order specs, right? Now that's what we chose. We basically have other fields. So you have ship date, you have aggregated columns which can be used for visualizing, and we can work on this. So I can come back here, and what I would be interested in is this data set is fine, but I want to do some grouping. I want to basically have some selective data in this, and for that what I can do is let's go for ship mode. Now this is something what we have. So we are in this data field. Now we have this transform. So let's go back to transform again, and let's choose our orders. So that's the data we have. And now if you see here, this is huge amount of data. What we want is we want to group them based on the shipping mode. So here you have an option called group by. So I can select this, I can go in here, I can basically work on, okay, get rid of duplicate values, but that's not what we want to do. You want to do a group by. So as I said, you can do a group by from here, or you can choose from the transform option above and you can do a group by. So let's do a group by. Now, how do you want to group the data? So I'm saying I want to group the data here based on shipping mode, or which is the other column you want to use to do a group by. So let's go for shipping mode. And what is the new column name, right? So we want to basically find out that you want to go for ship mode, but that's not enough. I mean, I can do a ship mode and I can do a grouping by, but you want to just count the rows? No, that's not what we want to do. So let's go to advanced. So ship mode is fine. So that's your grouping, right? But then what we also want to do is we want to do a grouping based on, say, sales. So here, for example, let's go for sales. Okay. And what should we call this? So might be we can say shipment wise sales, whatever you would want to call. So you can basically get the operation. Do you want to really count the rows? No, we want to basically do a summing, or we want to might be find out an average price, right? So let's do a sum. Okay, and here I would want to do a summing based on, say, for example, sales. So this is what I'm going to use for getting a count of the sales. Now grouping by might be we will change this. Instead of sales, we are using a ship mode. What we can also do is let's go for a segment, and that would be valid grouping. So it will take a combination of ship mode, segmenting, group the data based on that, and then get me the sales, which is basically, let's call it shipment wise sales. So it gets a sum. So let's do a okay, and that's my more relevant data which I'm looking at. So I'm looking at the ship mode, I'm looking at what is the segment, and then I'm looking at what is the total sales there. I'm looking at, again, the ship mode, standard, and home office. So always remember, when you are choosing multiple fields or multiple columns for grouping by, you are basically having a combination of two fields. So that has to be unique, and your grouping is done based on that. So now you're looking at the sales wise, and this is something as an important information what we have. So we have done some transformation, and what you can do is you can use other ways, like you can use pivot to get individual values from it. You can run on merge queries, which is basically running some merge queries and merge the query with another query in this workbook if you have. So you can go for this. Now I can basically go for apply and close. So just to add to the group by step, what we did was, if you see here, I have removed the group by filter, which we just did a couple of minutes back. And what I have done is, instead of transforming your complete data set, you can basically create a copy of it. So for example, I can just do a copy, and then I can come here and do a paste, and I have done that, and I'm calling it order summarized, but this is my complete data. Now what we will do here is we will basically go ahead and do a grouping by, again, like what we did earlier, based on your shipment, based on your segment, and based on the sales. So that's what we are looking for. So let's go for the ship mode, and we go for group by, and here you would want to go for advanced to ship mode, and this one I will go for segment. So that's fine. Now we want the new column name, so let's say shipment wise sales. So I want to do a summing, not the counting of rows, and I want to do a summation based on sales. like what we did earlier, and then you say OK, and that basically gives you the data here. Now what we have is we have the resultant data based on the data which is coming in from here. We did the same thing just 1 minute back, but we worked on the original data set. So what I did was I created a copy, and now I'm working on this one. So I'll say close and apply, and now we are back to our desktop. So it is applying these changes where we have done some transformations, we have done some grouping by, and what we can do is once we have the data here, we can anytime look at our data sets or tables. So this is my original one. If you see, now I have order summarized. I can just pull out this information. I basically have my returns, which we have not really touched, and we have the scientists. So we have all the 4 data sets here. Now what we can also do is let's look into order summarized, and we just have this data here. So this is fine, and you can continue working on this. You can basically merge columns from 2 different data sets, and then you can get the merged column and you can rename it. So you can obviously do that. You can basically do a uncheck whenever you're working on these data sets. So what you can do is, if you would want to work on transforming, for example, let's go back here and say I want to do some transformation on it. So how did we do it? We just did a transform, and you can go back to transform. So you have this data here, and the data what you have, you might be interested in transforming this into something else, and then you don't want to maybe load this data. So you have this option where you are selecting orders, and then you have something called as enable load, which can be unchecked. So when you do a uncheck, what will happen is whatever changes you perform, only those changes related data set will be loaded, and they will still be available, but this will not affect your, it will not affect your original one. So for example, let's say copy, and let's go in here. I will do a paste. Let's say orders. Oh, I did a paste. I need to rename this. So let's do renaming. Let's say orders, and here I will say summarized, and I will say US. So I'm renaming it. Now let that get loaded. We can perform some transformations on it. So I have here, where's my country? So let's look for country. Yeah, and let's look for country. So here I will go for only United States. Okay, that's what I'm interested in. And then I can choose, well, I'm interested in just central US. So I can basically go for just the central US, and I can get rid of all of these. So now I should have only central US data, and this is fine. And this is the data might be we are focusing on right now for doing some visualization, might be looking at sales, might be looking at the product names. So you have the product name. Now remember, you don't see any filters here, right? Because the filters are coming from the resultant set and your transformation. So if you have any filters, you would be seeing in the top row. Now this is the data we have. Let's not restrict it to region. Region would then reduce my data, but that's good enough for us. I can just say no, I'm clearing off this filter. I'm still looking at United States, but I want to look at all the regions. Yeah, what we would be interested in category, and that's anyways chosen as technology, which we had chosen when we were loading the data. We have copiers and machines, right? and we can basically keep this. Now this is fine. I can apply the changes. I can apply the changes based on this one. And what I can do is I can just say for now apply. So that's going to apply all the changes which you have done in orders or summary or the new one, right? And what I can do is now I can choose order and I can say don't enable this in load. So it says disabling load will remove the table from the report and any visuals that use its columns will be broken. We are not creating any visuals as of now. The table will be removed. So that's fine. And now I will say close and apply. So what happens is you are loading the data based on the changes. Okay. Now you have your order summarized, you have returns, you have scientists, but you basically do not have orders anymore. So that was not loaded. So I only have this one, I only have this one, and you have returns, you have scientists, you don't have the orders column, right? Now that particular data set was not loaded at all because we did not choose that to be loaded, right? Now while I'm in this orders, which is, let's see here, and actually you can drag in, yeah. So you have order summary, and this has basically kind of data which I'm looking for. So I really don't need the orders table. So you can do it in steps and you can aggregate this. You can have aggregated data. You can have all the data which is filtered, transformed, grouped by, and then basically just load it. And the original data set which you used, that's no more being loaded here. Now at any point of time, if I really want, I can go back to transform data, and remember, it is still here. It is still here. It's not gone, right? So you can basically select this and you can say enable load, and you will have the data back, which you can continue working on, right? So these are some quick transformations which really help us in working on the data. Now, obviously, if you have data, you want to perform some left joins, right joins, you have inner joins, outer joins, so you can always do that. You can take two different data sets. Might be I'm interested in taking the orders summarized, which talks about standard class, consumer, shipment wise sales. And here, if I look at order summary, I have other details, but the thing is we need to make sure that these have the values. These have the values. Say for example, the segment column here and the segment column here can really be used to join these two tables. So if I create a relationship or if I create a join, I can basically merge the data. So this is how you work on data. We will also see some more examples on might be modeling the data using some expressions to work on the data. So we already looked at creating a report, selecting particular fields, and then publishing the report onto your Power BI service. Now this is the report which we had created, which says state, order ID, sales, and then I also added this returned field, and that was basically by creating a relationship between order and returns, which we can also have a look in model. So this is the relationship which is created. If you just place your cursor here, it tells me that we have a relationship between order ID of returns and order ID of orders, and that basically allows me to join the data, bring it in my one report. Now this is basically your data sources you can look at, and if you click on your visualization, so that shows you your report. Now what we can also do is we can make it interesting. Now we would not want to scroll through the fields to see wherever or what was the order or what was the order ID which was returned. Now I can do a sorting, I can filter out. What I can also do is I can use this option which shows slicer here, and that basically allows me to work with this data. So we have this report here, and basically as I said, you can click in here, it shows the data. Now what I can do is I would want to filter out information or slice the information using your returned either being yes or having a field which has no value. How do we do that? So basically I can drag and drop the returned here as a field which comes from returns. Now that basically shows me only the value as yes, but I do know that there are some fields which are blank. Now how do I add filter to this? So I can click on this one and then I can click on slicer. Now once that does, so it basically pulls out all the different values. So you have either yes or you have the blank field for returned. So what we can do is we can select yes. You will see only the orders and their IDs and sales where the products were returned. So that gives me 108,118, and I can select blank. So that will basically get me all the orders or products which were not returned. Now this is a simple way wherein I can add a filter to or a slicer to my report to basically give viewers a choice of selecting different fields, and you can add any number of slicers. You can basically say I would want particular kind of information. So for example, if I go into orders and we know we have the state, now I do have the state information here, and basically I can, if I would be interested, I could filter this out in my report itself. I can sort it, I can look it in a different order. What I can also do is, how about bringing in state here and basically dragging it here. So that gives me the state option. It is giving me a visual, which is basically giving me a geographic location of all these points. So yes, that can be good. What I can also do is I can keep this, which basically shows me the state map. Might be it can be useful. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can look at specific information here, you can drag and drop here. So that's fine. What I can also do is I can again take the state and bring it here, and that basically can be, instead of my map, I can go for slicer. So that gives me all the values here, and which basically allows users to choose the fields or the states which you would be interested in looking at. So for example, if somebody is interested in looking at the data for Georgia, just select this one and you see the map automatically shows you where in the map that's the place, and it shows me all the sales for Georgia state. Now I can also basically select yes, and that shows me which were the orders which were basically returned. So that gives me a quick overview of state wise what is the geographical location, if the orders were returned, or might be I can just click on blank and it shows me the non-returned orders. I can again go here and uncheck the Georgia option, and that shows me all the states. Now once you have done this, this looks like a comprehensive report which can be useful for the viewers, for your management team, and so on. So we can just do a save, and that basically is saving my report. So I have this report. Now what if I publish this report? So I can just do a publish, and when I publish it says okay, workspace. So let's say select, and then it says replacing this data set may impact two reports. You already have a data set named by this one. View the impact. I would say replace, or I will say view impact. So that basically takes me to the Power BI service, because sometimes we may have some reports which we have already uploaded, and updating an existing report might basically affect my existing report. So it basically shows me the impact analysis. It shows me one workspace. There are two reports. They have not been added to dashboard, but these are the ones which will get modified. So let's, for example, as of now, go ahead here and let's look into my Power BI. So go back to your desktop and I'll say no, I don't want to replace. So click on cancel. So I do not want to publish it. What might be what I can do is I can try saving it as a different report. So let's say save as, and now I will basically say additional filters. Okay, let's save it. So now you see the name on the top changes to additional filters, and now it's saved to publish this. And now I can go ahead and publish it. Select your workspace, and basically it says this is the report being published with our additional filters, with a map which gives a geographical area showing us the information. And then basically what I can do is, once it is done, I can look into my Power BI service like we did earlier. You can do a filtering. We can basically query this data. We can share it with other users who might be interested in looking at this particular data. Now this says it is done. So it says get quick insights, and might be it's a good an option to look into what kind of insights it gives you. So click on that. See the beauty of Power BI, where it tries to search for any kind of insights which it can gather from the kind of report which you have built. Now once the insights are ready, it will let you know. What we can also do is we can come in here, click on view data set. So you see now it shows your additional filters, and here you have option where it should be showing your report. So let's say view, and view is fine. So, and if it doesn't show up, sometimes it might be taking time for refreshing. So you can always go here, and then you can click on your report, and that should get populated. So this is the report. These are the filters which I have. Gives me an option of choosing all the states, and basically allows me to edit the report and look at all the information here. Meanwhile, we can see here it is still trying to gather some insights from the data. And now you see there are some insights here. So it says sales, which is coming up, and a subset of your data was analyzed and the following insights were found. So you're looking at sales by ship mode. So it says standard class, second class, first class, and same day. So there were different shipping modes in our data, and that's what it shows me: the sales, which one had the majority. It shows me the profit, so which city or state had more profit. So New York City has noticeable more profits here. Average by shipping cost, by subcategories. So there are these different subcategories which we can look at, such as copiers and machines have noticeably more shipping cost. Profit by product name, and you can basically look at the row ID and quantity. So this is where you're looking at a regression analysis. You're looking at row ID and quantity. So there is a correlation between row ID and quantity. So these are two different variables or fields which are related. You're looking row ID by category, row ID. So it says California has noticeably more row IDs. Sales, your profit, count of region, and count of returns. So there is a correlation again between two different variables. Average of shipping cost. Now we would have taken a lot of time building all these visualizations, but Power BI has already helped you in gathering all these insights, and then you can basically select which one of these is what you're interested in. You can focus and look for more information based on all the fields. It has given you good amount of insights which will help anyone who is looking at this particular report. So that's your quick insights here, and we have this information. Now once you have this information, this is basically where you have your focus mode. So it says subset of your data was analyzed, following insights were found. You can basically say download, and here you have other options which allow you to work with your Power BI. So let's look at this one. So this is where we have our report, and we can continue exploring it more. One more interesting feature which Power BI has, other than having your insights ready to use, which is basically in your workspace, and you can basically use these insights. What we are looking at, various options here, and basically you have this option where it says pin the visual. If you are interested in a particular insight, you can always pin it, which you can always go back and look into. What you can also do is you can also click on edit report here. Now that's a report which has already been published to your Power BI service, not yet shared, but that can be shared or that can be subscribed. Now once you click on edit report, it has option of reading view, mobile layout. You have basically an option which says basically options for navigating through the data set. You can go for how visuals on the canvas interact with each other. You have all these options, and one of the good options is ask a question. So you can always click on ask a question, and that basically says some suggestions. Now you can open this and it says, okay, ask a question about your data. Try one of these to get started. What is the average sale? Sort orders by order date. Sort orders by product ID. How many ship modes are there? Compare quantity and discount. So do not worry that your report has only 4 fields. So it has state, order ID, sales, and returned with some filters. But what about you looking at how many ship modes are there? So it is already looking at your data. So if you click on this one here, and you can see what are the different fields what we have, and you have ship date and ship mode. So this is one of the fields which it is showing you to ask a question. Now what you can do is you can say how many ship modes are there. Let's click on that. Let's ask this question. It says 4 ship modes. And do you want to add this to report? Yes, you can. You can let it be as it is. So you can basically keep this question here. And here you have an option. The visual is showing number of ship modes. When you place your cursor here, if you see here, turn this Q&A result into a standard visual. And let's do that. And basically it is saying number of ship modes. Right? So now that's the power of your Power BI, which has basically allowed you to ask a question and quickly add a visual to your report. Now what we can do is we can basically save this, or you can say save as and give a different name. So might be I'll just say save because I would want to have this information and the report is saved. So in this way, you can basically not only create smart visuals, you can not only relate different data sources using data models or relationships, you can add maps, you can add filters, you can add quick questions. You can basically just go here and say, for example, you would want to ask a different question. Now we see the fields here. How about looking at the shipping cost, right? So here I can say, what is the highest shipping cost? And that shows me some suggestions. Let's select that, and that shows me the value, which is great. And I can keep it as it is. I can basically convert this to a visual. I may want to keep the question because might be this question was asked and you would want to see the result here. Might be you can move this somewhere here, and that gives me some kind of question which was asked, and we can do a save. And that's my report, which has been saved in my BI service. The data set is still there. You can basically go ahead and share this.
Thank you for joining us today. For any questions, please visit www.simplilearn.com or post any questions below on the video. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.